Get your screen grabs out, everybody. Please take that shot. If you happen to see this book with this serial number out in the wild, please notify me. Is today, yeah, I'm still 2 episodes behind on YouTube, which is fascinating to me. Okay, let's drum up my whatnot laptop screen. Open show. Open show. Yo, Joe, what's up? It's Lucas from Fan Expo in Boston. I'm super upset that you had that experience in Boston, and I apologize. Why should you apologize, Lucas, unless you took it? Lucas, did you take my CGC 9.9? I didn't take, I swear, laughing. I apologize on behalf of Boston, LOL. No need for you to apologize, but thank you for the kind thoughts. The one who needs to apologize is the one who hasn't returned it to me yet. But other than that, other than a theft of a 9.9 CGC New Zodiacs #1, cover A, Boston was a strong show. I would have said it was my biggest show until I went to Chicago, and then Chicago beat Boston pretty handily, even though I had to pay my travel. So thank you to Boston, the kind people in Boston, and thank you to the kind people in Chicago for making my show so great. I am currently working with the convention facility to try to get a hold of some security camera footage, and I'm getting the runaround, and I don't appreciate it. You're going to be at Rhode Island Comic Con this year in November. I would say it's probably a no-go. I guess I've been scratched at Rhode Island Comic Con. I'd say there's probably a 10% chance of me getting to Rhode Island. Not sure what happened there. But I was a regular. The last time I was there 2 years ago, I had an end cap. So that was great. That was one of my best shows I've ever had in my whole career. So slightly surprised that I wasn't invited last year. Less surprised this year, since last year they didn't invite me. But other than that, I hope you guys, if you're going to Rhode Island, you have a good time. It's a pretty good show. One of my favorites. I hope you're there. I'll be there. But if you're there, I'll be sure to come by and say hello. Very cool. Excuse me. Wow. So yeah, I sold a crap ton of sketch covers. So I've gotta stock back up for this weekend. I'm going to Plastic City Comic Con, which is in Fitchburg, Mass. And so that should be a fun show. My friends Keith and Amy run that show. It's always been strong. Um, Very fun, low key comics pop culture show. But like I said, low key. It's in a hotel in Fitchburg, and everyone is so laid back and chill. It's very cool. There's not 2 hour lines. Some people in Boston were telling me they waited in line for 2.5 hours for people like Chris Evans and stuff like that. Damn, it's a lot of time to stand around, which I don't have. I wish I had 2.5 hours to stand around for somebody to write on my pictures and stuff. I do not have such time. Um, I'd be I'd be overwrought with guilt for not working during that time. So I sold a bunch of stuff. I should probably check my buy it now and my auction to make sure that there are some pieces that are not there that shouldn't be there. There's one. Battle Beast. Battle Beast is sold, so I gotta delete that item. Cyclops. I still have Cyclops. Deadpool. I still have Deadpool. Hulk is sold. Delete item. JMP starter upper Spidey is still around, right? Yes. Sold quite a few sketchbooks at Chicago, which is very rare. I don't sell many sketchbooks. Chicago was good for that. MJ Remark is sold. Delete item. Spidey on web, full figure. Um, Spidey print. Dr. Octopus Remark. That is sold. Spidey print with Remark. Lizard Remark is sold. Spidey Swing is sold. Spidey Swinging is the same one. So that one is the same one. Sold. Venom Bust sold. Venom VW30, 1 of 30. I believe that's sold. Yeah, I don't have number 1 anymore. Wolverine versus Sentinel sold. X-Men Blue, 5-minute sketch. Venom prints. Venom versus Wolverine, 12 of 30. I think I still have that one. Sold 10. Sold number 10. And let's see, what else we got going on here? That's all taken care of. Cleaning up my auction section. Let's go to the Buy It Now section. Domain print. Venom of the Planet of the Symbiotes. I'm pretty sure I'm all out of those. Sold out of Planet of the Symbiote. I believe I have one each of Venom the Hunger and Planet of the Symbiotes. Let's see what else we got here. Plenty of new Zodiacs comics for you guys out there who haven't bought a new Zodiacs comic yet. I believe Batman is sold. I'd have to check. Okay, good. I think I'm all figured out here. Okay, looks great. We talked about it. Let's see. Let's see. Thank you for sharing, Lucas. We talked about it in Boston a little bit, but I was wondering if there's anything in the works for New Zodiacs Aquarius #2. New Zodiacs Aquarius stories continue in each subsequent issue. So we have a backup story in Pisces. If you don't have that one already, there's an 8-page backup in the Pisces #1. There's 8-page backup in Sagittarius, which I'm working on now. And each subsequent issue, I'm going to try to follow up with the characters I've already released. So Sagittarius will have 2 stories featuring the Sagittarius character, and then a backup feature of Aquarius and a short story with Cricket, the Pisces character. Good question. So each subsequent issue is going to be a #1 issue highlighting the sign of the zodiac, a sign of the zodiac, and then I'll be touching base with the other characters in the universe in the same issue. That's my ideal. So there wouldn't be a new Zodiacs Aquarius until I become super wealthy like Robert Kirkman and I can generate 12 books a month. Booty. Wow, I forgot where I was with this one. My brain is elsewhere today. I'm just working on new Zodiacs pages or page. It's tough coming back from a show. I lose at least a day. When I'm traveling. Packing up and preparing for a show takes time, and then unpacking and putting everything back in its proper place takes me time. So I lost Monday. I had some commissions that had to go out when I returned from Chicago, so I sent those out. One was in a particularly large sketchbook. It was even bigger. It was at least as big as this, 11 by 17. And it wouldn't fit in a priority box. So I had to basically make a box for it. That takes time. Just curious for the books I sent. Do you want me to utilize the app or do it off stream? B. Roman, are you the dork guy? You are the dork guy. Here we are. B. Roman, we can do the app, whatever works for you. Especially if you want to see me do the drawing live, we should probably do the app, right? So if you're ready to go, I'm ready to go. We can, I can set Wolverine aside and we can start on your pieces. Let's see what we have here. Look at this. Woo, sexy. These are great. Gary Shipman did the Green Goblin. PHI, I'm not sure who that is. Is that Queen Goblin? Sure, why not? Why not have a Queen Goblin, right? And I'm not sure. Sukesha Ray did the Hobgoblin. Very nice. Nice, nice, nice stuff. And then we've got a previous piece that I did, Cletus with the Carnage symbiote. And then we got a 100% blank Dork. Daytona said, how was Chicago? Do you get some signatures? I got a crap ton of signatures asked of me. If you think I went and chased people down for their signature, that's something I don't usually do. I once had Herb Trimpe sign 2 of my favorite Hulk comics. Excuse me. And I didn't like it at all. It was just he wrote on my comics, and I didn't like that. I don't like people writing on my books. But that's me. I understand there's a whole industry. I did raise my rates at Chicago because I was getting so many people coming to my table with comics to sign that they weren't interested in buying anything at my table. So I had to compensate for that. So I now charge $10 for a signature. Um, if unless you buy it through me on Whatnot, or if you buy something on my table at a show, I don't charge for a signature. But there were a lot of people that were having their comics graded. I charged $20 for a graded signature. There are a lot of people just, visiting me with comics from their collection. And I'm perfectly happy to sign comics for people. I actually don't think I've ever signed more comics than Chicago this past weekend. I don't recall ever signing so many comics for people. So thank you to everybody who came out to have their comics signed. That was kind of neat. I would say even by Friday, I had never signed, never autographed so many comics before. So that was a thing. And then I sold a lot of my sketch cover commissions. It was a real nice balance. I sold a lot of prints. I sold a lot of pre-done commissions. I got a few commissions, just regular commissions. And I sold a lot of comics. And I sold a little bit of original art, not too much, but a little bit. It was like a smattering of everything at my table. I certainly need another table, that's for sure. Could have put more stuff out. Boston was not very art sale heavy. I think everybody who was interested in art was at Terrificon. But I sold a ton of comics at Boston. It was very, very cool. I mean, that's why I do the shows, right? To spread the new Z, to to let people know about the new Zodiacs comics that I created, and they were buying them crazy. I sold a lot. I had a short box full of comics, and I think I have like this much left out of a short box. So it was that was probably a record. I should keep better accounting just what I bring and what I have left after a show. Um, because Boston is funny because I've been doing the Boston Comic Con or Fan Expo Boston or whatever it's been called for, geez, probably about a dozen years on and off. I remember people, I remember being at a Fan Expo and having two people come up to me at the same show saying, I didn't know they made comics anymore. And that was kind of disheartening that year. I was like, this guy is coming to a comic book show, ideally a comic book show, pop culture show, and he doesn't know that they still make comic books. So this year was a happy opposite experience where a lot of people were buying my comics. So thanks to everybody at Boston Comic Con who bought all my comics, and screw this guy who sold my 99. Um, this experience has been interesting. I'm already disappointed with how Fan Expo and how uh, the convention center is handling things. We're a week into me reporting this, and I'm getting shuffled off from one person to the other. I don't appreciate that at all. One person said, "Don't file a police report until we check the security camera." So I'm relying on this guy to check the security camera, and he has not done it yet. So after today's show, I'm following up once again to see what's going on, and I would love to file a police report. Hard to know what the value of this is because I have all three 9.9s. There are only three 9.9s in the census, and I own them. So when this is stolen, it's hard to report a value. I know what I would sell. I have a number that I would sell it for, but there's no record in the public marketplace of these being sold and for what price. So if you see a CGC New Zodiacs Aquarius number one 9.9 out in the wild, this is the serial number. It has a 1003, the last four digits. Yes. Short answer, yes. Oh, it looks like I made sales. That's such a cool sketch. Holy. Can you see what I just bought? Also, I sent a DM about the dork piece. I can't read DMs through Whatnot while I'm live. So if you could please be Roman, send me your notes to my email address. We'll get that to you. Hold on. You may already have it, but my email address is joe at astronaut, like the spaceman, ink, like the drawing liquid.com. Can't argue with the glitches of a Whatnot tabletop display. They don't let me read DMs. Uh, Daytona said Comic Tom has more of your uncirculated comics. The other. Please be specific, Daytona. What are you talking about there? Uncirculated comics? Lucas says, I bought one of each of your books at Emerald Square Mall. LOL. I appreciate all the signatures. I like it for collection after I'm done reading it. You bought the uh the rarest of the rare, right? The limited 100s, right, Lucas? Daytona says, oh, good news. Fan Expo Boston isn't scheduled the same weekend as Terrificon next year. I have been hearing things like that, which is great news for me because traditionally Boston and Terrificon are my two best shows. So when they're on the same weekend, no matter which show I choose, I lose half my income, which sucks ass. Let's see. Lucas says you should just file it, then they'll get right on it ASAP. I should just file what? A police report? Makes no sense because that person can't even post or sell it. B. Roman said, just want a dork with an angry shield and a chicken head. Other than those elements, I leave the rest to you. Comic Tom bought a collection for $350K with tons of 90s uncirculated books. I bought Tooth and Claw issue 3. Oh, cool. Comic Tom's got some cash, I guess, huh? Good for him. What's up, Joe? Scarlet Spidey in the house. Good to see you, bud. We met Scarlet Spidey at Chicago. I hope I got a photo of you, Scarlet Spidey, because I will post it on my next whatnot. Yeah. Can you post? Can you post or sell it? Yeah, I don't know if they're that bright that they realize what they have. That this is something that's extremely rare, and hopefully enough people out in the retail world will see this post and my Facebook posts and my social media posts and give this a side eye. The weird thing is, I saw it happen. Um, the way that the theft occurred, I actually had a similar experience when I worked at a department store in New York City. Um, it's hard to see, but let's see. So okay, so let's pull the. So here's the table. I was next to a giant stone column support for the facility. Here's me. Two people standing right here looking through my portfolios. Here's my rack of comics upon which the 9.9 sits. It's sitting with two 9.8s. I got a 9.8 of Aquarius, I got a 9.8 of Pisces, and then there's a 9.9 kind of tucked away behind the 9.8. So I'm standing here. I've got a portfolio here. I've got comics in the center. I got another portfolio here. So there's two guys standing here. There's another girl, young African American, and she's got a sketchbook. She wants me to look through her sketchbook. There's another guy standing over here. So in order to give the young artist some attention, I moved this way towards my left. And so I'm looking through her sketchbook, and out of the corner of my eye, I see this guy reach. And he had to reach because he was kind of short, shorter than me, mousy brown hair. He reaches for the comic, and I saw him out of the corner, like I said, side eye. What do you call that? Peripheral vision. I saw him reach for the 9.9, but my brain kind of registered. But I've had such great experience in 20, 30, almost 30 years of convention going. I just thought, okay, he's going to look at it and he'll put it back. But so I'm over here now and I'm looking through this person's book And then end of day, I realize the 99's not there. I just kind of assumed that he might have put it back. So, so this is the guy who did it. And this should be on security cameras if there was a security camera in the area. I'm worried that this concrete post might obscure something, but if there's a camera over here looking down on the side of this aisle, this is Artist Alley, this would be an easy catch. So I'm trying to work with the facility to look through their get them to look through their security footage because this would be an easy find. I also found that my one of my great friends, Ian Chase Nichols, had something stolen on the same day, almost the same time, well, definitely in the same time range. And there's another guy named Don Wynn who had a piece stolen as well. I don't know Don as well, but he lives on the West Coast, seems like a nice enough guy. So we got three thefts within the same time frame. This should be something that uh, a camera, security camera should find pretty easily. Like if you can't see me, you can check out Ian's table, you can check out Don's table. I'm fairly certain they're the same person. So that's what happened. I had a similar experience happen to me at Macy's where I was drawn away from my register while the register was open, but I sussed out quickly what happened and turned around and stopped a person from reaching in the register. So I had that same reaction, but because everyone has been so great at conventions, I just figured they'll put it back. I should have just turned. My proper behavior should have been just turn, saying, "Hey, if you want to look at it, why don't you come over here?" Or I can get that for you. You know what I mean? And from now on, I promise you, I will do that and learn my lesson. So, if anybody sees this, there are only three of these in existence. Before Boston, I owned all three. 1003 is the end of the serial number for this. Take screen grabs, share it with all your friends on social media. Let them know that this is a stolen item. I'd greatly appreciate it if I could get this back. Um, it would be cool if I could, if you guys could help me get this piece back. I would greatly appreciate it. Let's see. Okay. I think that's enough about what happened. So I got my New York City edge back. When I went to Chicago, I had a lock and chain on my high end original art portfolio. So I got my edge back. Nobody's taking shit from me anymore. It's not going to happen. Um, Lesson learned. And I will say that, this is because I have three of these, this doesn't hurt as much, but it hurts. If this was the only 9.9 in existence, I would be really, I'd be on a mission to chase this guy down. Now it's just like, just please find this guy if you see him out there and report him to me. I have two 99s in my personal collection, but I want this one back. And thank you all in advance if you can help me out with that. Okay, on to B. Roman. He's going to send me a message to my email. Or not. Just wanted dork with an angry shield and a chicken head. Other than those elements, I leave the rest to you. Okay. Lucas says, yes, I was saying that you should file the police report. Okay, I may do that today if I have some time or tomorrow. I guess Comic Tom did a video talking about buying this collection. I'll have to chase that down. Maybe we'll play it on the show. There might be a little bit of a stream to chat delay, but I will keep an eye out for somebody selling a 99 Zodiacs. We can't see what you are drawing. Oh, sorry. I hope that's better. I'm not sure if it helps Should be easy to track down with the serial number. I also contacted CGC and they said that they would mark it as a stolen item. So I don't know, maybe if there's a retailer, let's say this guy walks into a retail outlet and sees a CGC, he might go to CGC website and do a search for the serial number, and maybe they CGC might notify him that it's stolen. That would be cool if there was such a system like that. Lucas says, I will be trying to find it and helping you out as much as I can. Thank you, Lucas. Spidey said, should be easy to track down with the serial number. Yeah, well, like I said, there's only three of them, and I've got two of them. And there's only one loose in the world right now. Let's see. Lucas says the problem is they can crack it open and try to resell it, which would suck, but it's a possibility. The thing that the thing that makes this a saleable book is this. So if they crack it open, there's a great chance if they decide to resubmit it that you're not going to get that. The other thing is that if he does decide to resubmit it to CGC and crack it open, it's a 9.9, and CGC, you know, CGC, I would hope would contact me if they see another 9.9 in their presence. Let's see. Scarlett says it would greatly devalue it, though. Yeah, Scarlett is kind of thinking like me, where this is the value right here. I have seen books on eBay, 9.9s going for like $60 and that kind of thing. However, a 9.9 is a pretty rare item of any kind. Daytona said, "Did you contact CGC about the 9.9 serial number?" I did. Yes, had a scan of all of my 9.9s, and I sent my scan to CGC, so they said they'll put it in their records. Yeah, but also Scarlett says if he sells it graded, he's going to get caught immediately. My last 9.9 I bought off eBay for 135. Yeah, that's the thing. There's quite a range of value for 9.9. I know that I would not have sold this book for $135 if I stole it. And I sold it to a retailer who didn't realize it was a stolen item. If you got $20 for it, it's still more than what you have into it, right? You stole it. So if you made $20 for your fix or whatever, who cares? I'm not sure the motivation of the person who stole this. You could crack it open and sell it for $2. Okay, great. You could crack it open and resubmit it to try to get a different serial number, but I think a 9.9, I'll keep corresponding with CGC. I think a 9.9 from the wild, I had access to the entire print run for this series. So I saw firsthand, what a 9.8, what I thought a perfect comic looks like. I had a choice of like I think the print run on this is somewhere around 1,500 copies. So I've seen every copy. And the ones I submitted were the ones I thought were the best. So, the idea that someone could just crack this open and then submit it to CGC and get a 9.9, I don't know if that's a way to go. It doesn't make sense to me. It's that also is a red flag. If CGC gets a book and says, "Oh, holy crap, this is a 9.9," if it's still a 9.9 after you crack it open, um, if I were CGC, I'd be like, we should contact Joe. So I'm gonna stay in touch with CGC about this issue, and I'll let them know just what we're talking about. You know, if this person who stole this is trying to beat the serial number and wants to crack it open and resubmit it, um, I don't know. But Daytona has uh, that's the big problem I have. You know, Daytona himself bought a 99 for 135. It's not what I would sell this book for, but there are people out there who are selling 99s for, next to nothing. Lucas says if he did resubmit it, the signature that's on it is identical to the stolen one, and I'm sure you'd be able to tell, and he'd get caught as well. What an excellent point, Lucas, that this signature is identical to the 1003. Excellent point. Thank you so much. I'm glad I brought it up today. I wasn't going to talk about this. But you make an excellent point that this signature is the tell all right here. Even if this came as a 9.8, even if this was resubmitted, cracked open and resubmitted, and it got a 9.8, the signature marks it as the one of a kind, as the previous 1003. Lucas, great point. Great point, buddy. Ooh, look at this. It is sealed by OG. I'm gonna have to break the seal. So this will be my first, stickers. Stickers and tape and comics, they just don't mix. Sherlock Holmes over here. You are brilliant. What can I say? All right. So I've never laid eyes on a dork in my life. So I'm guessing he's got a chicken head. What's the idea of the chicken head, Brian? Can you elaborate? I should probably have read this first, right? And I guess he has a shield with a face on it. This guy colors for Scotty Young too, doesn't he? His name looks familiar. I have a couple issues of Fairyland. This guy looks familiar. He's an excellent colorist. And then he has an eyeball on his shield. I'm reading it. Sorry. So it would be an eyeball with like his like an eyebrow bent downward to make him look angry. I have a character who I don't want to share him. I don't want to share him, but he's also very optically optically centric. Oh, he killed a chicken. So there's a soul inside the shield. That's a cool idea. And is that why the chicken head is floating around? Because the shield is absorbing the chicken head skull or soul or something? Other covers. Nice. Nice. It's always helpful to see other covers, other images, so I can try to do something different. What do you think of the titles of comics nowadays? Like something is killing the children, the moon is following us. Can you guys think of? My mind is going blank, but I noticed there's a lot of comic titles that are really long now. Um, I thought of a cool title for a comic called "What's That in Your Pocket?" I think that would be a cool title. Lucas has never seen this comic before. You will. Dork is pretty huge nowadays. This is the fourth printing. Came out of the gate with a bang. Probably sold 1 million copies. I'm at work, so in and out of the stream. Yes, chicken is a ghost. It's just the blue head. Yes, the shield is unhinged and loves to get violent. Okay. But he doesn't kill anybody, right? So, Brian, if you're still around, lead me in a direction for the background, please. Does he hang out at a certain location? Does he hang out in trees a lot? Did you want a pile of bodies? It says he doesn't kill, so are they all like unconscious bodies? Like the Battle Beast one? I don't know if you saw the Battle Beast one, but the Battle Beast sketch I did, he was standing like on a pile of skulls and stuff like that. No, they kill. Lucas says it's been fun hanging out with you guys. I'm gonna head out. I'll be on the lookout for the 9-9, and I hope you have a great day. See you later, Lucas, the detective, on the case. Thank you for everything. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for helping spread the news. Let's see if we can find Comic Tom's $350,000 purchase. I don't see anything off the top of my head, but here's something from 3 weeks ago, 3 days ago. Let's see what these are.
set. D23 is this weekend. By the time you're watching this video, we're going to see what spec played off. The most trending comic books in the world. And number 10 on the list, it's a book that came out last month. We have Clayface, Celebrity Dirt, issue number 1. What do you think about this trailer, Russ?
I like the idea of pushing these Batman boundaries to darker and deeper horror, body horror type levels. And Clayface is one of those characters to be able to do it. I'm very excited for this. And it's yet to be seen which one of these 6 or so Clayface is going to be in the movie.
I think there may even be 8 or 9. I'm not even sure. But I will say this book you can still get for $4 high average sales. I think because there are so many different versions of Clayface, that's why we're seeing this one start to pick up. I mean, an increase of copies sold of 275 because you're either going to go to the OG Silver Age, Golden Age, or Modern, or other modern. There's so many choices, is my point, that a newer book that just came out that is right kind of in the likeness to what we're seeing in trailer. You know, you got the
I really don't have any idea about the background. It's just a medieval fantasy story. I'll leave it up to you. As violent as you like. I don't mind paying for another character if you want to do a fight scene. Oh, you can do a fight scene. Yeah, without knowing too much about the story, and even if I read this one issue, I'm still not sure that I'm convinced. So my instinct is to do something similar to like the Frazetta Conan where he's standing amidst bodies, and if they're random bodies, I would consider the bodies the background, the way that I would consider a tree a background. So we can do something like that where he's like knee deep in armor parts and skulls and stuff like that. And Cyclops heads. We could do him holding his shield up, and one eye is looking on. He's holding his shield up, and he's holding Cyclops' skull, and they're like, they're. It's like that's my second eye, dude. It's kind of funny. I like that. Perfect. Okay. Is he kind of man size? Shorter than human size. Okay, something to work with. Let me sharpen my pencil.
actor who's down on his luck, gets disfigured, has to deal with it in ways that bring out the supernatural. I will mention there are two different open to order variants for this. One, I'm just like calling it the on-set variant. You got Clayface. You know, what is it called? Like the clipboard?
Yep.
You know, doing the clipboard thing, you know, like how many takes did it take? And then there is my favorite, which is just like a movie poster homage.
And that's not the only Clayface news this week. Absolute Batman 23 came out with a new Clayface, and there's more about that a little later on the list.
You're right. That's actually another one to add to the slate. There are so many different versions and so many different books you can spec on and so many different variants. The best place to just look at them all in one cohesive place is Key Collector Comics. Utilize code TOM101, support the show, get access to a free 2-week subscription, but most importantly, use that character search, type in Clayface, and learn about all the different books you need to know when you're on the hunt.
Number 9 on the list, a book that absolutely nobody was specking on. An Eternity Comics classic, Puppet Master #1, based on the 1989 horror film. We are seeing $12 average sales and an April 2026 high sale of $175. Probably not driven by the recent news that we are going to be rebooting the Puppet Master franchise. There is more in the Puppet Master universe that's going to be happening. So far, we have really just had that first movie and some comic books to wet our whistle.
Eternity Comics. The only thing I think of is some random horror books. Is it Fright 3, first Freddy Krueger cover on Eternity?
Yes, Eternity was the ones they did. Evil Ernie,
Yes.
They did the Fright comics. This is one of those publishers that was in the late 80s, early 90s that did a bunch of horror ancillary comics that just kind of like flew under the radar. Now, Puppet Master had another series, a comic book series that came out in 2015. That was published by Danger Zone Comics. Danger Zone Comics was a subsidiary of Action Lab, and you will know Action Lab and Danger Zone as the people that made Zombie Tramp. Shout out Dan Mendoza.
Yo, Dan Mendoza. We love Zombie Tramp here. I love the connections. Hit the like button for that because that's why you have the Comic Sensei. Number 8 on the list, we have Rogue #1. This is the $3 high average sale book, okay? But a CGC 9.8 did hit $75 over this last week. An increase of copies sold of 329%. It's like our first solo ongoing, okay? Now we mentioned D23. It starts today. We're filming this on Friday. You're watching this on Sunday. Now, X-Men casting, supposed to be revealed this weekend, at least a large portion of it. Will it happen? We don't know. And will it be characters like Rogue? Good chance. We're hearing a lot of rumors, more on that in a little bit, because there's a lot of books that are spiking from the X-Men line. I like this book, because if you're going for Todd McFarlane's favorite comic book of all time, by the way, Avengers Annual #10, you have to spend a little bit more money to get the first appearance of Rogue. This one's a classic cover. It's affordable. Get to hunting. It deserves to sell for more than $4. Pushing $80 9/8 tells me that this should be valued 15 to 20.
Number 7 on
Cute. Today we're unboxing Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear. Wow, these wavy edges tear so much better than ordinary.
the list, Marvel 2-in-1 Annual #7. You will know this as the classic cover that has the thing on it with his boxing gloves on. And it makes sense. $40 average sales. We saw a
What?
$200 high sale back
What?
of this year because it's the first appearance of Trico Slatteris, who is the main
Who?
antagonist in the Marvel Tokon fighting game. Everyone's loving this game right now. I haven't had a chance to play it. I haven't bought a fighting game in a while.
Are you not a fighting game
I'm
kind of
really
guy?
not a fighting game guy, but I do know this comic because Ron Wilson, super underrated. I love this cover and I love his work. You got a chance to talk to him a couple years ago, didn't you?
Dude, Ron Wilson is such a dope dude.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't believe it, dude. I did that interview with him. It was my second
He's a
interview
nice guy,
with him
Ron
in
Wilson.
comic books 8 years ago.
Time flies.
I had to rewatch it. I mean, I bought him a Jack Kirby comic to get him talking about his like Jack Kirby influence, and then got him talking about Mike Mignola. There is no one at Marvel Comics who has drawn as many rocks as Ron Wilson. He's a prolific Marvel artist, but most importantly, people know him for drawing The Thing.
Oh, yeah, it's very, very true.
Now we got a few Ron Wilson covers I gotta shout out. You can be talking about Ron Wilson. I'm gonna talk about Cottonmouth. We gotta talk about Power Man issue number 19. First appearance. Mahershala Ali portrayed him in the Luke Cage show, and it's one of my favorite MCU integrations. I mean, technically not like greater MCU. I digress because this Thanos cover, Avengers 125, legendary. I pull it out of every collection I find it in. I have trouble selling it because I want to keep it, is what I'm saying. And then, of course, Thor 229.
Okay.
It's just a powerful Thor cover, but it's one of those early keys I would always hunt for because there's a Hulk 181 ad on the inside.
Number 6 on the list is a book that has been a spec darling for many, many years. Strange Academy number 1. We are seeing $50 average sales. A recent $130 for CDC, 9.8. I had to check my notes on that one because
It seems low.
consistently back in 2022, we saw $500 sales for 9.8. Yeah, there was a $650 outlier. That seemed weird, but $500 is what this book was going for. Now, there were rumors back then in 2022 that there was supposed to be a show, and everything fell off a cliff. Hey, is the D23 coming up? Are we talking about another potential show? I think we are.
This is absolutely a sleeper because, like, will it happen anytime soon? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. It's been years. But if it does, when it does, no one's going to be surprised. It's going to be something that's just, it makes so much sense for Disney Plus. Like, they have to just do it because it's going to be a fan favorite for the kids. It's perfect for that generation. But then it's going to be one of those cartoons that the adults are going to enjoy watching with their kids, like Last Airbender or Teen Titans Go.
Yeah, and my hot take, I think I have way more spec love for this book than like Nova One, even with
I was
the
gonna
recent
say that,
Nova
dude.
sale.
I was
It's
gonna say
true.
I like that better, and also I like it better than Legion of Superheroes.
Yeah.
You know, while we're on it, like as far as the spec goes, I like that book a little bit more. But an increase in copies sold of 260% because the rumors are circulating again that this comic book is going to be adapted to Disney Plus. Keep in mind, there's a 1 in 25 Humberto Ramos variant. It still sells for over $100.
Right.
But that 1 in 50, it's a tough book. It's a Breakfast Club homage. Just get to hunting. It's one of those where if you find Strange Academy in collections, put it aside.
Right.
You may not want to go out and buy them like crazy right now, but hold them if you get them. Now you'll notice that we are not in the studio right now because I have acquired a new studio. We're rebuilding it. So we'll be in the warehouse for the time being. And yes, this is where your comics come from. ComicTom.com. I want to be your comic dealer. Behind me, aren't these all beautifully organized?
I know this is so organized with all of the people waiting to get their book shipped out after you made an order over at ComicTom.com.
Behind you is all the books that are currently listed on Shopify. In front of us are all of our San Diego comic books that are listed on the site as well. I want to be your comic dealer. Link in the description. We're investing back into the show. We're growing the show. We have some major announcements coming, but I gotta cut to the chase, man. Number 5 on the list. We got the Hummers. G.I. Joe issue number 330. All right. I love this. I love seeing that this book is spiking up. Okay. We have issue 330 hitting $4 to $10 high average sales because of the reveal at the end that Tomb Raider, Laura Croft, is being brought into the G.I. Joe universe. And she's getting a spin-off series dealing with Cobra, causing an uptick of copies sold of 257%.
It's a big increase, and it's not really followed by a price increase. This is still relatively affordable, even with the second print having Laura right on the cover.
That's right. There's a 1 in 10 that's going for like $15. Now, I'll give you some spec.
What would Laura Croft have to do with G.I. Joe, story-wise? Anybody?
All the Adam Hughes ones. Sure. We did a ton of them.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about that a lot. New York is around the corner, and as someone who is making Tomb Raider covers right now, we're about to see a surge of some of the most beautiful Tomb Raider Laura Croft covers that you have ever seen. Okay, I anticipate that spiking the entire item.
Might be a good time to get into your Lara Croft Tomb Raider comic book collections and get on the hunt, guys.
Number 4 on the list is a book you may have, Batman number 8. All right, I have a question for you, Russ, because this book is officially hit $40 high average sales. It was an open-to-order book.
Oh, no. $80 sales as of this morning. I just checked it. There was an $80 sale. There were consistent $70 sales of this book. Verity Pennyworth being on the cover of this book.
Well, okay, so we have a replacement, not a replacement, but the lineage of Alfred, who is not around,
Right.
unfortunately, in the Batman run currently. Well, this is his daughter, and she's kind of been introduced as of late. I mean, her first appearance is in issue 12 in full.
Right.
Issue 11 is her cameo appearance, but now some people noticed, shout out Jim Comics on YouTube, he pointed out, hey, the Jorge Jimenez open order cover has her on it. So this is one of those weird situations where we have multiple first appearances, but her first debut is actually on a alt
cover?
So it is actually cover F, because cover E is the foil version of cover A. So it's a cover F. You would have had to specifically ask your shop for it. It's the Matt Fraction Batman, which is a great read, but a lot of people I know, because comics are getting more expensive, they're having to pick the Batman or Absolute Batman, and so many people are buying Absolute Batman, and this book, it's going missed, and I don't think enough.
It was a very, very good read. I read the first trade. Good stuff.
I was gonna ask you, do you think that Batman, Absolute Batman, but do you think that Batman is actually hurting Batman? Like people are buying Absolute and it's pulling away from the main title?
That doesn't make sense. People love Batman.
Box customers still have the same amount of money to spend every month. They'll spend $80 a
They'll
month.
bounce something else.
That used to buy 6 comics. Now it buys 3 comics. They have to be more selective. So yes, I do think Absolute Batman and that frenzy is taking away from other Bat titles.
Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Is Batman hurting Batman? Did you adjust your full list because the price of comics going up? We got to move on to number 3 on the list. This may be the most contentious book between us both because you went on a freaking tangent this morning. All right, number 3 on the list is Absolute Batman. $120 high average sales for a first printing. Is this right, Russ? 300 plus for a CGC 98?
It is $350 multiple sales in the last 24 hours. Keep in mind that people were already saying that $600 was too much to pay for Absolute Batman number 1 first issue. That book is $515 right now. Still a hot one, but people are paying way too much, in my humble opinion, for Clayface, who is a character that just showed up in the universe, is not tried and true, and yeah, okay, maybe there's a movie coming, but it's not going to be the Absolute.
Yeah, this isn't even the first appearance of Clayface. That just happened in Absolute 23, which we'll get to in a second. This is the first appearance of Clayface as the Clay Buyer, right? And then you also get Waylon Jones introduces Killer Croc. First appearance of Dr. Arkham. I digress. We're seeing
Minor keys
of 157% this week, largely because of the uptick in interest in Absolute Batman from the release of Absolute 24 mentioned. You have the Dragoda cover that everyone had to pick out. I saw these in person this week, so I'm pretty stoked about them. Juan Ferreira looked really great. That's probably one of my favorites because it's just like a really negative space heavy cover. Jeff Spokes had like multiple villains on the cover. I like seeing kind of the Rose Gallery. I see that very often. But Kari Andrews, did he just like slip in a Batman 423 homage to McFarlane, like just under the nose of everybody?
I don't think people were paying attention this week, so
I didn't realize.
It's a hot one to find.
Dude, I ordered the book and I saw it in person, and then it like clicked when it was in my hands. And I can't be the only one who didn't realize that this is a straight up McFarlane.
Number 2
It's
on
not.
the list, some more
There's no woman, and he's not wrapping a woman with the cape.
It does say Uncanny X-Men on the cover. It's X-Men 132. $65.
One of my favorite comics of all time.
For $375. It's the first appearance of the White Bishop, the Black Bishop, Tessa, but most importantly, the Hellfire Club, who we are having heavily rumored as being the antagonist, the bad guys in the upcoming X-Men reboot. Yep.
Like, will it happen though? It's D23,
right?
We're gonna find out this weekend. By the time you're watching this, it may not be a thing, but with the White Queen being cast early, like one of the very first actresses to be cast in the X-Men reboot, it's causing an increase of obviously 108%. Now this is a more affordable X-Men key. There's been a lot of affordable X-Men keys that we've talked about over the last 2 years. We've been kind of just waiting.
Talk about that last panel.
Take off. I still think
Comic Tom.
Before the storm. This is early spec. There are cooler keys to own, but not as affordable as this one.
And that's why this next one on the list.
Comic Tom. Talk about the last panel.
Less affordable until very recently. Number 1, we have X-Men 130. First appearance of Dazzler. Is Taylor Swift coming? Is that why we're talking?
Dude, this is the first time we've talked about Dazzler outside of the Taylor Swift spec.
Yep.
Deadpool Wolverine, mind you,
right?
Years ago. It's just another example of how, like, sometimes spec doesn't pay off. And just because we cover spec, just because we cover rumors, just because there's a, someone told key collector, an inside source that this is going to happen. I mean, we didn't see Venom. We didn't see the symbiote in Brand New Day, but inside sources had told key collector that it would happen. It doesn't mean that it's guaranteed. I'll remind you, we were supposed to get John Malkovich in Fantastic Four.
Yep.
They filmed it. They showed the gorillas.
Cut him on the floor.
And they cut him on the floor weeks before the movie debut. You never know what's going to happen, so always spec cautiously, geek responsibly. But this right here isn't just the first appearance of Dazzler, and it's also not the reason why people are buying it.
Oh, it's not.
The second appearance of Kitty Pryde. It's the second appearance of the White Queen.
Those are all great reasons to buy this book. And this is the first time I think I've ever actually said this. People are buying this book because Sebastian Shaw
That's true.
could be Adam Driver, the Black King. This is one of those spec books that it's got so many reasons you need to buy it. If it's not in your collection already, you should think about getting it. I hate telling people to buy books, but
It's safe. Even if it doesn't happen, you get so many appearances,
Right.
and it's an awesome book.
$150 average sales. We just had a
You buy it because it's part of the greatest storyline in
That's
X-Men
down from the
history.
$3,000
Come on now.
Sales we were seeing just a few years ago.
Do you own any of these books? Is the spec wrong? And if it is, do you care? Are you still buying it? Are you still specking on Taylor Swift? Let us know in the comment section below. And of course, as always,
Geek responsibly.
enough said.
I
And
can't
that's the
find
end
the
of the video. We did it, plus we have the
$350,000
giveaway to it now.
purchase.
Take a look at this John Boy Myers null number 1. If your phone number ends in 3814, we've already contacted you. You won this. And if you want to be like this winner, all you have to do is go to comictom.com.
End the day with endless
Who
comfort.
says a comic needs a cover? Who says a cover needs a comic nowadays? People just buy the comics for the cover now.
You're here? I'm gonna make this guy spill the beans. His biggest regret in comic book collecting history. Hit the like and subscribe. Let's talk about the hottest comic books in the world. And number 10 is Ultimate Fallout number 4, the book in my hands. The 9.8 hit 1350 this week. That is 39% over the recent 12-month average. That is a steep overpayment. However, I took a look at the last few sales, and they're clocking in around $1,300. We tried to sell this book on Whatnot. You should follow me over there, by the way. And it didn't hit $1,000 after multiple streams. I think this boost is happening because of Brand New Day. What do you think?
Well, not even tried to sell. It actually sold and then got canceled.
That's true.
So looking back on this book, I don't think there's anybody in the hobby who didn't assume at some point this book would continue to spike again, really, because we know Miles is coming back.
Well, 7 other copies outdid the recent 12-month average. I'll remind you, it takes at least 3 to even qualify for our Hot 10. The Dejevik 9.8 sold for $10,370. That has been firmly below.
Brian, can you make this out in the blue stage? What do you think?
The second print 9.8 went for
I'm gonna
160,
put like
1%.
smoke
The
or
second print, Charlie
a
9.8,
blood red
went for
moon or
130.
something in the background
15%.
to frame
This is the
Brett's
7th time
signature.
this book has
Maybe
landed on the
smoke.
Hot 10. I went on television last week for the very first time. I'd never been on live television before, and I actually was told, hey, bring some comics to show off. So I brought this copy in my hands. It felt right. I was hoping if they asked about this comic, which they didn't, I'd be able to talk about Miles Morales being such an amazing Spider-Man and potentially our next Spider-Man. I think a lot of people are having that same thought behind their purchases.
Number 9, a book that's continuously on this list through a year, but wasn't here last week. Amazing Spider-Man number 300. We had almost $25,000 spent this week alone on this book, with 3 sales and a 9.8 above the 12-month average, and the terrible story we're going to tell you about of a shipping incident, one we had last week on my book, but this is a shout out to Griffin.
Comic Books 22 over on Instagram. You gotta follow this dude. He's a fine artist, but he's also a golden age and comic collector. I've actually got to hang out with him a few times over the years. He was at Red Hood's booth at San Diego Comic Con. So shout out Rob. It was good seeing you guys there. But Comic Books 22, he bought a high grade ASM 300. It was shipped in only a top loader set into a box.
Which some of you would be like, oh, that's fine. Top loaders are rigid. But the problem is the shifting and the movement that happens when it's sitting in a well like that, if you will, as it just goes through the universe and gets finally to your doorstep.
Yeah, the interior was detached from the outer and front cover. It looks horrendous. Go give him a follow and give him your condolences while we move on from the first appearance of Venom to the next number on the list. This is going to be a very spider-heavy list, by the way.
Here at number 8, Amazing Spider-Man 252. Now, we had no black suits fighting here. We had some black eyes, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what's going to be in the future, because we had a blip somewhere in the universe alluding again to Secret Wars, which we all know Spider-Man gets that suit there.
That's right. ASM 252 is the first time we see the black suit in comic books. This book oversold $2,000 for a direct copy. I thought it was wrong. I had this guy check it out, and it looks like it was confirmed. Not only confirmed, it was a best offer. It was listed for higher, and they offered $2K, and you gotta believe the seller was quick to accept that, because this last week, a newsstand 9.8 sold for $2,000, the same amount that the other person bought the direct copy. What was happening?
I get overpayments happen. They do. But if you're going to pay aggressively, you should also check out the notes and look at the book. But it doesn't seem like that's what occurred here. When you really get into the weeds of it and read the notes for this copy, it, in short, has color-breaking spine ticks. Like, if you're going to pay 60% more or 40% more, something grossly over the actual average, you might as well do it on a copy that looks like a 9, 9, or a 10.
Yeah, completely agree. Speaking of 9s and 10s, we're gonna have more conversations about this in a second. But the last 9.9 of ASM 252 sold back in 2022 for $24,000. If that book hit market now, what do you think it would go for?
I mean, 2022 was a lot of hype, so I would guess probably the same price, considering that there's now actual hype that makes sense for this book.
ASM 252 has landed on the Hot 10 this year, 10 different occasions. Number 7 on the list, more Spider-Man, believe it or not. ASM 129, first appearance of the Jackal. I gotta mention Jackal for you, Jeff, but also the Punisher, Frank Castle. A 9.4 went for $43.92, that's up 14%. A 4.5 went for $1,050, that's up 7%. And I've been doing this every week. I try to find some blue chip keys that have sold for super cheap. I just go to the very bottom of the eBay sold tab, and I found what I think is officially, in my opinion, the best book to get without a cover. ASM 129, coverless copy, 0.5 sold for $442. Now, we get comments all the time. These books are so expensive, we're covering the top of the market. Here's an example of a very affordable, incomplete. And I know what you guys are thinking, it's incomplete, but look at what the first page is. When it's slabbed up, this may be the greatest first page of any comic book to be displayed in a slab. You got Punisher sniping a model of Spider-Man. And because it's not an actual human being, they get away with, his cap has been detated.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, because sometimes you'll get a crappy cover, and you're just like, oh, God, it's a first appearance. Why is this character not even on the cover?
A lot of Golden Age books are like that.
Yeah, especially for DC. DC didn't do a good job about first appearances. Like, I'll give you an example. Detective Comics 58, first Penguin. Horrible cover.
Not good.
But
That's
if you're
not
a coach,
kind.
At least has the Penguin on there, and you wish that was the cover, because it would actually
you don't.
probably increase
That's
the
not
value of
kind.
an already expensive book. Because we didn't even see him on a cover until Detective Comics 67, which I wish those covers were switched around.
What do you guys think? Do coverless and incomplete books not get enough love in comic collecting? I happen to think so. Moving on to number 6.
Alright, woo! Yes, you stink! Let's go, Reds!
Too many commercials. Being a die-hard fan is exhausting.
It's on the list. Ooh, absolute Batman numero uno. Listen to these numbers, Jeff. This is insane. Okay, I gotta cheat a little bit. There's a lot of numbers on the Hot 10. If you haven't noticed, we are in my warehouse. Behind us is the FOC books. These are the books that you guys order from us. And sometimes with combined shipping, we have to hold the orders to save you money and wait for your orders to come in. Go to comictom.com. I want to be your comic dealer. You could be purchasing books that are right behind us right now. Also, I went to a convention recently, and these are actually my San Diego Comic-Con purchases, minus the Hellboy statue. I'll do an unboxing of that at some point. But I'm starting to collect my vintage Power Rangers, the ones that I used to have when I was a kid again.
Yeah, we went to a one-day show just this last weekend. You came running over like,
So
look at the
excited.
sword I got. I was like, okay.
Check me out on Instagram. I'll be doing unboxings there soon. But yeah, we're gonna talk about Absolute Batman #1, which is easily the hottest book in the world. This right here was all over the tiny convention we were at this past weekend. Shout out FenCon out in Linwood, Washington. I think we got to do that show at some point. All right, Absolute Batman, $25,000 spent above the recent 12-month average in the last 7 days. Hot damn. Okay, but take a look at this. A 9.8 height was reached of $610 this past week. That is up 84% when you compare it to the 12-month average, because this book has recently exploded. Okay, but 31 different copies outdid the recent 12-month at a 9.8. That's a whole lot of money for a book that came out in 2024. Hot damn.
It's impressive when you see a modern book sell weekly as many copies as it does. I mean, $25,000, you said. I mean, we just had discussed the ASM 129 doing $25,000. And that's a vintage book that sold however many copies it sold. To have 31 is amazing to see. But not just that, we actually had the Ashcan now hit a new record high twice
In 1 week.
First sold for $15.49 and a second for $19.25. Now, on top of an Ashcan, apparently there's a foil Ashcan.
Yeah, this was an exclusive at a convention. It set records. The foil went for $48.50. It's crazy. Absolute Batman is still top of the world, and it's post San Diego Comic-Con. There was a part of me that thought maybe it would slow down after the biggest convention of the year. And it did. This Saturday, I'm dropping my Absolute Batman Brett Booth variants. The first cover I've done with them before, and I'm so hyped about it. I go live around 10 o'clock on Saturdays, and you're going to want to be there. Use the link. I'll pin it to the comment section in the video, because if you've never been on Whatnot, you get a free $15 credit you can use on this purchase. I even gave it to the host on Fox when I did my TV appearance. So technically the first time this cover's ever been seen is on television.
Other things on TV outside of just Tom is here at number 5, Giant Size X-Men number 1. We're getting mutants in cartoon form. We're getting Jean Grey in the cinema form. And we're getting it here on this list with 9 sales of the 12-month average for almost $24,000 spent this week alone.
A 9.4 went for $5,900. That's up 10%. A 1.8 went for $1,100. That's up 34%. I'm not done talking about no grade and incomplete books, Jeff. A graded, incomplete, missing one page, coverless copy of this book sold for $245. Let this sink in. You could buy an incomplete, missing a page, coverless Giant Size X-Men 1 and a coverless ASM 129 for cheaper than an Absolute Batman graded at a 9.8. Which do you choose?
Normally, I think it's a no-brainer, but right now in this market, I think that's actually a tough question. Let me know what you guys think down below.
We got some casting information. Nothing is confirmed except for the first one. Sadie Sink as Jean Grey. I still don't know how I feel about it. I wasn't too stoked about it. You heard about this last week. But if we're looking at spec books, obviously X-Men number 1, but you gotta go for X-Men 101, okay? Whatever. All right, Samara Weaving, Emma Frost, cast. I'll get to that book in a second, because we also have Adam Driver spec to be Black King, and Emma Frost, Black King both premiere in the same issue, 129 of X-Men. Last but not least, Kit Connor spec to portray Cyclops in Avengers Doomsday. Again, you got X-Men 1, but I always thought this other Cyclops key was undervalued, underrated. It's the new suit. He's front and center. We're talking about issue 39 of Uncanny X-Men. Keep an eye out.
Number 4, a blue chip key that's kind of hit or miss, I think, for a lot of collectors, because it's neither here nor there. It's just a team first appearance. But Avengers number 1, this actually had some decent sales in a positive direction that I haven't seen in a while.
$30,000 was spent, dude.
We saw a 6.5 sell for $73.20. To see this book move in is really nice. It's up 7%. And a 1.5 just sold for $1,700.
That's right. That is up 13%. Now, I've been keeping an eye out on CBCS slabs. Officially dead, by the way. They're not grading books anymore. Everything's being converted to PSA. A dead slab went for $1,875 in a 2.0. $2,000 CGC 3.0 sold over the last couple months. That means that you got to be skipping the CBCS at that price. Seldomly can you say a blue chip Silver Age book you can upgrade a full grade point and a preferred grader for $100.
A lot of these big books you'll find when you really get into the weeds of the numbers have this plateauing area in grade points. So like right now, if you look at another book on this list, which I'll touch on shortly, within $100 or even almost the same point, you can go up half a grade, a point and a half even sometimes.
Do your research, and the best way to keep up with all of it is download Key Collector Comics officially on the best app to learn about comic books. There is a price chart now. So you can find out the recent 30-day sales, 90-day sales, 12-month averages. If the sales took place, they are listed and being updated weekly. Use code TOM101, support the show, baby. Let's move on to number 3, because you know we had to talk about it. Marvel Superhero Secret Wars issue number 8, a 9.9 came to market this week.
And every single time this book pops on this list, I get one god darn memory that just hurts.
All right, this is what I know to be your biggest, this would be buyer's regret. Like,
$3 pepper jack steak burrito. Now joining the Lutz value menu with 10 items, each just $3 or less.
Safe like we said. A broken windshield shouldn't wreck your schedule.
Like, you wish you grabbed this. Talk about it.
So I've been doing this for a very long time. And
You're
time,
old as hell, dude.
yes, ancient even. It has to have been 20 years now, but I was at a convention and there was a Secret Wars 8 and a 10.0. At the time, 10.0s and 99s.
It wasn't really a thing.
It wasn't that big of a thing as it is now. And there was a copy of this book. I think maybe I read it wrong because I remember it as $200 and thinking like, oh, I'm here looking for other books. Okay. But like I went back to get it because I was like, I should get this. And it was gone already.
Now, maybe you misread it. It was actually $2,000 and you're trying to help yourself feel better. It could have been 200.
Could
That
be a
would
coping
crazy.
mechanism.
Yeah, right. Could be, because that would mean that you could have held on to it and sold it for $9,800, which is what the recent 99 just hit.
But it was a 10. So imagine how much more that would have been.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, a 9.8. Is this right, Jeff? 20 copies outsold the recent 12-month average. The highest someone paid was $700. That's up 32%. This book has been hovering below $500 for most of the year. Brand new day debuts. We get no Venom, we get no Symbiote, but we kind of get a peek at like maybe Battleworld coming, which means we gotta get Tom Holland in the black suit.
I mean, we know Secret Wars is coming. I mean, it's titled in the movies. So anyone who's bought this book in the last 9 months when we've been talking about it being as low as it is really going to be paying dividends probably in the next 9 months to a year. So kudos to you. I still see this book climbing again.
You'll probably have to talk about it again and relive your horrendous past.
Get that 252 because that's where I think it should be.
Number 2 on the list, Incredible Hulk. Number 181, first full appearance of Logan. This book clocked in a 9.4 sale at $10,530. That's up 11%. And then on the low end, page 10, missing, mind you. We're talking incomplete again. I know, I'm going to hit you with it. $1,350. Okay, that's up 49%.
Wow.
Now, the first thing we thought of was, what page could it be? All right, it's page 10. Is page 10 the Marvel value stamp? And it was page 10. We actually had to look into your book to make sure. But I had the idea to pull up GPA to see if I could find a graded page 10 only, and I did. Now, is this not one of the best single pages outside of like a freaking Grail book like Batman 1 or something?
This in its weird way is, even though it's not the best page in the book, obviously, because it's just a picture of a value stamp, but because 99.99% of the time when something is missing from this book, it's either the full page or the coupon. So it adds that extra value. Like, I actually want a Marvel value stamp book with every stamp in it.
That would be pretty cool. Let us
That
know
would
what you
be
think.
cool.
Would you pay
That's a
for
cool
page
idea.
10 of Hulk 181, just to have the one page, to know that the rest of the book that's out there, you know the owner of it's pissed, and you have their page.
It's kind of like a Batman 1. People used to tear off the back cover because it was meant to be, it feels like a poster vibe. So that's why you'll see a lot of Batman 1s without back covers.
The hottest book in the world, number 1 on the damn list, is Marvel Spotlight, number 5. We got the first appearance of Ghost Rider. We have so many sales taking place, so much optimism, right? Wouldn't you say that the community response has largely embraced Ryan Gosling as what we believe to be the next Johnny Blaze or Danny Ketch?
I don't even know if it would have mattered who the casting was fully to get this book so hyped as it is now. And really appropriately hyped because it's long overdue. It's such a tough Bronze Age book already and great. So just the factors of all those things put this in a culmination number 1 for the appropriate reasons.
A 9.0 went for 41.48. That's up 19%. And I'm also looking at a 3.0 for 8.25. I like that you can get major superheroes first appearance. Like, 3.0's low grade, but you can get a nice looking 3.0 and be proud of it for under $1,000.
Now, as a collector, I'm always going to kind of look out for a little bit more obscure option potentially if there is one for a book. And there is for this. Now, may not be a Mark Jewelers. There's never been one discovered, but who knows? But there is another version with the National Diamond insert inside of it. Now, that's not as popular or recognized as Mark Jewelers, but it's still something that adds a little difference to a normally available book.
On one hand, Mark Jewelers would be sub 5% of the print run, distributed to military bases, many of which overseas. The National Diamond sales ad was part of like subscription service. You know, it was all over. They were in a lot of different books from the 70s and 80s. And the prices, Key Collector does some reporting. It indicates that there really isn't a upcharge for that ad. However, in the last like 2 decades, it's being reported that there are under 30 recorded sales of this book with that ad in place. So on one hand, buyers may not care. Collectors just may not look at it the same as a Mark Jeweler because it's not the same. But on the other hand, maybe because people don't know about it, it hasn't gotten the credit it deserves. You may have one in your Marvel Spotlight 5. Maybe it'll uptick. It took like into the last decade for people to respect Mark Jewelers.
I absolutely would pay more.
Let us know what you think in the comment section below, and of course.
Collect, feel, and gold, and keep responsibly.
Yo, Jeff, you threw your mic. It's the end of the video. We made it. We did it in the warehouse. Yo, I'm upgrading the studio. It's gonna be really cool. But this right here is the giveaway for this week. It's a null number 1. I'm gonna keep it in the bag. It's John Boy Myers. You don't need to see it. It's freaking beautiful. All you have to do is go to commentime.com, put your phone number in, and join our SMS or text message group. We do a randomizer and we pick you. That's the only
Here it
way
is,
to contact you.
350,000 plus comic book collection.
Have a great
Let's have a look.
Wow. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear is so much softer and way more absorbent.
Running your first 5K?
La 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 la. You didn't pay me to run your commercial, so I'm not.
Back to the Bags and Boards
Here we go.
podcast, number 76. Oh, do we have a show to do today? We're going to be answering a whole lot of questions. This guy, Golden Age Guru, and I bought a giant collection, possibly the biggest collection of our lifetimes. And this is the tell-all. We're getting into the specifics today, Jeff.
It's been asked about through every platform that we're on. What'd you pay for it? What's it worth? We're going to expose it all in this episode.
Hit the like, slap the subscribe. If you want to listen to us, we're available on SoundCloud, Spotify. I heard Stitcher is going under, but you can also just download the damn iTunes app. Give us a rating over on iTunes as well. That goes a long way. We do this podcast 2-3 times a month, and we're heading to San Diego Comic-Con next week, the largest comic book convention in the world.
Oh, man. My favorite convention.
What's your, like, what are you most excited about?
It's the same thing every time. It's the city because it embraces the convention to the way that it does. So
It
makes
really
your whole
does.
experience in that area that much more enjoyable because you're literally feeling embraced by not only the city, but all the attendees as well.
The comic fan, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's a convention that we've done many times together, and it's one of those things, like, no matter how late we stay up, we wake up early, and this guy's already woken up, and you're ready to go. You're like, I got to get to that convention as soon as they let anybody in there, because you're ready to hunt.
I mean, I absolutely am. Always. Every time. You got to get in there as early as possible because there's always opportunity. But the problem is it's so competitive. It's such a competitive environment. Our hobby is already so competitive. So you're always trying to seek out something that maybe somebody missed and didn't find yet. So that's always my goal. Plus, I'm setting up there this time. So I'll be set up at Silver Age Comics. I can't remember what booth number. Follow me on Instagram. Golden Age.
Actually have comic dealers at San Diego? I don't.
But yeah, man.
Last time I was there, they were hard
Going down
to
there,
find.
You know, we're going to be doing Whatnot.
Good to hear.
Gemmin's coming down, which is going to be cool. Davis Ryder's going to be there. Eris Quinones from Variant Comics is going to be there. We're all doing different streams. Whatnot Hero House is going to be lit. And I'm dropping our first official Ash Can for Crashdown. I want to remind everybody, Crashdown has been delayed till October. It will be featured in previews again. So if you missed out on ordering it, rest assured, you can still get a chance to support the comic book Fire Guy and I wrote, as well as Ben Templesmith, Living Horror Legend, all over the interiors. I am going to be releasing a Ariel Diaz Virgin variant while I'm there. And I'm hoping we get some support from the community, trying to hype Crashdown. And this delay wasn't because of anything bad. In fact, it was something really good. Whatnot likes it so much that they've expanded the series. We're talking like volume 2 next year.
Oh, that's super exciting, man. Super exciting. Plus, I love Ariel Diaz's work, by the way. So I'm excited to see what she spits out because every time I see it, it's not how I would have envisioned a cover. She just imagines some type of magical moment to place on a cover. So,
well, the community's seeing it on screen right now. Why don't you react to it? Because no one else has seen this. So what you're looking at is an Ariel Diaz cover with our main character, Allison Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, look, you clearly see this gorgeous female character and what seems to be a great suit design concept, and obviously tentacles. All right, the story's got tentacles, guys, and so you can just tell they're encroaching on her. The red, the green. I love it. I see a sci-fi feel. I see a horror vibe.
That's what we're going for, dude. All right, so there's a lot of big news in the comic industry. I would say one of the biggest things that took place this past week and over the last few months has been hype on a couple of books in particular. And I want you to guess why you would think these books would be trending as well as being considered so hot, especially considering both copies are down in the market from their heights, like a lot of books during this adjustment period that we're in. The two books are New Mutants 98 and Frank Miller, Wolverine #1.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming those two books are hot because of what is the greatest off-screen friendship there is in comic books, or just in cinema at all. Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. I mean, that's why we love those two books. It's because of the off-screen friendships.
Is that what it is? It's just like a special moment with these actors.
It is, and that's why we embrace those books. No other reason.
All right. Well, we know that Deadpool is going to be going up against Wolverine, being reprised by Hugh Jackman. Super stoked about that. But there's some other news that I'm curious if you've been caught up on. Ben Affleck has been spotted on the set, likely reprising his role as Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Hearing rumors about Jennifer Garner reprising her role as Elektra. I'm hypothesizing that we're getting
Secret Wars.
Deadpool versus the, dare I say, Marvel or Fox universe?
Secret Wars.
I don't even know what to assume for any of that other than I don't need to see Daredevil by Ben Affleck. I don't need to see Jennifer Garner Electric.
But what if Deadpool kills them? It's kind of like, you don't need to see it, but so we're just going to scrub it from existence.
Okay, so now that you've prefaced that, that would probably be the only reason I would like to see them on that screen, right? To just kind of wipe that away from existence by taking them out, because it wasn't. I mean, we can all agree. Excuse me, I don't want to say we can all agree, but for me,
we can all agree.
Okay, we can all agree. So, and I only say that mostly because there's better Daredevil and Elektra that I'd like to move forward with.
Well, in this last week, internet broke. We got to see Hugh Jackman, not just as Wolverine, not just next to Deadpool, but he's in his classic yellow costume. Now, I don't care if
B. Roman, are you in the house? Here's the pencil phase, bud. What do you think? Are we on to something? I'm figuring some smoke running down the background there to frame Brett Bean's signature. Make it part of the drawing. And then I should probably sign it somewhere in the smoke also. I'll make some smoke maybe down in here. And I'll sign it down in here. So follow the smoke and you'll find the signatures. How's that? Follow the smoke and find the creators. Anyway, back to Comic Tom, who's speculating on Deadpool killing old Marvel actors.
it's like ketchup and mustard looking. I don't care if their suits are very similar in their design, like Deadpool to Wolverine. The fact that we're getting a comic accurate representation of Logan has me so psyched. This is what we've wanted for so long.
Yeah, I just, the only reason I need to see Wolverine with Deadpool is because I like to think that Wolverine will somehow open up into some mutants. And that's what I want to see, more spoilers potentially into X-Men. And that's why I'm excited to see them. I'm always happy to see Hugh Jackman Wolverine back.
Should they be called X-Men nowadays?
To really do and have that character be replaced, but it's got to happen at some point. And I want to see more into X-Men.
Well, on that X-Men point, no confirmation yet, we're hearing rumors that we may see a reprisal of the former Fox mutants, like Halle Berry, Professor Xavier, who we did see in Doctor Strange. So who knows? But I want to know what the community thinks in the comment section below. Are you as hyped as people are getting? Because it clearly is a very mainstream, foundation shaking type of statement to make that we're going to get this version of Wolverine likely being the last time that Hugh Jackman will ever reprise.
Well, and if they really want to make this completely pop, a Wolverine Hulk introduction or verse in some fashion, something where they kind of have tempers fly or something is said just to tease the idea that there's maybe tension between the two. I think that would be next level exciting for fans.
Let me know what you think in the comment section below about this picture, about the video that has surfaced, the fighting. Super exciting stuff. Almost as exciting as it was acquiring this collection. And at certain points of this 300 plus thousand unit collection, I wouldn't even say it was exciting. I would say that it was almost sickening.
If you spent a dime a piece on a 350,000 comic collection, you spent 35 G's. That's doable.
Like pits in your stomach, anxiety driven, mental anguish. We were going crazy, Jeff. We almost didn't get this collection. This is how you lose a giant. We'll get to the pricing, but over $1 million collection.
Yeah. So that's a long journey to get to that. So let me break this down a little bit.
Maybe we just give them a little bit of a prelude here. We've already talked about this on the show, but to any new listeners, you got hit up by your dentist. Hey, there's somebody who's got a collection they inherited. I passed them your number. We were the first ones to see it. We'll get into that a little bit more today. But after that initial communication, the offers were initially made, that's when the chaos began.
Yeah, so for me to get from hearing first about this collection to actually finally seeing it and stressing out about getting there first, because that's the thing. I believe, some people think differently, that you want to be the first to look at a collection. Okay, some people want to be the last person. You don't know who the last person is, so you should, I think, always try to be at least the first.
Sure.
Okay, and make that first great impression. All right, and hopefully the first is the last. That, I think, should be your goal. All right, like I said, there's a lot of competition out there. So I would say it's at least 3+ weeks for me getting my initial email, making a phone call, to finally being able to schedule these people to look at this collection. All right, and then I had you come as well, so we can take a look at it together. Because from what I understood, there was an alleged amount of this book, of this collection, okay, which started off at like maybe 100,000, but by the time we got to see it, they had calculated at closer to 350,000 books we're going to look at. That's a lot of books. You cannot look at 350,000 books.
You can't price them.
Right. And so they've spent this entire time trying to organize it for us as best as possible, which is nice for people to do. Oh, man.
You don't get to advertise because you did not pay me, and so you don't get to advertise. Here we go.
Okay, but that did take extra time.
It was astounding. And there were parts of this process that I do want to share, and we'll get to about what we did that day, how we made a first good impression. I actually think that we did them a huge solid. They were very grateful. They trusted us immediately. You're letting people into your home that they inherited, and at first it was like they were there. They wanted to watch everything that we did, right? Because we got to prove ourselves. But we came prepared. We proved ourselves, and it got to the point where they were like going outside while we were just doing what we were there to do. And after we made the initial offer, we were waiting anxiously. What was going to happen? And we had a really good feeling that we were going to get it. But we were also concerned because there were going to be more people that were going to get involved. And then what would that look like in regards to the process over time? So I remember you letting me know that it wasn't looking good because you hadn't gotten updates yet.
We're jumping around a little bit here on how the story is going to go. This is what's going on. So if we're going to go down this path of telling it this way, this is what I'm going to say. The whole process was wrong because after we made our offer, they did mention they want to get a second opinion, which is totally understandable, and it was recommended to them by their real estate agent, who happened to know another comic person, Okay, so that made things a little bit more difficult, right? Because now their real estate agent is giving them advice. So it's somebody now meddling in the deal that you have already because of circumstance. All right. So that's the thing. You never know what's going to happen when time goes on.
The thing that started to happen was you started to lose your freaking mind. I can only say that much.
At some point, after being involved in it, okay, because it went from getting a second opinion to now there's 3 opinions. And these 3 opinions each are now involved in a bidding war. Okay, and that was interesting because every time I was always the one most aggressive. Like after seeing this collection, I was like, I'm winning it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I am getting this collection. All right. I'm going for it like 100%. And that's just because there was a lot of Golden Age stuff there and Silver Age, and whatever else was there was extra stuff, and I'll make it work. All right. But I knew I was all in on this collection. But I had to trust the process. That was the phrasing they love to use. Trust the process. But after, I swear to God, 10 weeks, this whole process, I mean, I was losing my mind a little bit. Like, is there really 2, 3 people I'm bidding against?
Can I tell them the whole private eye thing?
Oh man.
Okay, so I get this is a real story. I know Jeff's losing his mind. Every time I'm hanging out with him, we do stuff like this. We're doing the podcast, we're doing videos, I'm talking to him on the phone, and there'll be times that you just like drift off, or your phone rings and you're always alert, but you're like really alert. You're like, who is it? And you're oh, okay, it's this person. But you're waiting for any updates on this collection for weeks. There was a point that you called me and you're like, yo, I just need to talk to you real quick. And you said, yo, I just need you to tell me. This is a true story, Comic Fan. I need you to just tell me, is this crazy? I'm not sure if there's other people bidding on this or if they're lying. And I really want to know if there are people who it is. Because, like, you gotta imagine, this is an expensive collection. It's going to get up there in price if we don't know any information. We also don't know how to, like, talk to them. And I want to get into that whole thing. But on top of all of those things, what if you have, like, a heritage and, really deep pockets? Is this kind of, like, even worth fighting for? Like, these are all questions you're starting to think about. And you said, should I hire a private eye to see if we can spy to find out who shows up to view this collection? And then you took a breath.
That's not a bad
and then
idea.
you were like, I know that sounds crazy, but is it crazy? I just got to do something, man. I just got to do something because you knew that it was nuts, but you had to hear me tell you. You probably don't want to do that, Jeff.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I was losing it because it's like I said, I was involved longer than any of the other people who got involved, right? And then I'm always the highest bidder. And so it'd be like someone makes a bid, and then everyone has an opportunity to outbid that person. And then if that person outbid you, then everyone had an opportunity to raise it again. So this was a long process. Literally like 10 weeks I've been dealing with this, while everyone else is dealing for like 3 to 4 weeks maybe.
So there's 2 ways that this could have gone down. The ideal way is we go in there, we make a great offer, we take care of business, and maybe they facilitate a second offer, a third offer, and then they kind of stand back and go, hey, we're going to go with the people that we want to go with. The other route is a bidding war. Trust the process, meaning let's see how much we can squeeze out of the top bidder. Like squeeze it dry.
Yes and no. And I'll say it this way. No, I do respect the people who were selling this collection. They were just doing their due diligence. They wanted to be fair. They were extremely nice people, okay? And they didn't know what they had. So for them, it made sense to have other people bid on it, which totally I get. I came in and I knew, and I think I told you this too, like there's no way we're getting this. No matter what we say number-wise, there's no way we're getting this.
Yeah, you said that, but then at the same time, for every time you said that, you said 2 other times, but what if we can get it? We got to try to get it.
Yes.
Like you were really, really
Right.
hungry, but you're also like, I think probably telling yourself that you need to be chill because it's not going to probably happen.
It's not right. And you and I were talking, we were like, okay, well, maybe I'll say this number, and then you come in and be like, well, if it helps seal the deal to help my buddy get this collection, I'll throw an extra whatever at it just to see if that would help get emotion. But you didn't get a reaction. So it was just like, okay, so come with a semi-decent number right now, all right, and let's just start this process. And that number I came with was $50,000 more than the other people who offered it. All right, and I thought I was in a great place, but no, that left them the opportunity to use that and leverage it against me and see if anybody else would want to beat that number.
For months.
For another 8 weeks probably after that. So it's like, it's a little frustrating because that kind of put me in a situation like, oh no, now we're in a bidding war, the bidding is my own number, and it just kept going. But I get it. Now the thing that threw me for a loop was talking to friends, and that's kind of where you got to be careful, okay? Like you don't want to talk too much because if you talk too much, especially for a local collection, it gets out. The less people that know, the better. My concern was that Heritage would sneak in, Comic Connect would sneak in, because the second I know they're involved, it's done. I've lost it. It's going to be more like, we'll take each book, we'll sell it for you, and give you the money. Okay, and it's so
They can make the deal however they want to seal it because there was so much inventory. You know, they can say, hey, we won't give you any fees on this Sensation 1, but we'll give you, a benefit somewhere else where we make money. And it's like they have more options because they're just a giant company.
right, and they don't have to really put any money out.
No, they can lose money if they really want to. They can do it all for the marketing.
Yeah, they'll just make their promise to them, and then they'll just take it all away.
And it doesn't mean that they're going to actually make more money on the back, like on the bottom line as far as these sellers.
It's a better option if you're looking for a huge collection. Okay, you can either sell it privately to somebody and get it all done, or you send it to an auction house, and this large of a collection will take, for them, I mean, they probably wouldn't even want all of it, to be honest. They would take all of it, they'll parcel it out, and it'll take 2 years plus. Right. So you either get all your money up front now, and then you take that money and you make it work for you and investments and all that, or you wait, you get a small thing up front, and then you get money 2 years down the road in little chunks. Okay, so that's the positive and negatives of doing an auction house with a huge collection, okay, and we're selling it privately. I did not think they were involved, but the longer it took to deal with this every day that it's out there information with 2 other people, the more I got concerned that someone else is going to step in.
So you're listening to friends, and what were they telling you that was making the process possibly go in a way that wasn't to our benefit? Because keep in mind, Comic Fam, I'm an investor in this, and I helped throughout the entire process from the initial day to like removing all of the inventory and everything. But Jeff is the main investor in this, and you're the main point of contact. How did your friends affect your business dealing, and how did that possibly hurt the deal and make it so you almost didn't secure it?
For this collection, and I've had a lot of experiences buying collections and losing collections, and generally it's because you're not aggressive enough. But like I'm a good judge of character, and we've met these people. We spent all day with them. Okay, so thought I had a good vibe, but as the time went on, and I was talking to friends, they were like, "No, you gotta seal this. There's probably nobody else. They're just jacking you around." All right, and I'm talking to friends. I was like, "No, I don't really feel that's the way. What's happening?" Because the number keeps getting bigger, and you keep going. You're feeling like, "Am I just outbidding myself?" Okay, and I'm just like, "I don't know." I started doubting, right? And they were consistent. It was like, trust the process. We're just doing this all the way through. I was like, "I want to trust them." And this little voice on my shoulder was like, "Don't trust that. Don't trust that." And I'm like, and then so I got to this point where I was like, trying to end it sooner. So I was being more aggressive. Like, listen, I am your buyer. I promise you, I will offer you more. I am your buyer. Okay.
Brought to you by Apple Card. This summer, earn daily.
Oh no, nobody advertises on my stream, folks, without me paying me. Without someone paying me. All right, all right. Ooh, another commercial. Ooh, we don't like this. And it's a long commercial too. Oof. And now we're going to continue the sale of this
multiple numbers.
collection.
Okay. And then they gave me a call.
Hmm.
Okay. And at one point, and I was driving home. It was late. It wasn't that late, but it was dark already. I had my kids in the car, and they called me, and they're like, "Hey, Jeff, you are the highest number, but we're gonna go with bidder B." And I was like, "Whoa, wow, what's going on here? Like, why am I the highest and I'm out?" Okay. And I pull the car over, okay, safely, of course. I get out. And for the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes, I'm having a conversation with them, trying to just understand. And they're expressing to me like, we just didn't like your manner of the way you're dealing and the way you're talking and how you're trying to rush us through this process and da 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 da. And I get it, and it hit me then. I was like, God damn it. I knew I should just trusted myself and just gone through the process. And now I'm having to backpedal, explain that like I've been involved in this for 10 plus weeks. Okay, so apologizing, excuse me if I'm being a little more aggressive. That wasn't my plan, but I strongly believe that I am your best buyer and I will, give you the best number. And so as my kids are sitting in the car and I'm pacing for 30, 40 minutes here,
they're both in the car this entire time.
They're both in the car the entire time. Thank God they have cell phones because they tried to get me to stop, but like, Dad, what are we doing? Hey, I want to go.
Dude, they're gonna like grow up and be like, yeah, I just remember being with Dad, and he just would pull the car over and start freaking out about comic books, like just pacing on the side of the road.
Yeah, I was just trying to be sincere and express to them like I've been stuck in this for 10 plus weeks at least. So these people have been part of it like 4 weeks, so they're not as like emotionally drained, have gone through this long turmoil, this odyssey with them. Okay, and I just, like I said, I realized that I shouldn't listen to my friends. I should listen to my gut. And then by the end of it, so it isn't really the husband's family that's collecting it; it's the wife. So he's having the conversation with me, breaking the news to me. And I think he's the in between because for her it might have been a little too difficult to just be more biased or whatnot. But he told me he would call me back, okay? And he's like, all right, let me talk to her and see how she feels. Okay, I listen, I hear what you're saying, Jeff, and I understand. Give me a moment, I'm gonna go talk to her. We hang up. And at this point, I was like, okay, I'm gonna drive somewhere else. Okay, I can't make it home, but I'm gonna go somewhere where it's more open and then leave the kids in the car again. Oh my God, I get another phone call and I have to wait for this phone call. I don't want to miss it. I'm in an area where I might not get phone reception. Okay, so I stop literally right before that line. It's my neighborhood. I know exactly where I'm going to drop a call and I don't want to miss it because if I miss it, maybe they'll be like, oh, I'll leave a voicemail and then I'll just drop them and it'll be easy. But if I have to talk to them, maybe it's not as easy to say no. So I park somewhere safer and I'm getting out of my car again. It's a beautiful night. All right, I'm walking around. Kids are stuck again for another 20 plus minutes in the car. All right, I get a phone call. And they give me their blessing again and say, okay, Jeff, we will let you back in, but please stop it with the pressure. Okay. And I said, absolutely. I'm going to trust the process and go through it. Okay, so this whole thing, from getting the first phone call, you're out, to now you're back in, is probably an hour. Okay, so I literally almost lost this collection because I didn't trust myself and I was listening to other people. Okay, and thank God I got back in because that next bid I made was the final winning bid.
Damn, comic fam. All right, so we're gonna keep talking about this collection, but I do want to show off something that you brought to me today from the collection. This is like something that I get. I haven't been an investor, and it is a Batman Harley Quinn. This is the classic Alex Ross Joker Harley cover, and I was surprised, but you actually took what would end up being a 9.8 copy and sending it to get signed by Alex Ross and surprising me today. So I have a brand new first Harley and ongoing DC continuity 9.8 sign by one of the best artists of all time, Alex Ross.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had.
Thank you.
You're welcome, bro. I mean, come on. Like you said, Alex Ross, a legend, a living legend, if you ask me right now. Okay, classic cover, and we were fortunate enough to have 9 of these in the collection.
Yes, this collection was filled with a lot of goodies. Maybe you can actually grab one book that you brought from your short just to show off a little bit before we get into the next part of this story, because I know there's that punch 12 in there.
Yeah, I mean, you knew I brought some Golden Age this time around, of course.
So we were going through stacks of books. We're gonna take a couple steps back now because we're kind of a Quentin Tarantino style podcast here today. The first time we got together with the collection, the majority of the time was actually spent on just the goal. And I want to get into how we assessed the collection, how we built the trust that was a little bit fractured, but then also built stronger for us to actually be able to come out winning the collection. So that shows you that all that work prior saved us long term, in my opinion. So we're going through the Golden Age books, and there's a lot of them that are like organized and sorted, but there's a bunch that weren't. And going through a bunch of they're expensive books, some of them are a little bit cheaper gold. There was a not bagged and boarded Punch 12 just sitting on top. It made us both stop in our tracks and grin.
Yeah, it was kind of a little bit of a shocker and a little bit of amazement watching them as they told us when we got there, do you guys want to see the stuff that was in the safe? And so the stuff in the safe was Golden Age. And I was like, absolutely. So we're upstairs, and this lady, who's probably in her mid-70s, is carrying up stacks of Golden Age books up and down, like just coming up with another rotation and filling this table. And I was like, what's this in? Because it just keeps going. And as we're flipping through them, a lot of it's in order already. And you're seeing some runs of titles, okay? You're not sure what's complete, what's not. But then there's more miscellaneous stuff, okay? Like military comics, Blackhawks, Dynamic comics,
Boy Commandos,
Punch comics. It's just on and on, okay? And some of that stuff just seems out of the norm, okay? Because he seemed to be a run collector. So one of those books, which stuck out because there was not a lot of horror stuff in this, if of most any, there just wasn't. It was mostly superhero books.
That's a good point. There was no like Tales from the Crypt or anything.
I don't know if he just stopped collecting, but there wasn't anything really from the 50s. You know, there was no EC stuff at all. So it was just weird to see this book, Punch Comics, which is a great book to see because you're just flipping and like, whoa, it punches you, literally punches you in the face. Sure. All right, so Punch Comics, classic cover. All right, Gus Ricca is the artist. He did a lot of Chesler works, so Punch, Dynamic. He's got a lot of classics. Probably not discussed enough, this artist, but an absolutely unbelievable book. And I don't know, I mean, it's got great eye appeal, good colors. It does have a piece of tape along the spine, but you know, I'd say it's probably around a 3.5. You know, give it a press. If I can get that tape off, 3.5. You know, I don't know if we can hit a 4.
What's the value of this book around that grade right now? Because it's still performing very well. This is a very wanted Golden Age book.
Oh yeah, that book is near $10,000 a point, so I'd say it's about a $30,000 book right now, give or take.
Yeah, it definitely felt strange, like just flipping through comics and this just like, sitting right in the middle. So now let's chat about how you seal a deal, because I wanted to organize this so you guys can hear the part about how it almost went south, so that we can then come back to why that was actually manageable and fixed. And I think it began with how we approached the collection and how we dealt with it right in the beginning. So the Golden Age comics were actually what we were focused on because, yes, there's a lot of silver, bronze, and a crap ton of modern. Graphic novels, you know, there was posters and there's a couple statues, you know, they had omnibus, like he was buying everything. Well, the gold was where the bulk of the money was going to be when you really look at the whole thing in its entirety. So we figured if we can go over there, see the collection, and spend as much time as we can, build the relationship, and do them right, maybe this will put us in a good position to possibly get the collection. And some of the things that you thought of that I appreciate, because I've never been part of a deal to this capacity. What we did is we actually pulled a few different runs. We took some of the biggest runs, for example, Batman, in which there was a number 2 up. And
wow.
then we also picked
Holy
some
shit.
of the cheaper runs, Boy Commandos, for example. We had a few of them there, and then we did a double grade side by side of each book and wrote them all down so that we can then go have some beers for an hour and a half and price them all. So we couldn't physically go through every single book, but what we could do is give them a range and say, hey, we are all aware of what's going to be the most expensive ones, the ones that you actually know, such as these books, right? And then here's some of the cheaper ones, and then we can give them a approximation on the grade because they didn't know what grade it was. It's partially why they wanted people there to figure this out for them. Well, you had a great idea. You brought graded books to show them, and we had graded examples on the table while we were doing the job that they also had to watch for hours and know if they were going to do this, this is what the process looks like, and it's painstaking.
Yeah, trust is a big thing. When you're coming into something, especially when it's part of a family or an estate, and they know they have value there, it's important that you come in there giving them some type of education too. Listen, my job isn't to over-educate. Like, that's on you. You're going to try to sell something, you try to put in the education. I put in a lifetime education, basically.
Dude, people have paid you to go and do assessments.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for a very, very long time. I've gathered all this knowledge. You can go do some of your own, all right? But for grading, that's a tough one, right? So here, I'd like to bring visual examples because a lot of people will overgrade their own books, right? So you kind of come in here with a little bit of
Come on, baby.
an equal playing field. This is what a 2.5 looks like. This is what a 4.5. This is what a 6.5, 8.5. Okay, and so we laid those out for them. Of course, they were all Hope 181s. The same book, right?
It has to be, so they can
All the same
compare.
book. Right. So, if you want your own kind of like kit, traveling kit, if you feel like there's some markers there you can put up the same book and be like, hey, here's 4 examples. This gives us all a great idea. So we did that.
To your point, what most people do when they start pricing books, they go, oh, I have a book that's a key. They figure out it's a key. And then they see what a 9.2 is because they pull it up on eBay. And then all of a sudden, there's this number that's not correct. It's like you put a different book in front of the person. But to them, they see that and go, well, if you extrapolate that with these, oh my gosh, I'm overwhelmed and I'm more excited than I should be.
It's true. Yeah, people can run with it in the wrong direction. And that also kind of helps ground them a little bit as well. Right. So when we were doing this whole process, because it is literally an all-day process with that many books, we had to get them feeling comfortable. So we graded literally Batman 2 through 100. All right. And as I'm doing that, it's also giving me an understanding of the quality of books there. So there were restored books there.
That's like the first big risk that we realized that we were in with this is like, yeah, we have a Batman 2, but if it's restored, and they were looking at all these other books, like we have to literally flip through every single page because that's what it was like.
Right, and restoration has got a variable to it, right? So it's like I'm looking at it as restored. I was like, I don't have time here to check if it's trimmed. I don't have time here to see if the staples replaced. I see color touch restored, move on, okay? And you just write that all down, and you realize, okay, so there's a Sensation run, there's a Wonder Woman run, there's a Detective run. This guy didn't buy these off the rack. He had amassed this collection. So you just know that there's going to be highs and real lows. All right, and those real lows can really hurt if there's a bunch of them, especially on certain books. But like you said, we took a notebook, we wrote it all down, had lunch, priced it all out. We came out with an average price just for that run, and then titles have steep fall-offs, right? I mean, Batman is going to be one of the better runs there, and then you have, like you said, others like Boy Commandos to offset that. So we got our number together, and that kind of gave us a starting point to talk.
And they had no idea where they were going to be. There was no number they shared. They wouldn't share a number. It was to the point where it's like we knew we shouldn't even be asking because they were very much in a position of we wanted to see what you guys are going to do. They were completely new at this.
From the instance that I saw those Golden Age books, I was like, okay, we gotta have to get this collection. It's too special to not want to get. And then going through that whole pricing process, but also realizing that they didn't have a number in their head, and knowing that no matter what I said, it wouldn't matter. Right? It's such a weird place to be in. Okay, that's part of being first too. Okay, but again, I still strongly recommend being the first to a collection instead of the last, because sometimes first is last, right? You want to be there. But like you said, that relationship is important when you're trying to get something valuable from somebody.
So that right there is the biggest takeaway from the experience that I had is that you got to handle every part of the process right, but especially upon introduction. And then also, you kind of got to keep your cool, but also realize there are factors at play that may make you regret being as chill and as cool about it, because there was a position that you were clearly in that you could have been being taken advantage of. That's how it actually happened. So now we're back to the bidding war. This is happening. They said no to the first offer because they got second offer, and then they got a third offer, and then we realized, okay, you're still in the running, and it was looking good. I want to take you back to Rose City. Do you remember that?
Yeah, vaguely. That was a low.
So this is like the heart of coming out of the convention scene. I'm doing a bunch of stuff on Whatnot, and I'm trying to like throw my account on there. Link in the description. Give me a follow. You get a $10 credit after your first $10 purchase or more, and you support the show. But you get like more funny books. It's really cool. So I was planning to do a bunch of conventions that year. Just got done doing a convention, and then we were heading to Portland because it's what conventions local. You know, we can drive. There's a couple hours, 3 hours. So I have a couple exclusives. Parent Heavens is with me. We also have Fire Guy Ryan was there. My dad came down. You drove down, and we brought books. And we're just doing some chill streams. It wasn't a big convention, so this wasn't like a trip. It's not gonna be like San Diego, for example. But you know, we invested a little bit to be there and wanted to make a splash on the app, so we took the time. Ben Templesmith was down there. That's actually where I had probably my first like real meeting about Crash Down. So it was a very memorable convention. So keep this in mind. We all drove down multiple hours. We paid for hotel. We're at the convention. We're there for like 3 days. But here's the thing. You tell me before you even get in the car. And by the way, this guy was miserable, regardless of if you were playing it chill. That didn't solve the anxiety you were experiencing. You were waiting for that call to just kick you back out of the running. You were waiting to find out that it's been sold, right? You were in this limbo. And you were very bothered, my friend. I don't think I've ever seen you be. Actually, I have. And it's a conversation for another day. But there was as far as comics are concerned, because you've been through some stuff in the last year. But as far as the comics are concerned, it was clearly like something was off with you. You were perturbed. You were irritated. You were short. You're not typically like that, man. You're typically a ball of energy. You're typically keeping up with me, right? So you tell me, yeah, man, I'm gonna go. I don't know if I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to Rose City. But you told me, here's the thing, Tom. If we get a call this weekend at any point that this collection is now fair game and we can go get it and that the deal is cleared, because this is like the heart of it. Like you're waiting for that call, which you wouldn't even get that weekend, but we didn't know at the time. You said, I need everybody here to get in their car and freaking leave. We need to drive back, not just to where we're going 3 hours away, but an additional hour and a half to where the collection is. Figure out how we can get the U-Hauls and start the process immediately. So I have the convention weight on my shoulders. We have people here helping. We're paying to be here. We got exclusives invested. And I'm over here going, yep, 100%, Joe. If you tell me, Tom, we need to go, and I'm in the middle of a conversation with a creator, I'm on a Whatnot stream, I told you, I'll turn it off. And we'll get in the car and we'll go and secure it. Because I knew how important it was.
Yeah, this was a major milestone for us to get, to capture. If it was finally ours, okay? So, and of course, it wasn't that weekend, but I didn't know. And it's true, I didn't want to stream.
That's right. You were canceling streams. You're like, I have a live show I was gonna do, but I just can't bear myself. It's like it was a death in the family or something, dude. Yeah, Jason Todd, what's going on? Dude?
I sat there in one stream. I was like, this is too painful. Like, I'm just gonna hang out, dark room, leave me alone.
That's right. We're like, what's Jeff doing? He's just out in the lobby drinking a martini. Dude, you were so upset. And how many times did you complain that weekend to people about what was going on?
I don't know how much I talked about it or not.
You were so better. Sour, dude. It was so funny.
I was in a headspace, okay? And, it continued for a while. Like I said, the process was very long for me. But, yes, you're right. That Portland con, yeah, I mean, I'm sure you on the receiving end of seeing me is definitely a little darker, okay? Because in my head, I was just like, I was calling. Every time a call came, I was just hoping it would be more information or we can just come and grab it because I want to get it immediately. Because, again, you just never know what's going to happen.
It's already almost been taken from you, a few times for whatever reasons, and the price was going up. Like, there's so much at play here. But I do want to emphasize there were so many different versions of Jeff that I was experiencing throughout this process. When you found out at San Diego that there was a realistic opportunity that these books exist and that you were going to be able to see them, you were so hyped, man. You were like, giddy. You were showing me a picture because there's only a couple books in the picture. You were telling me about this dentist and how this all happened. And I'm like, oh wow, this guy just he probably found the biggest collection find. Like, this is what Jeff looks like when he's super, super excited. It was like you're getting married or something.
I was excited to see a new collection because there were some cool books, right? But man, after seeing the collection, that's when it just really hit me. because they didn't really have a full grasp. They just said they had some Golden Age books, and they just randomly sent some good ones. Okay, and I was like, wow, these are just random pictures, and you guys don't know what you have. And I was like, okay, that's exciting. Okay, let's go. And it took another couple of weeks to coordinate with them.
Can you do me a favor?
What's that?
I want to see another comic book from this damn collection. What do you got?
Okay,
Pull
let me
it
show-
out.
let me
I
show
don't
you
know.
two.
I haven't seen a lot of these books since we acquired them. So I told you at the very beginning, because I didn't really know how we are going to work this deal out. I just knew, okay, I'm just going to shove money your way, and I'm going to be part of it. But yo, these books, like I do deal in gold sometimes, but these books are just not things that I feel comfortable dealing with. Like even if I were to have acquired this collection, let's say just the gold by myself, because hey, I wished on a star and it happened, and it just fell in my lap. Something happened. I have these books. You'd be the first person I call and say, hey, I need you to take these from me. I shouldn't be the ones handling these, because there's so many things to consider with gold, and there's so much money potential, but also so much loss potential that I was out of my experience. It was out of range of what I knew my expertise was. So it was really easy to be like, yeah, you're gonna end up with the punch 12. That's totally fine to anybody who's wondering. But what are you bringing to the table today?
I got these two guys, and they go hand in hand.
Of course,
And
I got the detective.
Well, I would say one of the most exciting things for me is like bringing you to this and going through Golden Age books like that.
You told me a few times, you're like, I do appreciate those moments, because it's actually some of the moments I remember more than others. But you made sure to point out, you're like, you do see that you're going through a Batman 2 right now, right? Like recognize what's happening right now. Like this doesn't happen to people.
Mhm.
People don't get to just stumble upon Golden Age Americana like this. And it was really special, especially finding this book that I'm holding here, first appearance of the damn Scarecrow,
No,
Detective Comics 73.
nope, not the
Nice.
first.
Oh,
The first is why I
Return.
gave you that other one.
oh, you're right.
Yeah, that's the
First cover. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Comic Fam, I just made a horrible mistake. This is why I can't deal in gold. So this is Detective Comics 73, first cover appearance of the Scarecrow. You would think it's the first one because he's prominent on there, but you know what? It says it on the
It
cover.
says return.
Return of the Scarecrow in a brand new story. This is by popular demand. Clearly, people want the Scarecrow because they read his first appearance in World's Finest, issue number 3. We have the classic
Cool.
Batman, Robin,
That's some
Superman
cool stuff.
playing
Very
baseball
cool.
cover. And this is a thick book and talk about how tough these are.
So the World's Finest started off with World's Best, issue 1, and then became World's Finest.
Issue 2, the name change.
Yeah,
name
very
change.
difficult to
And
find
these are
World's
square
Finest.
bound up to,
Yeah.
This is 96 pages on this one.
Yeah, so let's just say it's square bound to around issue 15 or give or take.
Golden Age books are thick, but when they're square bound, they feel like a graphic novel, like a Death of Captain Marvel style graphic novel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, generally the standard Golden Age books like 58 to 64 pages, just depending on the time frame and what title. That was 96, and it's a glued wrap. Okay, so the problem with that is that it separates a lot of the times from the book. So you have a nice presenting square bound like that, but then you have it like it's like a
removes
slip
the
cover,
Cracks open.
right? But that one is as attached. It's a nice copy. First appearance of Scarecrow. Unfortunately, he wasn't on the cover. DC was pretty good at not putting first appearances on their covers, unfortunately. If number 73's cover was on World's Finest Comics number 3, oh my god, that book would be probably 3 times its value. And it's an expensive book. They both are, actually. Bill Finger did the one over there on the Detective Comics 73. It's an absolutely outstanding cover.
You have Scarecrow, and he's on top of a treasure, a mound of
Bill
gold
Finger,
and
is not an
jewels
artist,
and
is he?
coins, and Robin is trying to escape because he's just like being buried in it. You got Batman lunging at him. It's fantastic. It's vibrant. The colors, I can't even describe. Like, this is the kind of thing that when you hold it, even if it is like, it's a beautiful book. This is pretty high grade considering. It still shines. Like, I can imagine this on a newsstand. Like, it retained its colors and somehow was protected by sunlight since it debuted.
I gotta find out.
Yeah, it's a nice copy. I'm excited to add this.
What are your projections on approximate value? You don't have to grade. It's tough to grade these things in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, just looking at it, I think this is an easy 6.5. Easy. This could look, depending on what's happening here on the left, this could be a could be an 80 copy plus. I mean, it's a stunner. I'm just not sure what's going on right here. So that's why I'll say it's an easy 6.5. And in the world's finest, because it's a square bound, it does get a little bit of a leeway on the grading.
Yeah,
It needs a
that's
press.
what I thought.
This could also be a
Bob
6.
Kane and Jerry Robinson cover. Bill Finger,
So,
not
out of your hands.
not really an artist.
Between
He's
them both,
writer,
give me a guess.
Yeah, if I had to
co-creator
guess,
of Batman,
this is
Robin,
probably,
and the Joker.
let's just say 40,000. Maybe on the, give or take 5.
That's a lot of cheddar. You gotta find the buyer. There could be restoration, etc. Obviously you're screening these books, doing your best to prevent dealing with those in the ways that you would red market copy or standard copy rather.
And these are some of the highlights, right? Because you gotta show the highlights. There's definitely a lot of low lights in this collection, but there's just a couple ones that you just love to see in any fashion.
How much did this cost? We had a table with some short boxes filled with a lot of different golds. Captain America, Sensation,
Oh, shit.
a few of them. And about how many Golden Age comics were there? There were hundreds, but it wasn't thousands. It was hundreds of Golden Age books. Then we had different eras that were pretty much separated by room and closets and bathroom space. Like the entire house was overtaken by both comics and records, because he also collected records and stamps as well. We didn't actually
And
get
clothing and shoes.
and a lot of things that he should have just thrown out a long time ago. Same story of many of these types of collections, many collectors. So there was like a Silver Age room, and there were a lot of Silver Age blue chip keys, but not all Silver Age blue chip keys. We didn't get a FF1 or anything like that, or Amazing Fantasy 15. We looked, but there was a Daredevil. There was a ASM one, for example, and there was a lot of like near complete runs, especially after some of the big keys. And you go into like the closets, and there'd be like Bronze Age, and that's where his spec really started. I think that's actually when he was starting able to do the ordering himself rather than just kind of hunting for it. Because as you mentioned, some of these books were low grade, but then some were high grade. It's like he wasn't getting these monthly, especially the gold. Silver, I think it was the same thing up until a certain point, because you get to like a more Bronze Age stuff, and then you can see the consistency. But Bronze Age was when he started specking, because the closet was filled with 30 copies of Shazam 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 30 copies of Atlas comic books. We saw pretty much every major Atlas number one, to the extent of like 15 to 30 copies a piece.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
When we say Atlas, we don't mean like the 50s Atlas.
No, not
No,
the Atlas you want,
70s.
comic
Yeah.
No.
This is the Atlas you don't want, like Brute, or like.
Yeah, we're in the Bronze Age. Yeah, we're talking like Conan 232.
Yes, you're right, because there was a closet, and it was just stuffed in bags of 30, 40 copies. So he did start there, and then he stopped, and I don't know, it's just such an interesting history of books, and that you want to understand what the thought process was there. But unfortunately, we couldn't. He was very meticulous about keeping notes. I mean, he had ledgers and ledgers, very neatly written.
Oh, and they were everywhere. We actually found ledgers in stacks in the garage, in stacks in random rooms. And I suspect that the owners didn't really know what they were dealing with, because there'd be posters in between them and cards in between. But what it was a like handwritten ledger. And do you remember? Some of these ledgers were on Nova paper.
Right.
Some of these ledgers were on the backs of things like pizza boxes. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Right. The Giorno boxes that had,
Why?
like, just for the sake of the example, Conan 1, 2, 3, 4, with like check boxes and like, oh, I don't have this one. Like some serious comic collecting stuff. Like we've all made these lists, before Key Collector and etc. And having a notes function on your phone. But he was doing accounting on everything, at least until it got probably out of control, because there were some boxes that clearly didn't even open at a certain point. Because the Bronze Age is when the specs started, because he was acquiring multiple copies clearly on order. But then as you get to the modern, well, there's so many comics that were coming out that he was just going, hey, I'll take 25 copies of Gambit number 3, and I'll take 25 copies of X-Men number 3. And whatever the stuff was in those months, yeah, we'd have a box of what could be 100 comic books, but there were only 5 comic books in there. There just multiple copies of it. All that you would have a hard time selling at a quarter a piece.
Yeah, that was a lot of. I would say at 350,000 comics, I only want to deal with
50?
50 maybe.
My guess was you were going to say 50.
300,000 of that.
50,000. That's still a lot.
You know, because then you got to back order to, and you got to find a way to get rid of it. And who wants 25 copies of, like you said, a Gambit 3 or a Cable 64? You know, just like, oh my God. So it's interesting, right? You have highs and lows, and that's where you have to navigate. Plus, at the time, we're looking at a market that's been declining.
Well, that's a really good point. We are literally at the start of books starting to go cheap. And we're going, dang, that book is going for 500 and less multiple times in the last 2 weeks. Like, should we buy these books? Like, what's going on? Oh, snap. Multiple books are kind of adjusting right now. And this is literally as you're waiting to, if you're putting in bids, and we're watching this go up, up, and up. We're watching the market go down, down, down. Are we making a huge mistake here? And we were having these conversations. So much to the point that when we acquired the books, and by the time that they were actually housed, and you know, we moved it, we got it, we paid the bills, all that stuff. You and I stood back and went, all the urgency that we felt, it was just non-existent. The market has changed. Now we should take our time. And we're in July this year, and we have only gone through much of the collection.
It's almost a year since I got notified of that. San Diego's next week.
Yeah.
Right? So it'll be a year since San Diego.
So comic dealers that do this professionally, dealing with this inventory, you mentioned, well, if they were to do it themselves, maybe 2 years worth of a grind, and that's with like a company's help. So we're in year one after acquiring it and being out of the money.
I've only gone through 40% of this collection.
Yeah, and we've done multiple days together going through. Because, like, yo, we'll go through a box, and yeah, there'll be some easy boxes to get through, multiple copies. But there'll be some boxes where it's like independent, and there's 200 different independent comic books, none except for one worth money.
Yeah, I found a Crow 4 in a pile of whatever. Okay, like it's just whatever came out that has no value or no even market to it because people just aren't even looking for it or wanting it.
So much porn, comic fam. And here's the thing: the funny part about the porn, which like buy whatever you know. I love all comics, and I don't judge people for whatever they buy. You can get whatever you want at your LCS, you know. But the thing that was surprising was the gamut of porn style, because we had the anime stuff, we had the cartoon stuff, we had the extreme stuff, like the hardcore 90s stuff, like Glenn Danzig stuff. Some of you know what I'm talking about. So we're going like, yeah, we want to try to like separate out what we got, and it's like you'd see a cover and be like, oh, that actually looks like it could be cool. Oh, it's like that. Okay, well that goes in this other box. And yo, we had boxes.
So much for hiring my daughter's team friends to help look this collection.
They can't do it.
Can't do it.
You
I
can't.
can't like hire a child to look through these books because
That's true.
It's so vulgar. So when we say the guy bought everything on the stand, he bought everything. Now they weren't considered investments, but he wanted to be in on it with a copy. Yep. So and he was buying this off from Mile High. So well, yeah.
We should talk about Mile High too. I don't think we even gotten to that.
I'm assuming he got these all from Mile High because I'm sure Mile High in
we know
mid-late 80s too, or
at least the earlier ones could be. Likely it was the earlier ones, but we know as soon as it hit the late 80s, early 90s, we have these boxes in the garage that we're talking about. This is separate from the silver, the bronze, etc. These boxes came from a store, and we know they came from a store because they're in diamond style boxes. They're all white. They all have dates on them, and they all have shipping labels that came from Mile High. But here's the thing that was extra exciting, because we would go through these, and I want to get to like the actual acquiring of the books. And we're going to get to the price here and what we paid here in a second. We're hanging tight here. But these boxes, when we were transporting them, we had to go through them, and we'll get to why. You know, we weren't just get them out type of mentality. We had to get them out. We also had to see as much as we could, because we're probably not. It's been over a year. It's going on a year now that this whole process started. We've had it for over 6 months, and there's boxes at the bottom of this hill of comic books, for lack of a better analogy. So, in these white boxes, in some of them, I would find notes from Chuck Rosansky, the owner of Mile High Comics, and it would say things in there like, I'm forgetting what's the former owner's name. You remember?
It's Larry.
So Larry, what we would find in some of these boxes are personal letters from Chuck, which I hope to actually like bring to him one day. I think it would be cool to actually see him at a convention and say, hey, this is one of your biggest clients over the last couple decades, and this is a letter from you. And I just let him know. Larry never read those letters because they were still in the boxes. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't say that. But the note would be along the lines of, dear Larry, sorry about the mistake. We missed putting in 25 copies of X-Force 4 in your box. Expect that in September. Keeping him up to date, doing some really good customer service, because this is clearly one of his biggest clients possibly to date. This gentleman was buying a lot of comic books. What would you expect that bill monthly based off of the amount of boxes he was getting monthly?
Let's just start with what I thought was the highest purchase peak for him, which I think would be like 1993.
Which is like the heart
Yeah,
of
that's
the
the peak.
90s market.
The
Like, this is when
peak.
things are booming.
Boom, yeah.
I think he kept that pace for a good 5 years, at least. So he probably bought, had to be like, I can't imagine him buying less than 400 to 500 comics a month.
A month.
At least.
That would be like upwards of $1,000+ a month, easy.
I think so. I really do.
Plus shipping and always doing it every single month, and some months adding a whole box because, hey, there's a new number one. They maybe went heavy because remember, some of those multiples, they weren't all 25. Sometimes they were 50.
Dark Hawk 1, or like the first issue, he really went heavy on some of that stuff. But yeah, you're right. I just can't even imagine. I mean, it can't even be more than $1,000. I mean, I'm just thinking about the quantity that I'm seeing every month. 20, like how many different titles and issues were there back then? I know there were less than there are now, but a minimum of 25 of everything that was Marvel put out.
It's a lot of books, and some were DC too.
Yeah, that's just the Marvel. I mean, it was DC too,
and then Indie, and then the Porn Comics. So now we'll get to what they've been waiting for. This entire collection, which, by the way, the cost to acquire it had costs. You know what I mean? Like,
sure,
we had to pay to get the books.
To store it.
But then we had to pay to transport them.
To transport, store it.
And then there's our time, and we couldn't do this ourselves.
We definitely have to talk about how the transporting went, because that was a process and a half. It was a team effort.
It was crazy, dude.
It was.
It's been a while since I worked out.
Yeah. But let's talk about the price. So the price of cost to get into this collection was $350,000.
Oh Jesus!
Over $250,000, comic fam. That's how you deal in comic books. This stature.
And before I even had this collection, I sold personal books to help finance this thing. So I was like, I am getting this. I'm emotionally invested in it. But the real trippy thing is, if you've watched this whole video and you've listened to this whole process, how I discussed that I was going to be their buyer, I offered more money than that, by quite a bit, to just end this process and buy it. But they wanted to, like I said, stick to the process.
So surprisingly, they held to their word.
Yep.
And they have clearly a good conscience, because what they would end up doing is saying, you know what, you offered more, and we're going to stick to what we agreed to, which was the results of the bidding war. You essentially were bidding on an auction with 3 people.
The reason you think about that figure, so now I'm like, and I was happy to pay that, to be honest, because I was wowed by the Golden Age and the potential of the silver and bronze and all these cool books that were really nice. But it's a lot of pieces and it's a lot of work. This is an easy, if I wanted to maximize my capital or investment, it's an easy 2 years of work, like full-time 2 years.
With help.
Yeah, with help. Okay, but there's more costs. If I was to bag and board every one of those books, it's another $100,000.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, hiring an employee. If I wanted to grade, let's say, 30,000 books, which is potentially what I might have to do already, because I've already graded 800 of them. All right, we're looking at, let's just say, $30 a book between shipping.
Oh, dude, these Golden Age books are not $30 to grade.
$90,000.
You're right. And let's not even talk.
You're talking about modern books at that price.
Yeah, and plus the way they sat, all overlapping, everything's got a spiral, so everything's pressed and dry clean. So it's like, now you're like, okay, well, it does, because the market's dropped so much, you're just like, okay, well, now it's not even worth it to sell a slab. But the ones that are worth the slab, let's say 30,000 of them, $30 a piece, I mean,
it's 90 grand.
$900,000.
900?
Okay,
Jesus.
So, like,
Just figuring the math out right now too. He's going, damn, dude, what did we do?
Yeah, might be some more raw sales, but like you just kind of calculate the numbers. You're just realizing expense.
It cost us, and let's get to it, $10,000 just to move the comics. We had multiple movers because we had some like friends who have a moving company. We brought some of our employees from the shop and said, hey guys, we're gonna hook you guys up, pay you well, and we're gonna work pretty hard today. We're gonna be moving a lot of boxes. And they came and like shout out to Agu, shout out to Cole. Some of you may know him in the community, but they were sweating like they did a marathon.
Yeah, huge appreciation to the team because, I mean, it's not like you're moving them all into one vehicle.
That's what most people think. But in regards to comics, like, oh yeah, there are all these boxes. They think of like when they're moving their house. But here's the thing. Most of your standard storage that you put in cardboard boxes you pick up from U-Haul, they're pretty light. Like even if you're putting plates in there, and even some of the heavier stuff. No. These are comics. These weigh a lot. Each box was like 70 plus pounds, right?
Yeah, modern comics are so freaking heavy. And then the problem with the transportation is that I couldn't stick them all in one U-Haul because of the weight.
Yeah, you have a cap of what that U-Haul can even take on, which is why we had a mover with their big semi, which we also maxed the cap. So we're looking at a semi and seeing a lot of room actually. Like you can climb up above it, you can get to the back, but no, it's at max capacity when the weight is calculated. And we're there literally doing the math because you got to be careful,
Yeah, we weighed the comics. There was going to probably be waypoints too, so we didn't want to overmax the vehicles or get a ticket or fine or whatever. And so we calculated the weight. I think that we thought the weight was something like 70,000 pounds total, give or take. And so we had like 6+ U-Hauls.
My dad drove out there. We rented a U-Haul for him. Karen Heavens drove out there, rented a U-Haul for her. I drove out there. I didn't want to drive the U-Haul, so I just rode there because I didn't want to do that because I don't trust myself behind a U-Haul. You drove a U-Haul. We had your friend drive a U-Haul. We even had a friend come up and we said, yo, all these graphic novels, we don't even want to see them ever again. We just said, grab them and you take them. So we had another friend grabbing part of the product that we secured that day and took care of it. And we did a separate deal there and just didn't even handle any of the graphic novels. So we had like upwards of 7 or 8 different big ass cars and trucks and U-Hauls going, and we're about an hour and a half away from this place.
Wow.
To and from, you're talking 3 hours, and you're driving kind of slow in a U-Haul with that much stuff in there, so it took even longer. So you have the cost of all of that, plus all the people, plus you want to take care of these people. They're working their ass off. The thing is, though, Jeff and I's job at that point throughout this move, the most important thing wasn't us moving boxes. That was probably the worst use of our time. We needed to go in there and hunt because we may not see these books for a year. They may actually end up sitting underneath countless pounds of books. We don't want them sitting there. We found a stack of Dr. Aphra on the top of one of these boxes that was underneath 6 boxes for who knows how long. And they were preserved, but we're moving these around. We don't want those sitting there. What if Dr. Aphra shows up and we're not going to get to that box for 2 years? So we're actively trying to find stuff all throughout this process. We found Batman Adventures 12, something like 12 or 15 copies.
25 copies.
Jesus. That's 25 G's right there, right?
As soon as
nice.
Let it all go. No. Batman Adventures 12 was there, as well as a lot of other like really cool keys. So we're pulling stuff out and saying, all right, this is the priority boxes. These go in the car that we have to be really careful with.
Yes.
But yeah, let's get the modern stuff out. We're letting stuff go that we couldn't check. But the entire time we were there, we were hunting.
Yeah, we did the best we could. I mean, I think we looked at maybe 1% of the collection that we could. That's just laying around because people are coming. They're coming with their dollies and hand trucks because you just take a whole row of 5 or 6. Liberty Bibbity.
That's mine.
Anything going on in the chat? I've been zoning this whole time. This already looks amazing. Oh, that's a good sign right there. That's fire, says Big O. B Roman checking in. Good. I'm glad you're happy so far. That looks good. I'm having fun. I'm in the zone. We're listening to a cool story. Let's keep going.
It's just been buried in a storage. So it's just
Dude, going through those books in the winter was not fun.
no.
My hands would hurt really quick.
Yeah, it's cold. It's tough. It's tough, but it's exciting. It's fun. We love it. Now, do we need to discuss what we think the value of the collection is?
I think we do because, all right, 350K plus 10 grand for the transportation, plus all of our time, plus all the extra random costs.
It's like
that are gonna go into
400.
this. I mean, at this point, the collection cost is approaching like the $400,000 marker.
Yeah. So what's the
and the
value?
market's adjusted. So let's give a pretty big range because who knows? What if there is something big that we haven't gotten to? We're hoping, but we're trying to give the community a taste of like our uncertainty right now while we have it is pretty similar to the uncertainty we had when we acquired it to begin with.
Exactly. And, like you're saying, 400, I mean, I think that's going to be a minimum of me in this, of us into this collection. Can't imagine less than $600,000.
600 is, I was going to say 600.
Easy. I mean, it just depends on how many grading fees are going to go into it. And it's like you can recoup a lot of your money quickly selling the best stuff, right? You're like, oh, I can recoup a bunch of money.
But that's a catch-22.
And you're stuck with a lot of other stuff. So now you're like trying to maximize other books so that you don't have to, especially with silver, bronze. Silver and bronze has dropped a lot, so it's like, ooh, that kind of hurts. But I still think with this collection, if really pushed, I mean, maybe there's a chance for 1.25, 1.5. I mean, some books were restored. Like Sensation 1 was restored. Wonder Woman was missing a centerfold. So you saw some really cool books, but they did have issues.
Yeah, I think at the beginning when we first saw the collection, we were thinking this could be up to like maybe 1.5, 2 mil. I'm feeling closer to the 1 to 1.25. That's what my gut says. Yeah. But you know what? They're gonna have to stay tuned for another show because we're gonna keep bringing it back. This ain't stopping anytime soon. We're still actively going through these books, and I want you to show me another book from that box.
Okay.
Hit the like, slap the subscribe button. Join us at San Diego Comic-Con this next week. All the homies are gonna be there, and we're gonna take a look at some other books we got from this collection. And I'll tell you, I didn't get any gold except for a stack. And this gentleman graciously handed over Plastic Man, like 1 through 30 to me. So
wow,
actually,
nice.
Sitting with a run that I've actively wanted to collect my whole
Very
life.
nice.
Be able to commit to because how expensive those books are. So very. I'll have to bring it back to the show at some point.
Yeah, dude, you were like, I love Plastic Man. You always say that, and I was like, dude, you're getting this entire Plastic Man run.
So I'm holding 2 different comic books here, Comic Fan.
Oh.
Captain America 13, All Out for America issue. We got Captain America, we got Bucky, classic war cover. And then we also have World's Finest number 9.
Oh.
Holy smokes. I've never seen this in person.
We beat up Nazis, don't we?
Essentially trying to communicate who our enemy was to the mainstream through comic books. It's interesting how much Timely rather chose this route versus DC at the time.
Definitely, Timely was all in on portraying the war as much as possible in their covers, and that helped them push their sales with Captain America, Submariner, Human Torch. The one thing that DC did was the opposite. So when you have a World War II cover with Hitler, Hirohito, Mussolini, like we have here, and they're throwing, America's pastime baseballs at their faces, it just shows how it wasn't as serious for them to portray the enemy in such a vile way. Like Timely did that. They gave fangs to the Japanese characters. I mean, they did all kinds of things to make the enemies look awful. It was always a little bit more playful with DC, maybe a little more real. So it's just funny to see the comparison between the two at that time. But 2 awesome books, 2 great covers, 2 classics, 2 collectible, really coveted issues here.
What do you think those are worth?
Man, Captain America 13, it's a nice book. I don't know if there's any restoration on this one. I'll have to double check on it. But I would say if this book is as clean as it is, it's probably a 7.0, maybe a 6.5, 7.0. The World's Finest, I'd say it's probably a 5.0. Maybe together they're $18,000, give or take.
What's your favorite comic book that we just showed you today, Comic Fam? How did we do? You know? You saw some B-roll today. We're going to bring back the Guru and Fire Guy Ryan, who was on vacation this last week. He had to get some rest, but he's going to come back with a bang. He's coming with me to San Diego. We want to see you at San Diego. Make sure to join us virtually on the best new place to buy and sell collectibles, whatnot. And make sure you hit ComicTom101.com. You got one more day to join the mystery mail call for this month. It's the best way you can support the show. We send comics out in a box with love and care and gratitude every single month. And one per box this month is a Peach Momoko ASM 26. This is a Black Cat cover, and it's a key book. Everyone gets a key book this month in their box. It's The Death of Kamala Khan. We also have a Bjorn Berens Silk #1 trade dress going out, one per box. Each box gets 4 to 5 comics. I tend to do surprise variants, special stuff, chase books, and it's $35 plus shipping. That's Madison Boards number 76. We did it, Jeff. As always,
Geek responsibly.
enough said.
350 G's. Nice. All right, let's try some Kevin Smith and Mark Bernardin.
Octavia Spencer, like it's a very good mismatched buddy comedy. Yeah, like it's on Amazon. It goes down so fucking easy. Like, again, if you got yourself a little bit of a weekend and you just want to burn through 8 episodes of something that's not going to hurt, you could do far, far worse. The title again? Ride or Die. Oh, Reborn Hunter 3213 says that Bill Nye was 100% Davy Jones, but Rush was Barbosa. But Barbosa was the one.
So it was. Wait, which one was this guy? I thought that was Davy Jones.
Bill was Davy Jones' tentacle beard, apparently, according to Bruce Bruce-ish. So
I didn't go deep in that series, but I thought I remembered him being the dude.
Yeah.
There is a question, or not a question really. McFly0809 says, Kevin and Mark, seen the latest from the Fast Color team? Don't Say Good Luck is brilliant, funny, and hit you in the feels.
I have not yet.
You're a big Fast Color fan.
I'm a huge Fast Color fan. I even worked with that team to develop a Fast Color TV show.
Mm-hmm.
That never went. So I love working with Julia and Jordan. They were fantastic. I'm very curious about that, not at least because I like them, but Melanie Linsky plays the mom in that, and she is wonderful. She was on the first season of Castle Rock, and she was just a joy and a wonder and a light, and she's terrific. And also married to Jason Ritter, who we've already talked about today, and so they are both wonderful.
Yeah, they are a couple, man. She was in Matlock. She popped up in Matlock.
Did she?
Yeah, it was cute. Okay, let's see. I guess we should do an ad.
We'll hit the Ridge.
Yeah, oh yeah. Our good folks at Ridge, kids. The folks at Ridge, you know them. You love them. Let me just tell you this right now. One thing that
I didn't get paid
head to Ridge.com
by Ridge.
Batman, and you're all set. And after you purchase, they're going to ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them that this show sent you. We thank the good folks.
I didn't send you. I didn't get paid.
Ridge any day.
Ridge for your.
I didn't give my taste.
Ridge to the shaft. Take it off, kids. Thank you, Ridge. We dig you. Thank you for believing in us, because we sure fucking believe in you.
Hell yeah.
All right, man. Shall we do some news?
Let's do some news, some D23 news.
D23. Who went? Anybody?
Some sad news at the very, very tail end.
Oh, heavens. Okay, D23, kids, happened. Well, you know what? Before D23 happened, a bit of news happened right before D23.
Ooh.
That surprised the hell out of me. All of a sudden, Bob Perlitz, was just like, congrats on the Star Wars Marvel news. And I was like, how do you know that? Suddenly it was out there. Entertainment Weekly put out the story. They broke the story, kids. And it was that for the first time ever in the history of both of these franchises, Star Wars and Marvel, are going to be crossing over. It was on stands in April of '77, a few weeks before the movie came out in May of '77. That's how far back Star Wars and Marvel go, man. And ever since then, Marvel's like, hey, man, we're publishing your comics. Can we, like, can't Luke Skywalker swing with Spider-Man? Can't Iron Man fly with Han Solo? And Lucasfilm for years, for decades, as if there was the rosary, for heaven's sake, was like, no. We're happy to have our stories published at Marvel, but no, our characters exist in their world. And we don't collab.
I agree with that assessment.
And because it's the 50th anniversary of Star Wars next year, so much so that they're releasing, as they told us at D23, and as I knew over a year ago, the original cut of Star Wars, George Lucas's theatrical release cut from 1977. Since there's a lot of hullabaloo surrounding the 50th anniversary of the greatest science fiction franchise, mainstream history,
on Earth,
they wanted to celebrate, and so they told Marvel that Marvel could do the thing. Lucasfilm said to Marvel, you can do the thing they've always wanted to do. There were parameters and stuff. And, I've seen a lot of people online be like, yeah, I get it, but him? Meaning me. Look, I was just as surprised as you kids. But I was, because, if I was in charge, I would have hired, like, Scott Snyder. I would be like, who sold best-selling comic book of last year? Get that fucker to write it. And for all I know, they reach out to him. It's like, fuck you, I'm busy. I'm making absolute cash with absolute Batman stuff. But I've been working at Marvel for a red hot minute now. And I started, Nick Lowe had reached out to me like back in, I think, late 2024 about like, hey, we're doing a Earth 616 book. How would you like to write a Spider-Man story? And I was like, oh, shit, that'd be fun. That'd be great. I mean, he knew I was back in comics because I was doing Secret Stash Press stuff with Masquerade and with Quick Stops. And so, he took a stab, and I was like, yeah, I'm into it. And so I started doing stuff at Marvel. The next thing they asked me, like, hey, Batman, Deadpool Batman, we're putting out. DC's doing Batman Deadpool. In our book, we're going to do Green Arrow meeting Daredevil. And I was like, I wrote both of those characters. They're like, that's why we're talking to you. They're like, do you want to write the story? It's only 8 pages. And I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. And so while I was doing that, I think it was Jordan White, my editor, who was like, hey, in the next Spider-Man movie that comes out next year, because this was like last year, they were, Spider-Man Hulk is going to be in it with the Punisher. So we're doing a Spider-Man Punisher book. We want to do a Spider-Man Hulk book. Would you want to do that? And I was like, oh my God, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Let me ask Andy McElfish, and he was way into it. And so I was like, all right. To be honest, we pitched a book that they said no to at first. It was Spider-Man Hulk 76. So it was set in 1976. And they were like, I think it was CB, was like, nobody wants that shit. Nobody wants to watch old Hulk in comics. So like, try again. And I almost walked away like, fuck this. But Andy was like, no, I think it'd be fun to write a fucking Spider-Man Hulk book. So I was like, all right, let me give it one more thought. And then I came up with the storyline. I did. So we were working on that book. That's when the folks at Marvel were like, hey man, how would you like to do Jay and Silent Bob in the Marvel Universe? And I was like, oh. So we started letting them pop up all throughout a bunch of different titles. And then Jay's of Future Past came out, of course, a couple months ago. Now, in the midst of Jay's of Future Past, the least likely book you'd imagine would lead to the Star Wars Marvel crossover entitled Hope Assembles. They asked me, like, hey man, the folks at Lucasfilm Publishing would like to have a conversation with you. Are you open to it? And I was like, oh my God, absolutely. And so I got on a conference call, and this is shortly after my mom passed away. My mom died right at the top of December 1st. And then later on, I was in Colorado doing shows. Denver, I think it was. And, I had a phone conference with all the Marvel folks, Marvel Star Wars folks and the Lucasfilm publishing folks. And they told me the thing. They were like, okay, so we're going to do this. And we thought maybe you might be a person to write it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm absolutely flattered, like serious. And they're like, yeah, you've been talking about this stuff for years. And, you know Marvel and you know Star Wars really well. And so, they told me what the parameters were for the gig, because I couldn't just go in and do whatever the heck I wanted naturally. You're talking about two of the most safeguarded fucking franchises on the planet, for heaven's sakes. So once they gave me like, this is the playing field. This is the parameters for telling this story. I said, oh my God, yeah, I could do that. I said, how about we do it this? What if this was, our way in? And they went for it like right away. So they said, write up an outline and we'll go over it and see if it kind of works. So I'll be honest with you, I was a little nervous, because last time I played with somebody else's toys, I get yelled at by the internet. So these are toys that people are very serious about. However, comic books is maybe the last playground. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're making a movie, when you're making a TV show, you're committing and money's being spent, expectations are high and stuff like that. The beauty of comic books is people will still let you fuck around in comics. Like at the end of the day, it's like, what, you don't like it? Just wait a month. It'll be gone. Shit, wait a week. There's gonna be like 20 more you can replace it with. So you still get to like play. The bar is far lower than even if they were like, hey, we're doing an animated thing or something like that. Like, this has a chance to live and breathe. And I'll tell you, the art by David, oh my God, just beautiful. Like, and I've been saying it for a long time. Like, I have an image on my phone that'll break the internet. Like, I saw his first big pencil piece that became all the covers that Entertainment Weekly released, that Marvel gave to Entertainment Weekly, that will make up kind of the base covers. And just flabbergasting to see Luke side by side with Captain America and Spider-Man, to see Darth Vader standing beside the character who inspired his fucking look in the first place, Doctor Doom, for heaven's sakes, and then Thanos behind him and stuff. Some people have been like, why is Greedo in there? Like, because Greedo's behind him and shit. They're like, Greedo plays a big part? Greedo plays a fucking part, kids. But as for, some people are like, why not the Emperor, dickhead? Because here, I guess I could explain that as well. So originally, when they were talking about doing it, they were like, so it'll be Marvel meets Star Wars and, go ham. And I said, how much Star Wars? And they're like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, all three? Like of the classic trilogy? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, that might be too much. I was like, that's a lot of characters. I was like, how about we just, since it's the 50th anniversary of Star Wars, we keep it to Star Wars, OG. That way, I said, and I was honestly trying to set myself up for a future gig. I was like, that way, when it rolls around for the Empire's 50th, you get to do it again. You know what I'm saying? And then when it's the Return of the Jedi's 50th, you get to do it again. And whether it's me or not, it's still another fun bite at the apple, because the story, I'm going to say it, because this is what they told me when I took the job. This is a canon story. It's not like, what happened? Oh, it was all a dream. It's canon. So it gives them a chance to revisit with Empire's anniversary and with Return of the Jedi's anniversary. So they went for that. They were like, yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. So there would be no Emperor in this because there was no Emperor in Star Wars, just like there's no Boba Fett. Like that would have been a badass cover. Will Wilkins, put up that the Darth Vader Doctor Doom cover. You got Thanos behind him, you got Ultron behind him, for heaven's sakes.
13 million. That's how much.
Nobody.
Insider deals,
And so imagine that image. Imagine if Greedo was swapped out with fucking Boba Fett. Like, you'd spontaneously nut just staring at that picture. But we don't, because I was like, hey man, let's do Star Wars first. And so we don't get Emperor or Boba Fett in this. So there you go. So Greedo, I'm not saying like he plays a massive role, but he's in there for a reason.
And you get to do Boba Fett Iron Man next time.
Did you see the Lego kits? Like, I have nothing to do with that. Like, the Iron Falcon. Like, they're doing a Millennium Falcon that looks like it's an Iron Man design and stuff like that. That is not from our story at all, but that is fun. They're enjoying this window. The job itself, like, I couldn't talk about for, almost, what was it? December is when this began. So 8 months. They called it Project Cocktail forever. And periodically people would come up to me and be like, I know about Project Cocktail. And I'd be like, how the fuck did you know? Because there are licenses, because they're doing some merch and things and stuff like that, which, never occurred to me, because I was like, well, I mean, if you got Star Wars figures, you got Marvel figures, you could
put
play
them together.
People have played this forever.
Who doesn't want it?
Exactly. But I think there will be more merch out there in the world. But my Lord, man, I handed in my outline like 2 weeks later, max. Maybe it was even the next week. And they went for it in a big, bad way. They were very sweet. And the guy at Lucasfilm was like, this is a love letter to Star Wars, Marvel, and comics in general. And then I think they reused that quote for the press release and stuff. My editor over at Marvel, Mark Panacea, has been great. Yeah, that's right. He's the Star Wars guy. He's great, right?
Yeah, it was awesome.
But man, oh man, it's like the kid who years ago, had a subscription to Marvel Comics, and when Return of the Jedi ended, he just kept, subscribed and kept reading those comics, and would always be like, oh man, when are they going to cross over? When are they going to let like Spider-Man be in Star Wars for heaven's sakes? To grow up and actually play that, write that story is pretty damn magical. So yes, it is. What else can I tell you? 5 issues. I don't know if they said that, but I'm sure they did. I don't think I'm spoiling anything. Starting in January, and then it ends like right when Star Wars comes out,
Premieres.
Theatrical re-release. Fun story. Like I had a blast doing it. If you go over to on Friday, there's a new episode. Me and Jay started doing a new podcast called Jay and Silent Bob are in his house. On Friday's episode, I go into way deep detail about working on the book and stuff like that, and some light spoiler stuff. But it's a dream. I'm done. I'm like, some people are like, oh man, he's gonna be late. No, like that's why they started when they did, because this book don't come out. Like when they first talked to me about it, it's like this book doesn't streak for a year, so they've got plenty of lead time and whatnot. So I've seen a full issue of Pencils and Inks. Gorgeous stuff by David Marquez. I've seen color pages, fucking beautiful, and I've seen almost all of issue 2. I'm done with all the scripts. I think there's probably like one more pass that I'm going to do on the script for issue 5, just because that was the last one I turned in. But it's a fun story. I tried to write, essentially I was like, how do you approach this? And I tried to write an Avengers book. And I felt relatively okay about like, oh yeah, I'm not saying like I could do this in the movies, but I've watched enough Marvel movies to know like, all right, this is how you balance a lot of fucking characters at once. That was crazy. Like, as much as like you have to deal with every Star Wars character, and almost every Marvel character. That's a lot of plates to be spinning and stuff. But you know, I had a lot of help, and the good folks at Lucasfilm Publishing and Star Wars Publishing were great. I remember when I first got the gig, somebody was just like, "Oh, good luck," because those guys, like, you want to talk about fucking dotting every T and crossing every I, so to speak. Like, you will get notes. And so I was fully expecting, you know, a bunch of like, all right, you know, I told them in the beginning too. I was like, kids, I may be writing it, but let's be honest, this is all of our story. Anybody got cool ideas, throw them here. Don't hold back and stuff. Feel free to tell me whatever you want to tell me and stuff. So I, you know, expected to get a bunch of notes that were like, you're doing it wrong. But the notes were fucking wonderfully nerdy. So notes like, you know, oh, how they get onto the Tantive 4 is by virtue of this Imperial craft called the docking shuttle. Like, and this is what it looks like. And you didn't see it in the movie, but this is how it would have functioned and stuff like that. Then, like, there were conversations which were like just wonderful. Like, you know, just like I couldn't believe we were all adults and we were all being paid to do this. A conversation about what exactly can a lightsaber cut through? Can it cut through adamantium? Can it cut through vibranium? Can it cut through the Hulk? What can a lightsaber do? Like, you know, and realizing that it's like we had to have a group discussion about it because this stuff becomes canon. This is the stuff they'll talk about. Like, this is the nitty gritty, in the weeds, nerdy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much damage can a lightsaber do in the real world and stuff? So it was good times, man, writing it. But a difficult, like, writing gig by virtue of the fact that you do have to spin a lot of plates. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, I could do this shit in my sleep. Jay's of Future Past, I could definitely do in my sleep, man. I could do blindfolded. But this, like, I had to write notes down. Like, I had my outline in advance. I actually had to bounce from the outline to and fro and whatnot, and then also make it work in the page count. Like, but all worth it. My God, I had a fucking blast. So I think, Mark, of anything I've ever done in comic books, and I'm not taking any credit for this. This is by no virtue of my fucking skill. But I think it's safe to say, of all the comic books that have my name on them, this one I think will sell.
I'm John Betcha. These days, costs are out of control, and families are working hard.
My experience with Kevin Smith's comics, that they are way over wordy. That comics are the fortunate balance between type and art, words and art, and Kev needs some editing.
I think.
I hope
like,
he's improved over the years.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I look forward to seeing this book. You know, I'm always flying every weekend and shit. I look forward to just passing this book for the next 10, 20 years while I'm going to the airport, because it's just a perennial. You put all those characters together on one cover, you could sell that to John Q. Public, who don't know shit about comic books except what they've seen in the movies before. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, like, that'll outlive me. Like, honestly, like, when I got the gig, I was like, holy shit, there's the job. If they're making a TV movie about my life, it ends with me writing fucking Hope Assembles. Like, it never got better than that for the Star Wars boy who loved Marvel. So yes, comes out in January, kids. Just like how we're having a signing at the Secret Stash this weekend for Spider-Man Hulk #1. Oh, you can bet we'll be doing a massive signing for Hope Assembles, Star Wars Marvel Hope Assembles, when it comes out in January, and every month after that, February, March, April, and May. There will be exclusive covers at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash, I can assure you.
I'm sure.
And I'm just enjoying it now before it comes out, and then a bunch of people are like, go to hell, die, you ruined it. don't think it'll happen on this one. Knock wood. I think it's really like it's a warm, wonderful story. Like yeah. I'm not taking all the credit and shit like that. I had a playing field and parameters with which to work. But, I wrote from the fans' heart. You know what I'm saying? And they were not like, you got to do this, you got to do that. They were very cool, both Marvel and Lucasfilm. So I hope y'all dig it. I mean, if for nothing else, if like you don't like the story, fuck it. Wait till you see the art. God damn it, the art is beautiful. And there are some stunning fucking splash pages throughout this whole thing. Some double page spreads, of course, yes, but like iconic imagery of Marvel meeting Star Wars that'll make you be like, I think it's a book that'll draw a lot of breaths, take your breath away. In that, and not because.
What's the verdict? Chat, you guys in for this?
Seeing these characters, like at one point, Princess Leia puts her blaster in fucking, Tony Stark's open masked face, and it's a beautiful fucking shot. Like, there's so much I want to share. So many spoilers.
I think it would be a Fantastic Four story since FF are
really tough.
FF are the spacefarers, the ambassadors for the Earth. But I can see how it would end up being an Avengers story because of the popularity of the Avengers movies. But my instinct is that this is an FF story. Hard to argue with the popularity of the Avengers movies, though.
They have a convention space. They use Anaheim Convention Center this time, and they put on panels. It's almost like they got their own Hall H and stuff, and they put up exhibits that you can take photos with and interact with.
There's a float. There's a main stage. There's all of it.
Comic-Con too, but just Disney style. An exclusive event, crazy exclusive event. I asked somebody over at Marvel. I was like, "Hey man," like after the Star Wars news dropped, I was like, "Hey man, can I get into D23?" And they were like, "No,
sorry."
Message heard loud and clear.
Okay.
It is, yeah, man, at D23, which I'm happy to report. As much as like, oh, it would have been nice to be there. You didn't have to be there. And that's what the person at Disney told me. They were like, I was like, oh, I want to see some Marvel stuff. And they were like, wait a minute. They knew it was coming. So not only did D23, do their show, they then released their material. All the secret trailers and most of the shit that everyone saw, we all got to enjoy in official releases, not just like shaky cam footage from the back of the room and shit. Including the trailer for Avengers Doomsday that they showed us at Hall H back at Comic-Con in July. Mm-hmm. So now the entirety of the internet has seen this trailer, and the general reaction is crazy enthusiastic, with a lot of people going like, why didn't they lead with this trailer? Well, I don't know. I mean, they got you, and they got you months in advance, so I don't care when they were having seen the first trailer they put out, I was very satisfied. But when I watched this trailer backstage at Hall H back in July, I was like, holy shit, man. Like, they just made Doom so fucking epic. And, I know a lot of people in their heads are like, man, they built up Thanos over years. But it's like quick blips at the end of the movie. It's not like they spent a fuck ton of time with them and stuff. So I feel like they're going to effectively be able to give us Doom. And a Doom that is adjacent to, if not the Doom we know and love from the fucking comics, without all the runway that people seem to remember Thanos had. I once again, watching that trailer, the tone of it, they're getting it pitch perfect as far as I'm concerned. And I still believe that Robert Downey Jr. is doing this movie just to see if he can win an Oscar from behind a metal mask. Like, you know, the guy just won his Oscar for.
Is that going to be the
We see, like,
reveal
women
on the
Best
first
supporting actor
movie?
or even best actor, playing like one of the
At
most
the end
famous
of the
villains
first
in
movie?
comic book history. But you'll never see my
That Victor
very
Doom,
expressive
Barton
face. You'll
Doom
just
is
see my
Tony
eyes.
Stark.
You don't even get to see him use his mouth as Doctor Doom, at least in the clips that we've seen so far. So, and the clips, oh my God. You know, they it starts, of course, with Sue Richards talking about Victor Von Doom and who he was and who he's become and what has happened. And we see a bunch of heroes. And then they cut to like what looks like a destroyed Manhattan, which a lot of folks online seem to feel is Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's Manhattan. So that massive swath of destruction, a lot of folks online are like, I think that's meant to be Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's New York and shit. Incursion, you know, must have happened. And then you see Reed Richards going, Victor, did you do this? And they cut to like, you know, fucking Dr. Doom just raising his eyes slightly beyond the mask. And then Reed Richards like, did you do this? And Dr. Doom, they let him show off his abilities, and it pops out of a window, like it does a power superhero landing, but as a super villain and shit, cape flowing, and we've seen the clip of Thor coming at him with Stormbreaker, but here they go a little bit further. So not only does he stop with 2 fingers, he just waves at Stormbreaker to the side and then fucking blows Thor away with fucking Doom's magic and shit. And then he uses those same magic hands to fucking plant in the ground, and we get to watch all these comic book accurate, screen ready sentinels rise. And you know, he says, "Hell answers to me, for I am Arnold." He's going with a very Arnold accent,
Very like mid-European kind of like.
I want to hear him say, "To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women." He says, "All of you have lived stolen lives." And he sounds very, very Arnold. But yes, he's doing a Liberian accent, kids, and I'm fucking here for it all day long. Oh fuck, man! We've seen Doctor Doom in movies before. We've seen him in cartoons. I love that they seem to be doing as comics accurate a Doctor Doom as possible. This is one of the greatest comic book.
It's like some kind of revelatory decision, right? To make the characters look like what they look like in the comics. It's like, oh, genius move. I don't get it. Just follow the masterpieces and you will succeed.
So badass that they're doing it injustice, and RDJ is so deeply invested and whatnot. He's gave an interview where he says, "I like playing this guy more than Iron. He's more complicated." Yeah, that trailer, I was so happy the rest of the world got to see it, but more happy that I got to roll it again and again and again. That became my jerk off video for the next 2 days. I just put it on.
PG-13, please, Kev.
If you couldn't pound out the dinosaurs,
Kev.
Second best.
Let's keep it PG-13 here on the stream, Kev. Thank you so much.
I just watched that Doomsday trailer.
Thank you so much, Kev. Kev, you killed me, buddy.
So good. What else did they do though? They released the trailer for Vision Quest as well.
They did.
Looks fucking dope.
It looks dope and like weird in a good way.
Yeah.
I don't know what the show is, which is actually
looks like we spend a lot of time in his mind palace. I'm all for that shit.
Yeah. Like I kind of appreciate a trailer that doesn't tell me everything right away. Just like the WandaVision trailers didn't tell us very much. Like we got vibes and moods, but we didn't get story. And so I kind of appreciate that about the Vision Quest trailer. And space.
Darth Raider 79.
Where's B Roman? I need to check in, see how I'm doing.
I disagree.
Miss Mayhem in the house. What's up?
It's communicating to the mass audience.
Let me
Stormbreaker, right? He put that.
Let me check out the chat. Miss Mayhem in the house. VIP Falcor in the house. Marvel Star Wars cross sounds like super dumb fanfic. Thank you. Thank you. It sounds unnecessary. If you were going to do it right, I think it's a Fantastic Four story because Fantastic Four traditionally, look, there have been plenty of intergalactic Avengers stories, but traditionally the FF are the ones that encounter, they're the ambassadors of the Earth to space cultures and stuff like that, like the Skrulls and the Kree and the Watcher and the alternate realities and stuff like that. It just feels like this should be a Fantastic Four story, but again, um, it doesn't mean that it has to be a bad. You could still have a good story with these requirements. The Avengers. I'm sure Spider-Man is in it somewhere. Um, but these kind of crossing over of ideas, like Star Trek mixed with Planet of the Apes, and Green Lanterns mixed with Planet of the Apes, or Star Trek, or X-Men and Star Trek. These things, they're not what excite me. What excites me are cool stories, like that previous one of the previous um, clips we were listening to is a Comic Tom clip. They were talking about the value of X-Men 132. Now, if you guys don't own X-Men 132, run, don't walk, and buy yourself a copy of X-Men 132, because it's not just because it's the first appearance of the Hellfire Club. That is not why you buy it. You buy it because you have read 30 issues of the X-Men prior. You have been you have grown accustomed to the characters and grown to love the characters. And when you see Wolverine get his ass beat by, I think his name was Leland Smith, who controls gravity, and he takes Wolverine and he increases the gravity on his body to such an extent that Wolverine can't even stand. But not only can't he stand, but he he crushes. His weight is so intense that he falls through several levels of the Hellfire Club building and ends up in the sewers. And so that last panel of Wolverine rising up out of the sewer and vowing revenge, like he's gonna get back at these guys. That's inspiring stuff. It's inspiring. And when I sold my collection of X-Men comics to put myself through college, I could not part with X-Men 132 because of that scene. It's so great. It's so intense. And so those are the things that make uh, stories great, not necessarily crossing over from one franchise to the next. If you can have a scene that matches, Wolverine rising up out of the sewer in a Star Wars Avengers vehicle, then okay, you win. But that doesn't in itself make it something worth reading. So I've discussed before, I read some of Kevin Smith's Daredevil stuff and maybe a little bit of his Green Arrow, and I find it very overwordy. I mean, it's clear he likes to write dialogue, but multiple pages of dialogue don't necessarily suit the comic book art form. Um, so Kevin Smith's name on a comic is actually not going to sell it for me at all. No offense to Kev, but And also, Kev has a reputation for not finishing his stories. Like I seem to recall the Spider-Man Black Cat story that just ended in the middle of the series. And so a fan like me remembers that kind of stuff. Seems like they've accommodated his schedule, and they didn't solicit the series until it was complete. And I think that's a wise move. But what's done is done. Damage is done. It's a mark that makes me less interested in buying the product. I remember seeing things. I'm trying to think. Black Adam, had the Justice Society in it. It had Dr. Fate, and hearing all these things, Atom Smasher, and all these characters, and I'm like, oh, that that's so cool. But does that make Black Adam a great movie? No, it actually didn't. It was great to see Dr. Fate. It was actually awesome to see Dr. Fate. An uncut gem in the DC universe is Dr. Fate. So they just never treat Dr. Fate with any proper attention. But did that make Black Adam a good movie? Not really. I welcome your opinions. If I wanted a commission cover with Miles and Gwen, Trix asks, what would that run? Well, you would go into the bin, you would find a single figure commission, and then you would purchase that. And then you would find the additional figure add-on, and you would purchase that. And that would be a black and white single figure like this, plus an additional figure, black and white line art. If you wanted color, that's an additional add-on. If you wanted a background, that's an add-on as well. I do have, hold on a second. I do have an example of a two-figure sketch. Give me a second. Here are two examples of a two-figure sketch. Initial figure is 150, additional figure is 100, so it would be 250. If you're to buy this at a convention like last weekend at Chicago Comic-Con, this piece would have been 300. A similar piece, 150 for the single figure, an additional figure is 100, so 250. Black and white. I hope that answers your question, Trix. Cool. My very first dork drawing. What do you guys think? Did I match the essence of the character? I'm gonna have to scan this at some point before I color it, but B. Roman, he wants it colored. He's not kidding around today, so. He wants the whole schlemiel, the whole enchilada. I think it's ready for scan. Okay, give me a second. All right, so let's play our podcast. I'm going to need to take my laptop, plug it into my scanner. It's a whole thing now with my new computer system. So I need to take my laptop away. I need to plug it into my scanner. I'll scan this, and then I'll be right back. Okay, well, hopefully we'll have something for you guys to listen to. If you're just joining us, This was stolen from me, a 9.9 CGC graded copy of my creator-owned comic, New Zodiacs Aquarius. If you see this in your travels, please alert me immediately. This is the serial number for it. It's unique, one of a kind for each item. Share this with your friends if you could. Let them know that this was a stolen item. I'd appreciate it. Cool. Okay, I'm going to scan this now, so bear with me. I'll be back in hopefully less than 5 minutes.
It's the thing he fucking cut Thanos' head off with. Having Doom stop it with 2 fingers because he's fucking magic, man. He controls magic, for heaven's sakes. I buy that 100%. And I remember bumping into, when I first saw the Avengers, man, bumping into the Loki Pokey stick, where he fucking used the, what was it, Witch's Stone was in it, to fucking, like, change people's hearts and shit. Yeah. I remember going, like, come on, really? And then I was like, why are you being so judgy? This is a movie where a guy turns into a big green monster. Like, go with it, shit. So, I don't bump into fucking Doom catching the 2 fingers. Oh my God. Make him God level Emperor Doom, for Christ's sakes, man. This is one of the baddest badasses of all time. I'll tell you what's not going to happen. He's not going to get beaten by a pile of ants in his first appearance, man. Oh, and this is the Doctor, man.
I mean, my one bump against that was that it is basically the same scene of Thor running up against Thanos and then losing. You know, it's the same vibe of the like, all right, it's time for you to bow to my giant fucking sparky round. And Thanos laughs at him, ultimately. Like, that's the same vibe. Like, they're doing a lot of heavy lifting to make an audience who doesn't know who Doom is afraid of Doom. Which, fair. Like, they have to do that heavy lifting to get this audience on board. But so it just feels a bit like, oh, didn't we just do this with Thanos? Wasn't Thanos the guy that Thor couldn't take down?
D.L. Fisher 8230 in chat said Thanos had magic. Would you agree with that?
He had the stones. He didn't have magic.
He had the stones, but they're not. I wouldn't consider them magic. That's the power of cosmic, almost, right?
Yeah, I mean, it manifests as magic in that, like, he'll point a fucking finger and suddenly time starts going backwards and shit. Like, functionally, that's what magic does, but he's not a magic person. He doesn't have.
I would never consider the stones gave him magic powers.
Right.
Cosmic powers. But I won't die on that cross. I could be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it's functionally it's the same thing in the I'm waving my hand and shit happens. But yeah, I don't think he's a magic person. Practical magic.
Let's talk about what else was that D23.
The Ahsoka season 2 trailer dropped.
Yeah, man, with far more Hayden Christensen.
Lots of Hayden, lots of Thrawn, lots of other people from Rebels who I don't know. I mean, it's like it looks great, as well it should, given that it's been 3 years since season 1.
Has it really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Time flies, man.
Time flies indeed. But like,
look, I'm a big Rosario fan, as we all know. But did you see she got cut out of Brand New Day?
Yeah.
Claire was supposed to be in it, man.
And she shot. It's not even like they cut her out of the script. Like, she was on stage.
She shot. She said she did press with her grandson wearing Spider-Man t-shirt. And yes, you heard me, grandson. That blew my mind, man.
Yeah.
I know, but like at the same time, I'm like, come on.
When we were shooting, because she's in Deepest Darkest, and we shot her when we had her opportunity, she was talking about her grandson, who at the time was like an infant, I think. And I could not wrap my head around the hottest grandma that anybody has ever seen in the world.
I had a grandma. She did neither of them came close. Never mind looking like Rosario. They weren't nearly the age of Rosario. You know what I'm saying? Like, these were ancient women who fucking lived like Methuselah type lives. So whenever she says grandmother, I'm always like, man, like, Make that shit look good.
Hell yeah. So we got the Ahsoka season 2 trailer. We got the Vision Quest trailer. We got the new Doomsday spot. And I'm pretty sure that if you were on the internet last weekend, you saw the Starfighter footage, the teaser, I think, that they dropped, which doesn't.
Ryan Gosling. What is that? Say again?
Doesn't have a ton of context. You don't really know. It's cool images and starfighters.
And this takes place post JJ's trilogy, right?
Yeah, it's a continuation. We're on the other side of Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on in that trailer. Not enough to, I mean, in fact, not even, is the ship familiar at all?
Not that I recognize, but it's all vibes. You can't even make a judgment on it. It's oh, that looks like Star Wars, I guess.
Did you see The Simpsons? They put out a sequence, they showed a storyboard animatic sequence of at a Isotopes game and Homer trying to catch a ball. But I forgot they got a Simpsons movie coming as well.
They got a Simpsons movie coming. They got an Incredibles 3, which I didn't know was coming.
A Coco 2.
Coco 2, which do I need to cry that much? Okay.
I fucking love Coco. Oh my god.
They're doing a live action Lilo and Stitch 2.
And Dela Cruz is coming back because Benjamin Bratt, I think, was at D23 and got up on stage and did Dela Cruz's voice. But I thought Dela Cruz was forgotten.
Apparently not.
No, he's back. The bad guy's back. Oh my god, Coco's so fucking good.
Ernesto de la Cruz is back for revenge.
Oh my god. Oh god, that was so good. What else did they announce? Oh, Zootopia 3.
Zootopia 3, Frozen 3. A bunch of Pixar stuff, like Gato, they showed some new stuff from. Ghost Market, they showed some stuff from. Tangled, apparently, the live action version, they did a little tease of.
Now, something became clear. I saw a lot of articles about this, so this isn't like me being Sherlock or anything. But while Disney Plus has Daredevil season 3 coming because that's shot and is in the can, and while they've got Ahsoka season 2 coming because that was shot and in the can,
and Vision Quest was shot in the can,
and Vision Quest was shot in the can. Those are the only Disney Plus or Disney TV, Marvel TV, Star Wars TV programs that they talked about. They didn't announce anything new, and so a lot of people have drawn the conclusion that Disney is stepping back from Marvel and Star Wars TV shows. They're still going to do Marvel specials. I guess did they announce another Werewolf by Night?
I don't recall hearing about it, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was another one or something like it.
Is cottage cheese actually dangerous for dogs?
Cottage cheese, good or bad for dogs?
Cottage cheese is great in moderation. It's gentle, can be an easy way to get some protein and calcium, especially if they're not feeling great. Think of it like soup.
But they're not committing to 8-episode series anymore, and we know this because they canceled Wonder Man.
Yeah.
Like even a week after Spider-Man: Brand New Day came out, and Destin Daniel Cretton, the director, is the same guy who made Wonder Man and was going to do Wonder Man season 2, which they announced that they were doing, and then suddenly Disney about faced and said, "Oh, we're not doing it." So after D23, a lot of folks drew the conclusion that I think Disney's moving away from the thing that, you know, we at first were like, yay, and everybody's like, oh my god, it's too much homework keeping up with all this shit. And then people were like, oh, they shouldn't have done that show and whatnot. You know, it seems that they heard, and they're trying to take their two gigantic fucking franchises back to theaters. You know, they've announced that there will be nothing between Doomsday and Secret Wars. Mm-hmm. They're trying to rebuild, you know, something that I guess they feel went astray.
And also, like, the TV stuff, you know, good, bad, or indifferent, was wildly expensive with nothing but subscribers as a return.
That's the thing, you can't monetize or amortize those costs the way you can when, you know, it's like, all right, we take it out to the box office. I'm wondering, with all this retro thinking, right? With, hey, you know, the theatrical run is a good thing. Hey, you know, maybe we should put out one episode a week. When do they also get back to, oh, hey, maybe we should make Blu-rays and fucking DVDs and 4Ks of everything. Hard, you know, fucking physical media.
I mean, some of these companies...
There's money there. If these fucking greedy companies want money, it's like, sell us our fucking Blu-rays again.
Like, Warner Brothers is still in that business. Like, you can still buy fucking Doom on Blu-ray if you want it. I mean, it's not quite as robust as it used to be where everything made it to disc, but like some of these companies are realizing that there's still a market out there for people who want to own a thing. Let's let them own it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just saw that fucking Criterion is putting out a version of K-pop Demon
Mm.
Hunters. Smart. Yeah, which is great. But that's a Netflix movie.
And number one, like, it impacted the culture in such a big way, so naturally Criterion paying attention to it makes sense. But also smart for Criterion because they're going to make a lot of money. They're going to print fucking money.
Yeah. You know, it's the rare Netflix thing that you can get a physical disc of, which is kind of great. Like, money on the table. You're just leaving it there. And I think that was the thinking behind Mando and Grogu becoming a movie. They're like, we could do another season of this show, or we can do it as a movie and charge people for it.
Which, by the way, I know everybody's like, ooh, Mandalorian didn't do well at the box office and shit, but it did well with all their licensing. They did exactly the thing that Mark said they wanted to do, which is like, oh, we can make money off of this. Rather than just put season 3 on Disney Plus or whatever the fuck, let's take it to theaters. And even though it didn't, you know, kick ass like Backrooms and Obsession, they still made lots of loot because the box office ain't the only fucking coin they were going after, man. Toys, as the kids Close Encounters, and all those fucking partners and shit like that. So yeah, they financially, it was a smart decision for them to take Mandalorian and Grogu. Even if the movie didn't break box office records, they were still able to make more money off of that incarnation of it than they did off of every season, probably.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what granted, Andor is its own weird, beautiful, wonderful thing, but like, spent a lot of money to keep the subscribers who they already would have had, who were there for Star Wars. Like, I don't know how many new converts they got because Andor is good. Probably some, for sure, but not so much that it made it really.
Tricks, I purchased the commission and add-on. Thank you very much. I saw that. I was just going to mention, please send me reference for the versions of each character that you'd like me to draw. I will get on it right after I finish Dork. This is my email address, joe@astronaut, like the spaceman, ink, like the drawingliquid.com. And as soon as I finish Dork, I will start on yours. Thank you. B. Roman's on fire. And the background and the color. Oh, great. Fantastic. You guys are keeping me busy today. Wasn't there a series called Headlopper where the main character had like a witch's head that would talk to him and stuff like that? And the dork has a shield that talks to him. And it's cool. Influence.
Like, oh yeah, we're getting up $270 million back based on what? More?
Laura D 7310 in chat points out, what about the new Oswald series that's hand drawn? Yes, Jon Favreau is doing for Disney Plus an Oswald the Lucky Rabbit series, and the animation looks fucking beautiful. If you're unfamiliar with Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, kids, it is Walt Disney's original creation before Mickey Mouse. Him and UBI Works came up with Oswald the Lucky Rabbit and did shorts for, I think it was Universal back in the day. And then Universal owned it. And he couldn't get the character back, and so frustrated, he went off and created another character that nobody ever heard of called Mickey the Mouse. So years later, after Walt had passed on, Disney got Oswald back from Universal, and they welcomed him back, and they did some fucking hats, shirts, and plush toys and shit. But this is the first kind of like, let's shine a fucking spotlight on Oswald that they've done. And the trailer that I saw looked charming as fuck. The footage looked really beautiful, and it is, as Laura pointed out, hand drawn. Man. So kudos to Fabs, man. He's always doing something interesting. He's always making money. I mean, I guess kudos for him for being smart and being rich, but he makes money doing things that I like seeing. I like that Mandalorian movie, man. I was into it.
So the last big piece of news that came into D23 was the X-Men casting. Was that we got a much clearer picture of who our new class of freshmen at Charles Xavier School for the Gifted and Talented are. Let's see. We already knew about Samara Weaving as Emma Frost. We already knew about Kit Connor as Cyclops. Clearly, we already knew about Sadie Sink as Jean Grey. But now we learned that Indy Navarrete is playing Rogue. Maya Boyd is playing Storm. Chris Abbott is playing Charles Xavier, aka Professor X.
Professor X. What a cool name
Adam
for a character.
Driver is playing Mr. Sinister.
Oh, Mr. Sinister. I don't know
Now-
anything about him.
The way I've seen it online, they're going with, in the first movie, the original lineup. So they're doing Jean, Marvel Girl, Cyclops, Iceman, Beast,
Are they?
and Angel,
Well,
is what I've heard. But they announced Rogue.
Yes, and Storm.
They announced Storm, which is not in the original team. And then I've heard rumors that Storm is going to debut elsewhere. And one of the rumors is Storm's going to be in Black Panther 3. That's where they're going to first introduce Storm. So they introduced X-Men on stage, but they're not all going to be in that first X-Men movie. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I've read online. And I've read that Storm's going to pop up first in Black Panther, which I think would be amazing.
I mean, it's not the worst idea to introduce a character in Black Panther. Granted, they tried that with Ironheart to less than awesome results.
Yeah, but this is Storm.
It's Storm, and it's also like I don't quite believe Bonafide X-Men, and I don't believe that they're going to do the OG lineup, mostly because it's incredibly sausage heavy and it's incredibly white, and despite Disney's current, we're not so crazy about diversity. I don't think that they're going to do that with the X-Men, which feels kind of antithetical to what that has become.
Right.
I am curious that, and maybe it's smart that they are not, either they're not telling us yet, or they're deciding to punt Magneto for a little bit, because the Magneto that we all know and love, mostly, came from the comics, they came from a retcon of the comics, is the Holocaust survivor version of Magneto, which...
That's a theory that I saw earlier in chat. I don't know who wrote it, but it popped in for me, and I was like, ooh. Well, hold on. Right now, Turtles YT says Black Panther 3 comes out after X-Men. I think it's likely X-Men will have Storm, and then she will appear in EP3. You would think, but not if they do an X-Men movie that's only 5. I don't think they're going to be like, look at all these X-Men. I think they're going to start with a smaller.
I think so too.
I think so. I don't know that. Like, I mean, again, I don't know shit, but I don't know that they're going to introduce Rogue and Storm in that first X-Men movie. The way I heard it, they were doing the original core X-Men group. That could be wrong. However, somebody in chat earlier said something that made me go, oh. They said that Denzel. We all know Denzel's in Black Panther 3.
Mm-hmm.
They said in chat, what if he was introduced as Magneto?
Yeah, I was just going to say, what if
playing.
Storm is?
We have no idea.
What if Storm is an evil mutant, and Rogue has already originally established as a villain? And then, of course, they switch sides over time. That's not a bad idea. It's a cool idea.
And I think we had talked about it on a pod years and years ago. Of the Holocaust is a long time ago. Not forgotten, clearly, not in any way diminishing it, but the advent of Eric as a survivor of the Holocaust is not baked into the origin of that character. That was a retcon. That was a new development that came later into Magneto and the X-Men's run. If what you need is a genocide for this person to have survived, and if you need this to be a contemporary story, then maybe it's not the Holocaust. Maybe it's a different Holocaust. And I think we even talked about, there are plenty of genocides right now. They're just not in Europe. So the table is clear. If you decided, hey, could this person be from Rwanda? Could this person be from Armenia? Could this person be from any other place where awful shit is happening in the world and has been for a long time?
Sure.
I think it does. If you can broaden your horizons, I think there's opportunities to be had.
Sure.
But it also seems as if maybe they're just not dealing with it yet.
Sure.
Mr. Sinister's a bad guy. We're not doing, and we're setting up Emma Frost, and we're kind of maybe setting up, the Hellfire Club. There's other ways that we can swing this, and we don't have to wrestle with who is Magneto yet. Also, not the worst idea.
I know for some, purists, they're like, Mr. Sinister, they're all supposed to be older by the time they encounter him and shit like that. But I kind of get where they're like, we don't want to do Magneto again right away.
Yeah.
It's a minute to find our Magneto. Mole Unit in chat said, Storm is not African, though. Her dad is American and mother is Kenyan, so forcing her into Black Panther seems stupid. Except Aurora was married to T'Challa in the comics, wasn't she?
Yes,
she was indeed.
Yeah, there's history there. I mean, we're not just, making this up as we go along. It would that's why I said, maybe they introduce her Black Panther, because there's history with the characters.
True. And, Dad can be African, but if she's born in Kenya to a Kenyan mom, it's an African lady, bro. I'll have to tell you, homie. She can claim whatever she wants to claim.
Gossy Gat in chat said, Latveria would be a good choice, linked to Doctor Doom and avoiding a real genocide. It's true. You could do a Latverian Magneto.
You totally could.
And then you would never, have to worry about, in history, this happened. I saw somebody else on.
Not a bad idea.
They're fucking mutants. Why can't he just age slower? Why can't he still be, a victim of the
that's not his
Holocaust?
power.
He's just 100 years old or whatever fuck. And, I was bumping into that. I'm like, it's comics. He can do whatever he wants. It's a good movie. Do whatever you want.
Totally good.
Yeah, just for 11 said, make him ageless. Yeah.
What color is Dork's skin? Is it green?
If you got a guy playing Magneto for 10 years, he will age.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Yeah. What was weird is watching Ted Lasso and fucking Phoebe grew up.
Mm-hmm. You're a grown-ass woman now.
Roy's niece, who looks like she's a tween or whatever, and she's got a deeper voice, where she used to be like, his beard is scratchy, and now it's just like, what up, Henry?
We have ice cream for dinner.
Stupid. It was
green
funny, though, because it is the same Like, you know, it's her. It's that same little kid. Henry, I think they recast.
I couldn't remember him well enough from seasons 1 and 2.
I did the homework. I looked and seen that they recast him. But her right away, I knew it. Darth Raider 79 says Denzel is going to be Trask.
Something else.
30 for 36 is back. Get 30 paid.
Okay.
Possible or Striker.
I prefer
Yeah, I mean, it seems weird.
Trask
to do
is
that
racist. I
Black
prefer
Panther,
a white
which is
dude
not
as,
about mutants.
as Trask, but
To like introduce.
Unless Storm was it.
Could be, but then it doesn't become a, you know, and it's no longer a T'Challa story, which it feels like they're very much telling a boy becomes a man story. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. It's fucking comics. It's Marvel. It's a wide playing field, but it seems a little odd for Black Panther to become about mutants when Wakanda is not lousy with mutants, for as far as we know.
Charles YT says Denzel is 100% the Shadow King.
Okay.
why?
I love when people are like 100%. Fucking, I'll buy that.
No
You can
trace
read anything on the internet, man. I'm like, that guy knows.
Why is the Shadow King such a big deal?
So that's the D23 roundup. That's all the news that we got that, you know, sort of feels appropriate to us. I mean, there was some park shit that dropped. They're doing an update, I guess, to the Avengers campus, including like new performances of or new iterations of RDJ as Tony Stark, welcoming people into Avengers Land. They're redoing Tomorrowland, I believe. They're putting a Villains Land, I think, somewhere. Which is all cool. I'm a little less interested in that one because I'm not a like parks person, but go for it, Disney. You know, fucking cook.
I do want to see that. It's not just RDJ. It's Chris Hemsworth and it's Arrow guy. Yeah, Arrow guy. Hawkeye. Jeremy Renner. And it looks like, I think, Ms. Marvel.
Yeah.
I think I saw an image where she's on the bridge of, you know, I think she's the one that interacts with the audience. Like, it's up to us. Right. That would be the wise choice because she's like the Avengers fan.
Mm-hmm.
I've been enjoying that character. I included that character in my Jays of Future Past because she's from Jersey City, so it was kind of appropriate.
That was nice.
But she pops up in Star Wars Marvel as well.
Ooh, very nice. So yeah, so now we come to the portion of our show where we have to bring it down a little bit.
Who died?
Hayden Panettiere.
Oh my God, you're right. Yes, this was what, yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday, maybe Sunday. But yeah, she died at 36.
Way
Ouch.
too young, man. I mean, look, all that.
Anybody remember that show Heroes? You whatnot whippersnappers. You whatnot whippersnappers probably weren't even alive when Heroes came out. I've never seen a single episode of Heroes that I recall, but it was a total thing back when it came out. It was kind of like before the Marvel movies exploded and started to introduce superhero concepts to primetime TV. I spoke with a person at a convention in Seattle when I was showing previews to New Zodiacs. He was like, hey, it's like Heroes. New Zodiacs was like Heroes. And I'm like, I guess it is. But I never saw Heroes. I always use the Marvel Universe as my connective tissue when I'm trying to sell New Zodiacs. It's like my Marvel Universe of characters. 12 characters you can channel the cosmic energies of the Zodiac. And then they all interact with each other in different ways in their own universe.
36 is criminally young. Aiden, of course, was the girl who, I mean, she'd been around for a minute. Like, people, she'd been in movies and whatnot. But
she's in Remember the Titans as a wee lass.
But I think she really broke in the culture as the cheerleader, right? And Heroes Kids was a show that, like, before the Marvel Cinematic Universe fucking got going, Heroes was filling a hole for us comic book fans, doing stuff that nobody was doing. Like, and borrowing similar storylines from the comics. What was his name? Tim Kring, I think, was the guy that did it. Like, you could tell this dude was a fan of comics, and he really put together a lovely stew of comic book homages. But, like, you know, there's at one point, of course, we all remember, if you were around back then, Save the Cheerleader, Save the World. And she played the cheerleader she had super strength, she was invulnerable, right? Like, she could go and like tough as nails or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, she was basically
Wolverine. She broke out fucking huge from that, and then, like, went on to be in Nashville.
She was also a soap opera kid. Like, she was on One Life to Live and Guiding Light when she was a kid. You know, she was in A Bug's Life. I think she had a voice.
That's right. She was Dot in A Bug's Life.
Yeah. Remember the Titans came. She was, you know, a thing called Tiger Cruise on Disney Channel. And then, Heroes. Heroes was fucking huge. It's impossible to understand what that was in 2006. Like, how big
it was massive. So much so that, like, NBC was like, we're doing a spinoff. And it was like Heroes Origins. They asked me to do an episode, and I went on to the San Diego Comic-Con Heroes panel to fucking announce it and shit. But then everything, I think there was a strike and everything went away or something. Yeah. And then by the time they came back, Heroes, I think, had one of those kind of like Twin Peaks kind of lives where it's like when it hit so hard and changed the culture. And then when it came back, people were like, what else you got? And suddenly just treat it nearly as seriously.
Yeah. And then, Nashville was also huge. She was in a couple of Scream movies. She was in Scream 4, the reboot of Scream in 2022, and Scream 6, I think. But she had a history of alcohol and drug abuse and mental health issues and postpartum depression.
Somebody pointed out Stumps 0078. Both Ice Princesses are gone. She was an Ice Princess with Michelle Trachtenberg, and she passed away last year.
Yeah. But I mean, terribly tragic. You know, and she talked somewhat openly about, you know, alcohol and substance abuse when she was young, very young, and physical abuse as well. Like, she just, you know,
poor thing.
The worst side of being a young actor/actress in Hollywood is, you know, just you're part of the machine and somebody will get eaten by it. But yes, so tragic. Too young. 36 is too young.
An absolute bummer, man. She, you know, entertained us kids.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that fucking, when Heroes happened, it was, as a comic book fan, you were just like, and, you know, this was a minute before Kevin Feige was like, hold my beer, you know, and fucking showed what you could do with a superhero story, you know, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So Tim Kring, remember Tim Sale did all the artwork, the late great Sale? He was the guy, you know, was the one dude who was painting like him and stuff.
Yeah, who, you know, that was his gift, was that he could see into the future and he would render it.
And they did a version of like Days of Future Past.
Yeah.
Like, it was a wicked fucking show.
Yeah, I mean, that first season is pretty flawless.
Yeah.
As it would go on, like, it started to lose some steam, it started to lose some pep. But that first season was a fucking phenomenon. And this was just as the internet was coming into vogue, just as it was being used as a marketing tool, just as you could create this entire fucking press and advertising and marketing blitz around Save the Children, Save the World. You could buy fucking episodes on the iTunes store and I was really early in that. Like, are we getting television through the internet? Yeah, it was huge. But
Evan Fowler says they started her out in movies when she was 11 months old.
Wow.
Like she was acting since she was an infant.
Yeah.
Never met her. I don't think I ever crossed paths with her. I don't think I ever interviewed her for anything. I know I didn't interview her for anything, but
yeah.
Seemed like
Alas, Hayden Panettiere, too young.
big bucket of win, as we say on Hollywood Babylon. Thank you for what was the cheerleader's name? Claire. Thank you, Claire.
So yeah, that is all of the news fit to print. That is all of the reviews fit to conversate over. I guess now we just have a Q&A.
Let's dive into the Q&A, kids. But don't forget, this weekend, Friday night, Jaws live at Smodcastle Cinemas, kids. Watch me embarrass myself playing Matt Hooper. Come on down. I'm going to be there, kids. And the week after, Super Jersey Con is happening.
Ooh, who's going to be there?
Like all of the Mallrats, man. Like it's crazy. Super Jersey Con managed to put together a Mallrats reunion that is kind of staggering in terms of who's going to be there. And then a week later, we're all in Texas, and there's a different Mallrats reunion in where was that? I want to say San Antonio. Maybe I'm wrong. Will Wilkins, I think I sent you a graphic that has both. There's a Mallrats mall takeover, which is kind of ingenious. Like, oh, I thought of that. Like, fucking, let's go rent some dead malls and have a fucking like Mallrats exclusive show. I think we lost Will because he's not putting up there. Will, did you pseudo Batman? Stand-in Batman?
Hey.
There's one. That's the one in Texas, I believe. No? And then there's that's the Mallrats takeover in the mall. And then but what is it? Not next week, but the week after is the one at Super Jersey Con.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms?
You did not pay me. You shall not be on my stream. Bye.
Just 1 week before that. Tickets at csmod.com. San Antonio, Texas. Yeah, that's where we're going. But that's after New Jersey. There's the New Jersey one. Hillsborough. A bunch of us, for heaven's sakes, including Priscilla Barnes, man. I haven't seen her since we shot. Mallrats. August 29th, Iron Peak, Hillsborough, New Jersey, man. Me and Jay and Jeremy and Jason Lee and Ethan Sipley and Brian O'Halloran and Joey Laurinaitis and Renee Humphrey and Priscilla Barnes. That's, all we're missing is Rooker from the circuit, man. That's a lot of Mallrats, kids. More Mallrats so you can shake a stick at. Come to Super Jersey Con, man. Me and Jay are going to be there in costume if you're ever like, I want to take a picture with Jay and Silent Bob dressed as Jay and Silent Bob. You can do that there as well.
Wishes come true.
Because I need the money, kids. I ain't got no film work. Nobody will hire me. I ain't got no TV show like Mark Bernardin. I gotta dress up like my movie character to make money. I don't mind it. Look, let's be honest. I dress like my movie character every day. Fuck. I traveled this weekend. I was the only person in fucking Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, who's wearing a fucking overcoat. I'll tell you that much. Great weather. But yeah, man, come on out and see us there. And then when I'm back east, that's on Saturday. The Friday night, though, we're gonna be doing a screening, Watch with Kev, of Coyote versus Acme. And Eric Bowser, I heard great things. The voice actor is gonna be there in attendance. Yeah, come on out, kids. You can watch with Kev, Coyote versus Acme. I've stellar reviews I've seen. I cannot wait to fucking watch this movie. I'm going to watch it in my own goddamn movie theater, Smodcastle Cinemas, where the movies come to play. Come watch it with me and Eric, man. Eric's giving voice to like most of the Looney Tunes characters these days.
Awesome.
And shit, you got anything you want to push into it?
No.
You're a little whore like I am.
I'm not a little whore like you are. I'm thinking about. I'm going to be in New York Comic Con come this October. I don't know what I'm doing there yet. Hopefully on a panel. Hopefully have a signing.
I forgot his ear.
Certain person's theater.
Do that, man. Come see Mark Bernard and Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash. Or we can go do a show at fucking Schmodcast or something.
And we could do a show. We shall see. We shall see.
Tomorrow or right now, if you're back east, kids, depending on where you are in the continental United States. Spider-Man Hulk, Fire and Brimstone is on comic book stands today. Go to your local comic shop, plunk down a few bucks, and enter a world of science. Magic. A man who is a spider, and another one who turns into a big old Frankenstein-looking beast.
Green Rage Monster.
Oh, he's got rage issues. You wouldn't like him when he's angry. Spider-Man, Fire and Brimstone, hitting stands today. Kids, go out and pick one up, or come get it from me at the Secret Stash on Saturday. I'll see you all there.
There you go.
There it is, my friends. Many thanks for hanging out with us and chit-chatting. Kids, if you haven't checked it out yet, pop on over. It's not on this channel. Jason's wife, Jordan, who runs our comedy, she put it on a different channel altogether. Jay and Silent Bob are in his house. Brand new podcast that me and Jay have been doing. Good ass time. Built a little set for it. Jay's backyard.
It's hard to watch.
On YouTube right now. I'm sure Will Wilkins will link it in somewhere around here, man. You have a good time hanging out, kids, because we're not done. We got to do some Q&A.
Indeed.
Let's cue those A's, man. What do you got, Banff Man? Stand in, Banff Man.
Man, I thought you were wrapping up, and I got so excited.
Why? Because you didn't pick any questions?
I picked questions, but I was just like, oh, no. We'll get out faster. Not the case.
Nestor Generina 8629 said missed opportunity to use.
I sent the email. Thanks again. Let me check the email.
Kevin, Sal, Jordan, and Marcus John.
I had to catch up on the chat. Please find a copy of Authority's response. Oh. Mm. 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 Looks like there is no video. No security video. Trix, I do not see your email. FYI. You want to try sending it again? Just watch your spelling. It's astronaut, like the spaceman, and then ink, like the drawing liquid, not like incorporated. It's ink.com. Okay. Let's see. Anything else? Kevin P. West says, Killer Dork. Thank you. My first ever dork. Nico's Comics says, using my ugly mug for your stream photo. You get guts, good sir. Haha. I love that BB cover. It looks so amazing on the wall. I'm so glad. You had quite a BB gallery on your wall. It looked great. I actually just rewatched that series. I thought it was a good series. We're talking about heroes, right? And yeah, I don't think I ever saw Heroes, but it was definitely a comic book influenced TV show before they had comic book TV shows. She was way too young. It's so true. She was way too young. 36 is crazy young. Johnny Pez in the house, VIP. Savage Caro says hi, Joe. Hi, Savage. Johnny, what's up? Great Dork Piece, says Johnny Pez. So cool. Thanks for the props. If you're just joining us, screen grab this, share it with your friends. Let's find the culprit. I just discovered that according to the convention facility, there is no video footage of the theft. I guess I have to believe them. I have no other recourse. I'm disappointed, as you know, a week ago, the first person I spoke to at the facility could have said, we have no cameras in the facility. It's what makes me feel suspect that it took them a week to tell me we have no cameras in the facility. It makes me a little crazy. It took a little too long to tell me you don't have any cameras in your facility. It makes me a little disbelieving. Call me crazy that way. Rodney in the house. You guys check out Rodney. Rodney's telling me to buy all kinds of variants, sketch cover variants of Dork and Dungeon something, Dungeon Dork Carl and Dorky Dork. And I'm like, I'll get there. Rodney's on the scene, his fingers on the pulse, pop culture, he knows what's hot. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Yes, Jeff Loeb was a writer on Heroes. Look at that. See how that works? Crossover. All right, let's ask some questions.
Sure. Look, that Lantern show is going to be on for a few months. So
We got time.
Has anybody seen the Green Lantern show? And what are your thoughts? I have not seen it. I do not subscribe to anything except BritBox, and that's because Sonia likes the BritBox. I keep telling her, Sonia, I think we've tapped out the BritBox. We've seen every British detective show they have. And she's like, oh, that's okay. Maybe something else will come on. So we are still subscribed to BritBox as per the little woman who loves the British comedian, or the British detectives, rather. I'm like, we could take a month off from BritBox and let them load up some new programming and maybe try Disney Plus for a month or try Netflix for a month and just tap it, see what happens, see if there's anything interesting. I won't buy anything from Amazon, but she's like, no, BritBox is good. Something will come on that I'll want to see. Like, okay. As you wish. We just saw Falcon and the Winter Soldier about 3 months ago. I guess that was on Disney Plus quite a while ago. You know, I wanted it to be better. I know for a fact there are facilities that don't like to report that there are crimes at their facilities because they don't want that reputation. So they might do many things to protect that reputation, So when they don't cooperate with victims of crimes, they support the criminal, their record stays spotless because no one knows anything untoward happened at their facility. More questions. Oh my God, the Wilson Fisk is here. Holy cats. Hide your money.
It's coming. Trust me. You hear that? Dark Knight Returns. That's a good idea. Feel that idea.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Born ready.
The offended look on your face was great, Kevin.
Oh,
This one's just an honorable mention because I really was hoping we would do something like this in the beginning, where Laura D was asking if you guys wanted to dish on your least favorite person you've met in Hollywood, because that's doing gangbusters for that His House you mentioned.
Yeah, which is like I'm not. You know me. I'm not that guy. But I'd rather be positive. But that is an interesting little story. There's the Kelsey Grammer's been in our chat all night.
I know. I muted him for random 30 seconds here and there.
Outraged.
Legitimate question though.
Yes.
Lego DC movie. They come to you. Oh my gosh. We've got to have your voice. Who do you want to voice? Because you get to pick it, and that comes from Positive Takes.
I have been in a Lego thing as Kevin Smith in one Batman Lego game, Batman Lego 3, I think it was. And let me see. I have been a Lego villain in Marvel's Lego Avengers. I was Terrax. But who would I want to be in a DC-oriented Lego project? Who do I have a good voice for? I feel like I could pull off a pretty convincing Blue Beetle. You know what I'm saying? Like with enough, like, oh man, I don't know. Come on, Booster. I guess I'm not really doing them justice. I don't have a script in front of me. Sorry.
Off the dome.
Yeah, I was just right off the top. I think without having to do much, anything else would require me to like fucking act and do some work in advance. Like, I would love to play Batman, but I ain't got the voice for that. And I don't think I sound like a Joker. Although, have you seen, your alma mater, that fucking Batman show on Amazon?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see their take on the Joker?
I haven't yet, no.
It's fucking good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like the man who laughs more than anything else. And he's very,
Damn it.
Werner Herzog-ish.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, it was cool to see a different take on it.
You don't get to advertise on my stream. You did not pay me.
But yeah, there you go. That's who I picked. What about you, Mike?
I think I want to do the version of Commissioner Gordon that Jeffrey Wright does, but Jeffrey Wright as Peoples Hernandez from the Shaft movie that he was in. Do you remember him as like the Dominican bad guy? It's great. It's like the first time I ever saw Jeffrey Wright as like
what flick?
Shaft with Sam Jackson.
Is that right? Is that he popped where he broke out?
It was after Basquiat. Basquiat was the first thing. People were like, holy shit, who's this guy?
Right.
But then he shows up as Peoples Hernandez, who's like a Dominican drug dealer, who is incredibly smart and savvy, and one of these like Jimmy Smits in Running Scared. So like if that dude was also Commissioner Gordon, I think would be hilarious. I'd like to do
that. All right, what else we got? Get us there.
This one's real simple, but it's from Reborn Hunter. And they ask, if you're a pro wrestler, what would your entrance theme
Hold on. I'm going to read from chat. Evan Fowler says, I like the humorless German Joker from Caped Crusader. He makes no jokes, just kills shitloads of people. I dig that show more and more. Yeah, it's a cool take on the Joker. You know, he's just like, he's just a cold fucking German son of a bitch. Making, cracking no jokes and shit like that. And then finally he laughs at the end. All right, what was that question?
Your entry song curious.
What's your entrance theme? As you're coming into the arena and the crowd is going wild, what's playing?
This is a question I'm asked literally every weekend when I go do shows. They're like, what do you want to come out to? So I'll give you the same answer I gave the good folks at Bricktown Comedy Club in Tulsa, where I just played Friday and Saturday night for 4 shows. Can I come out to Peter Piper instrumental version by Run DMC? Thank you. That's my music. That's what I go out to.
Nice. I'm gonna choose, and it's a little bit hard to find because the sample, I don't think they ever clear the sample. But Simon Says by Pharoah Monk. The sample is the Godzilla theme. So it's most famously in Charlie's Angels when Sam Rockwell sings it. That's the track. But yeah, they never cleared the Godzilla theme, so it's hard to even buy, but it's pretty fucking dope. So
Evan Fowler suggested Yakety Sax.
Awesome.
I saw Dolly Parton 3 times in 1 year live. Once up in Vancouver, once at the Hollywood Bowl, and once in Tampa with my mother. And she's got a bit when she performs where she plays the saxophone. And she's like, you know, fucking wailing. But at one point, you know, she could play yakety sax, and she's like, I've been trained in for so long that I could play yakety sax backwards. Are you ready? She goes, and then she turns her back to the audience and plays the exact same song. Adorable. Adorable.
It's a national treasure.
Oh my God. Save her at all costs. Okay, what do we got? We got a third one?
A third question, yes.
What we got?
Studio wants an American Graffiti style movie set in the 80s. What are your 2 absolute must-have cars for the movie? That's from Victor Venn Diagram.
One more time, cars? This is a cars question? Car question.
Yeah. So it's an American Graffiti,
assuming
but it's
I
set
have
in the
any.
80s.
This is assuming that I am masculine in any way, shape, or form, which clearly I'm not. I like cars. I'll be honest with you. I love driving, but I'm not a car head. So it's the 80s?
80s.
I'm picking 2 cars. Ready?
Go.
Anton first Batmobile.
Excellent.
Can predate the 80s, or I'm just nothing past the 80s?
There's no rules, man. You make the rules. You do you.
Looking like the car Green Hornet had. You know, I'm tempted to put the Black Beauty in there. Black Beauty in the Batmobile.
It's pretty strong.
There's also a piece of me that wants to use the Monkey Mobile. The 2 little underutilized Monkey Mobile from the Hey Hey We're the Monkeys. And people say we monkey around. Or the Munsters car. They look like a funeral parlor on fucking wheels. Am I allowed to use any of the wacky racer vehicles?
Sure.
Everyone you gonna do. It's your dream.
Can I use Homer's car? Whatever Homer's. The one he built. I want a horn here, and here. You could never find. Oh, all right, here you go. Fuck that. I'm going Batmobile.
Yep.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Oh, nice brackets.
One comes with a song.
It does.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, we love you.
Neither says the
Bang,
80s,
chitty,
though.
Chitty Bang Bang, banging in the back is what we do. Fucking in the back of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Okay, Kev.
I
There goes my PG-13.
Dick Van Dyke killed.
For the record, Chi Chi Bang Bang, created by the same guy who created James Bond, Ian Fleming.
No shit.
That's right.
That I didn't know.
That guy could do anything or two things.
Yeah, trick car. That was his whole thing. what if he had a car that was like tricked out? They're like, yeah, Ian, we know.
Yeah,
Got
you saw the other thing.
Yeah. What if you had a car? It's like a Lotus, and it goes under the water, and we call it the spy who glubbed me. That's a glub under the water. Yeah, that's a joke stolen from Mad Magazine, isn't it? What about you? What's your car? Oh, so other people are saying the DeLorean. God damn it.
Yeah. I'm going the Pontiac Trans Am that they used as the basis for the Night Industries 2000.
Oh shit, Kit?
Kit.
Could you imagine Kit's relationship
to the theme song?
Kit's conversations with you behind the wheel be like, that's an excellent story point, Mark.
Have you thought about perhaps flipping your resolution from Act 3 to Act 2?
Sounds like too much of a trope, Mark. Hey, Kit. How about fucking disconnect your battery, piece of shit? How about you fucking drive? I'll tell you how to drive. Don't tell me how to write. Fair enough.
So on that one, and I think that I want the V8 Interceptor from Road Warrior, or a Buick Grand National, 1986, which is an incredibly, at this point, rare car. But it was at one point the fastest production car you could buy in America. But it's also
Talking about cars makes me miss my car.
Yes, the title of his most recent album was Grand National /GNX. So yeah, I think that's what
We gave up our Audi TT.
We got some folks in there.
Very sad day.
For, hey man, what about Herbie the Love Bug? What about the A-Team band? What about
them? You want cars that say the 80s.
I would want Magnum PI's Ferrari.
There you go.
Good call.
Specific, but it's just got to be a black Porsche 911 complete with a handgun and cocaine in the glove compartment.
There you go.
Oh.
That's very 80s.
No particular movie, just fucking
exactly.
You don't want the Testarossa from Miami Vice, which I'm pretty sure had a handgun and cocaine in the glove compartment.
You don't want the Carrera from fucking Risky Business that can go into the Lake Michigan.
Yeah, that you can then have sex with Rebecca De Mornay.
I want Grandpa's car from 16 Candles that gets crashed in the lake.
She wanted to have sex in a real train. You could get, as Wannington points out, the station wagon from National Lampoon's Vacation.
Mm-hmm.
As Cool points out, Speed Racer, the Mach 1, the Bluesmobile, says Poison's Plants.
Buckaroo Banzai's car.
Oh, with the oscillation overthruster in it?
Sancio delivery.
Buckaroo Banzai Jetmobile, jet car.
Ready to learn more about Yeztugo? Talk to a healthcare provider to see if Yeztugo is right for you. Visit Yeztugo.
I think I'm going to.
And if you important facts about Yeztugo, including important warnings.
I think I'm. I'm gonna try something. Because this is a post-battle scene, I was thinking of using the airbrush on the background and get a smooth background. But because this is a post-battle scene, this might be better to do like a Van Gogh kind of expressionist, like Gob gob cover.
Far from lanterns.
Gob's stroke marks, you know,
The Cheech and
random.
Chuck, the Cheech and Chong truck made a pop. Yes. Green Goblin truck from Maximum Overdrive. Yes, Wannington. I don't wanted that when I was a kid. Not even a truck person, but I'm like, fucking Green Goblin's face is on it.
Yes, please.
There it is, kids. That's all we got for you. Did you have a good time? If you did, thank our good sponsors at Fume and Ridge. Fume and Ridge. Oh, that's smooth.
JB Smooth.
What was the flavor? Maple Ridge? No.
Maple pepper.
Maple pepper.
From the Chattanooga peppers.
Pass me the volcanic salt and the maple pepper.
Northwest.
Kids, did you have a good time? I sure fucking did. And if you did, is
Kev
because
with
Knock
the
in
swearing.
Back
What up,
was
dude?
at home taking care of his sick old self.
PG-13, Kev.
But this episode of Fat Man Beyond has been brought to you
The
by
hell.
the letter W.
The hell. Anything going on in the chat hall? 6 people in the room. I still have a Miles Spider-Man and a Gwen drawing to do, right? Let's check our Okay, Trix, are you still in the room? Trix. Trix, I need photo reference, please, of your costumes for your characters, so that we both know which versions we're going to be working on together. Let's just double check my email address. Tracks! Where are your tracks? I think I met Nate Pecos before. He's the letterer, right? I met him at a show in Vermont, if I remember right. Nice guy. I'm also pretty sure he may have lettered one of the comics that I worked on at DC. Do 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 do. Do 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 Tricks. T. Simon, thanks for flagging tricks. Yeah, I'm thinking that rather than use an airbrush, like just a sense of like this kind of blood splattered sky, swatches of colors might be better suited. You know, like splattering. There's a passage in Beowulf, one of the versions of Beowulf that I read, where they're burying their dead. Like I think a group of warriors encountered. I think they encountered Grendel, the monster. I don't think it was another warring party, but I think it was Grendel, the the Cain member of Cain's clan. And anyway, Grendel went to town on these warriors, killed them all, so they had a funeral pyre, not a pile, a funeral pyre. And there's a phrase in the there's a passage in the scene called "the sky." Something goes like this. It goes, "The sky swallowed the smoke." So like all those S's, the alliteration of it, and then it just kind of creates this image. I don't know, image in my head of this burning flesh rising up into the sky. The fats, the various oils and fats, the human body is splattering and snapping in the flames. That's what I'm thinking of while I'm painting this background.
Thank you for the raid, Nari Nan. I'm a fan of your show. Thank you so much. We're drawing Dork today. And as soon as Trix gets back to me, right after Dork, we're drawing Spider Gwen and Miles, if I remember right. It's going to be a long day today. Boo, boo, boo. Beep, beep, beep. If you're just joining us and you know anything about stolen goods, we could use your help locating CGC 9.9 signed comic, something I created and published called the New Zodiacs Aquarius. It was stolen from my table at the Fan Expo Boston 2 Saturdays ago, not last Saturday, but the Saturday before that. So just been told by the convention facility that there is no video footage, even though I've been in contact with the facility for over a week. Suddenly they have no video footage. So I can use you guys' help more than ever. If you see this particular item in your travels with this serial number, take a screen grab. Here's a larger numbers. For you to take a screen grab, share it with your friends. Let's catch the person who stole this. I'm not sure of the value of it. I've never sold an item like this, but it's precious to me. So I would appreciate it if the comic book community came together and let me know when they come across this item. Thanks very much in advance for helping out. I'd be really, really extra upset if I didn't have 2 other 9.9s, but I am the publisher, so I saw the complete print run to this particular issue, and I picked out some of my favorite copies that I thought were 9.8 and above contenders, and I got 3 9.9s. So I would take the 9.9 to shows just for conversational purposes. I never got an offer
on the 9.9 that I would seriously consider. So it was more of a conversation piece than it was something for sale. And it was stolen from me right out of the top rack of my display at Boston Fan Expo Boston. So once again, if you happen to come across it in your travels, if you see someone selling something like this on eBay, or if a retailer has one on their wall, or if you know someone who's trying to sell one, this belongs to me, and I'd appreciate it if you shared the information with me. Cool. Deal. Deal, folks. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter. Let's see. We are coloring the hell out of the sky for this dork piece, and then I'm going to move on to I'll at least start. I can at least start Trix's piece, but I haven't heard from Trix. Let me check my email one more time. Yeah, I don't see. I do not see reference. As we all know, Gwen and Miles, they've got different looks. I want to make sure that a lot of times people draw Gwen without her mask. So I want to just make sure that I'm drawing the right version of the characters that Trix has in mind. This color's a little intense. Where's my mustard? Let's see what mustard looks like. Oh yeah, that works. Mustard will work here too. Yeah, here's a background example where the background being kind of impressionistic or pointillist kind of suggests all this kind of popping fat pieces and body parts just bubbling and popping and burning. Good times. Johnny Pez, I read all. I'm caught up on the chat. B. Roman, what do you think, bud? We're closing in on the end. What do you think? We got to do something here. I can see already that the value of the background is the same value as this. So we're going to add some darker values in his figure so he pops. Sometimes you don't see it until you start laying down the colors. There we go. I see Ian and Don's IG posts about their pieces that were stolen. Yeah, there were three of us, it appears. Somebody went on a spree and decided to just steal shit. The thing is that there's such goodwill at the shows that I've been to that I actually saw the guy take the piece. I saw him take my 9.9. I, I was kind of led to the opposite side of my table on the day, and out of the corner of my eye, my peripheral vision, I did see him reach for the piece. He's a short guy, shorter than me. I'm 5'9", so he was probably about 5'6" or lower, mousy brown hair, white dude. Um, I saw him reach for it, but I didn't think to look over or check up on him because everyone has been so cool over the years that I'm like, he just wants to look at it, he'll put it back. And then it wasn't till the end of the day that I realized, hey, he never put it back. I couldn't find the 9.9. It was up on the top shelf of my comics rack, and it was accompanied by a 9.8 Aquarius and a 9.8 Pisces. So I didn't notice it missing until the end of the day. I just figured the guy, when I saw him take it, I just figured he would put it back. But I got my edge back. I learned my lesson. I would love to get this piece back and learn my lesson with less loss. But it is something that's very hard to how do I say this? It's a rare item. So, if a guy walks into a comic shop and tries to sell it, I just think he might have some trouble. Ian and Don's pieces were sketches, so I could see maybe they'd be easier to sell. I don't know. I'm not sure, but we're all doing our best to kind of let people know what was taken. And I will be at convention this weekend called Plastic City Comic Con in Fitchburg, Mass. That's pretty cool. We got to color the chicken still. Is this a commission or are you running it? This is a paid commission for Mr. B. Roman, VIP. B. Roman. Ainge says, this is an amazing commission, Johnny Pez. I think Johnny Pez agrees. Thank you, Ainge. T. Simon says, I know an artist that had 2 sketch covers taken at MegaCon. Oh, that sucks. You know, that's a lot of money and effort, time, you know, to do 2 pieces. That's crazy. Sorry to hear that. Care to share? Maybe there's some information you can share with us that we'll all keep an eye out for the pieces rather. There's 2 of them. We'll all keep an eye out for those pieces and definitely let your friend know if we ever come across them. Okay, where's my mustard? That's warm gray. Looking for mustard. That's golden yellow. That's a little too hot, isn't it? Is it? Not too bad. Okay. Let's just take care of that ghostly chicken head. Joe, this is insane, says B. Roman. I'm glad you like it. What are we going to do with your others? Are we coloring the other ones next week? That is how, now that is now a limited Brett Bean Sig, as he now signs just Bean. Oh, interesting. Bean, so much easier to write than Brett Bean, isn't it? And look at me, I have to write out my whole name. Let's check out the blue. I think he's Blues, the chicken, right? Chicken Ghost is Blues. Yeah, kind of blue gray. Yeah, let's do it. Looking sharp. Looking sharp. We got to scan that bad boy. And I didn't even interfere with Mr. Bean's signature. Designed around it. Very cool. It's like it's supposed to be that way. Awesome. B. Roman, I hope you love it. Okay, Trix, are you in the room? Trix! Trix! Let me check my emails. Did not get an email from Trix. Now I could start. It's certainly plausible that I could start a Miles and Gwen piece. Trix, I sent it. Yeah, I don't. Did you just send it? Did you get the email address spelled right, bud? Because I don't see it. If you just sent it, I will check. About an hour ago. Yeah, if you could please check the spelling. I did not receive. Joe at Joe at astronaut, like the spaceman. Ink INK, like the drawing liquid, not like the corporation. INK.com, all one word. Did not receive, but we can at least start your piece. I'm not sure I'll be able to finish it live, but I will start it today and finish it tonight and send it out to you. What's tomorrow? Friday? Either Friday tomorrow or Saturday. Let's see. Still have not received. What do you guys think? Let's dig up some Spidey blanks. That we can choose from. Be nice to that comic book. It's very, very cool. Look what I won on Whatnot. Oh, how cool is that? It's not the actual comic, it's a facsimile, but it's a great comic if you guys haven't read it. Was it number 20? 25. Cap's Kooky Quartet era. Where super villains, Hawkeye, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver join Cap. They're super villains, man. What's up with that? But Cap trains them into a well-oiled Avengers machine. No kidding. Oh, hold on a second. Wait, where is that? Where's that box? 1 second. Okay. So, Scarlet Spider. Red Spider Gwen. Could you please send me reference to the Spidey and Miles, the Miles and Spider Gwen. I have not received your email that you sent an hour ago. We can also choose a sketch cover. Let's set this aside for now. Okay, so here's what I have available. Spectacular, Spider-Man, Hunted, and Amazing #1. These are your choices for sketch covers, or I could do it on 9x12 Bristol board paper. Whatever works for you, let me know, please. Should I DM you about the other two books? If you want me to work on them off camera, yes. Or you can email me at the same address, Joe@Astronaut Inc. Is this something you want me to work on today, Brian B. Roman? Bristol sounds good. Bristol it is. 9x12. 1 second. There you go. Just let me know what options to buy. Okay, let's discuss. Brian, I probably won't be able to get to yours live today, but if you're cool with me working on it tomorrow and sending it out to you either tomorrow or Saturday, here's what we'll do. Let's see. Where are your other covers? For this one, we're coloring. Uh, yeah, let's do 100 for this because everybody colored their background. So I'll color the background up here as well. We'll do 100 for this. So you would purchase an additional the color add-on, and same with this guy, color add-on. If that's what all we're doing is coloring these. Okay, so it would be 2 color add-ons that you would purchase. I'll work on these tomorrow first thing and get them out to you, but they won't be on live stream. That's the only catch. If you're cool with that, let me know. Perfect. Did my email come through? Let's check. So you spelled astronaut right? Right? And ink is I-N-K, right? I'm not getting it. Not receiving. We could try a different email address. Try this one. It's a business email address, so it's not ending up in spam. So we could try astronautinc@gmail.com, and we'll see if that goes through. Astronaut, like the spaceman. Ink, I-N-K, like the drawing liquid.com. Oh, I'm sorry, astronautinc@gmail.com. That's the second option. I'm seeing as I'm not getting anything at joe@astronautinc.com, which is a first. I usually get all the emails you guys send me. No space between any of the words. Thank you, B. Roman. Appreciate it. Let me just flag these just to make sure. How did this end up here? This goes over here. Anybody interested in this one? This one would be, well, I'm going to put the Sentinel in the background too. So this one would be $225 if anybody's interested in this one. I'm sorry, let's see. So wait, what do I pay? What do I charge here? $150. Yeah, $150 for a single figure. So this is bust with hand. This is $125 plus background, the Sentinel. This would be $225. If anybody's interested, let me know. I'll run the auction for you. So B. Roman color, there you go. We'll set these aside with your dork. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Now let's check and see how Trix is doing. I'm no master of technology, but I do know when emails come through and when they don't. I want a Givey. I want a Givey today or yesterday. I want a Givey on DA Comics. Thank you, DA, for the Jeff Iceberg for the Givey. If you're not following DA Comics, please do so. Also, hopefully you're following me here on the whatnot. You can follow me here on YouTube. You can follow me here on Instagram, joe.saint.pierre. Email comes through. I don't see your email, bud. I'm redoing the email from my PC. 1 sec. Okay. I know these computers, they like to get glitchy. I know lately my phone, whenever I'm driving, and especially when I need the Maps app the most, it goes to sleep on me. So I'm driving on a highway, not knowing which exit to take, and I have to literally wake up the phone. It goes black on me. Uh, I'm happy to sue Apple if I ever get in an accident because of that nonsense. I'm going back to paper maps, folks. Paper maps don't shit the bed on you. Unless you're in a convertible and the wind blows it away. I heard you did a dork. I did a dork, Acid. You want to see it? Acid, he's always in the know. That's my first dork. Of course. Amazing. Thanks, Acid. I sold my second Battle Beast too at Chicago. I should put first dork here somewhere, right? First. Where should I put it? Oh, maybe this sword is the one. It's the symbol for number 1. There we go. Number 1. That means it's the first dork I've ever drawn. Cool. Thank you, B. Roman. Bean signed too. Yeah, I'm working around Bean's autograph. So funny. Acid hears everything. He's got his finger on the pulse of the whatnot art scene. Full sig too. Yeah, Acid. They were just discussing earlier in the stream that he only signs Bean now, right? So much faster. Also, this guy available, not finished. He just signs Bean now. Yeah. Okay, sent it again. Let's try. Let's try. Let's do it this time. I'm going to quit out of the software just in case. I don't usually get glitches in my Thunderbird software. Well, let's try it out. There's something coming. Jason Treat. Look at you. Hello, I like these versions of Miles and Gwen. Got you, buddy. There's Miles. Nice. There's Gwen. Okay, so Gwen with mask and sneakers. Good to know. Good to know. All right, what should they be doing? You have any ideas? Swinging together, hanging out together, sitting on a New York City gargoyle upside down because apparently their butts are adhesive also. Hanging from webbing. artist's choice. Cityscape background. Narrow it down for me. Says I probably have 100 ideas and you'll hate 90 of them and you'll be indifferent to 7 of them and you'll love 3 of them. So are you thinking like a cityscape background? Cityscape sounds great. Very good. They could be like leaping or swinging. I know Acid likes the webbing that I do. So they could kind of be swinging together. I have a sketch idea for Absolute Batman that I was thinking of. We could start with the this could be like a prototype for the Absolute Batman that I'm thinking of. I like the swinging or sitting upside down ideas. Okay. You still have absolute blanks. Let me check. I might have one left. I've got one left. Rodney turned me on to a place to get Absolute Batman blanks because I guess um, issue 25 is going to have a blank. So I ordered 40 of them. So if this one would be 30, but I wouldn't charge for the issue 25 blanks. Something to keep in mind. Yeah, I told him, LOL. There you go. I saw a cool black Absolute blank. I have seen those as well. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Acid, he's the source of everything. Acid, tell us all what else we should get. So I don't hear it secondhand from Rod. Rod was telling me to get Dungeon Dweller Carl blanks, and many people have told me about the Dork blanks. The black ones are like 120 now. Holy cow. He's been doing a ton of those sketches. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Yes, he's been telling me. he's, he's telling me that he's doing them and they're selling like crazy. So Dungeon Crawler Carl would be cool. A lot of fun characters. Are they more cool than my D&D style characters called Bold Blood? I'll be the judge of that. I used to play D&D way back in the day in high school. It used to eat up our week. We used to play like three times a week, me and my brother and my cousin. And the adventures we would go on, they were so fun that I got attached to the characters. And I adapted a lot of the characters that we used to play to my comic called Bold Blood, which is in the bin. Yeah, this idea I have for Absolute Batman, the proportions aren't exactly right for 9x12, so I can see the problems happening already. And 9x12 proportions are more squat, and 11x17 is more. It's more vertical. So the vertical idea I have needs some retooling on 9x12. Let's see. I'm interested in the Absolute Batman, so let me know in no rush. If you like, this is probably something I won't be able to work on the stream, but I will work on it tomorrow with B. Roman's other pieces, and I will probably finish this one off camera as well. So let me know what you want. You want a single figure acid, and I will create a specific item for you. Do you want single figure? Do you want background? Do you want color? Let me know your thoughts. Just go black and white. You can wait till next week so I can watch. Yeah, if you want to watch, we'll do it next week for sure. I'm planning Wednesday and Thursday next week. So if you want to do that, I'm game. If you want it now, you can't wait, I'm game. Pencil me in, I'll be your guy, no problem. Sent you a message, Tricks. Okay. Trix, are you in the house? Can you make this out? This is our blue line sketch phase. This would be Gwen doing kind of like a ballerina type pose, and this is Spidey Miles doing a kind of web swinging pose. I'm going to Gwen kind of spinning the web towards the camera, and she's holding on to this web mesh that he's going to be Miles is going to be swinging from like a web mesh, and she's going to hang on to some of it and spin a web towards the camera. That's what I'm thinking. Love it. Oh, great. That's good news. Thank you. And then we'll throw some verticals in the background for cityscape. Cool. Let me save this reference to my desktop so I don't have to keep opening. There we go. Reference. And then we go new folder, tricks. I'm going to save this to the tricks folder. Nice. Trick says, me and my little girl love the Spider-Verse movies. I've been collecting Miles books, and she has been collecting Ghost Spider. Look at that. Perfect. And then you can trade off and read each other's comics. I love it. And then you get to fight over where this is displayed, whose room it's displayed in. I don't want to be a part of that. Mm-mm. Isn't there a children's TV show where it's like Spider-Man and his amazing friends, but it's like Gwen and Miles and Peter are all like child spider people or or something like that. I have seen a few very young ladies dressed as Gwen, which I think is kind of fun. Like very young, like infants, like 2 or 3 year olds. I don't know how old can kids first walk? So I've seen walking children dressed as Gwen, very young, which is so cool. I probably would have dropped dead of sensory overload if I were a kid today, because I had I was super excited whenever the Spider-Man cartoon came on from the 60s. What is this you are sketching now? This is Miles and Spider-Gwen. LOL, probably gonna be in her room. That's nice. You're good, Dad. The 1D Man says, yes, Spidey Adventure or whatever on Disney. 1D Man says, Miles is called Spins in that show. Sure. If even if Spider-Man is a kid, what do you call Spider-Man when he's a kid? It's funny, my son now debates me about his name because of the show. 1D Man says about 8 months they start to wobble, maybe 11 to 12 months full stepping. So the kids I've been seeing they're well beyond just tentative stepping. They're walking around. So I'd say maybe 2 to 3 year old kids running around conventions dressed as Gwen. I think that's cool. Adam says, what is that? Oh, you answered that. Spidey, Miles Morales, and Gwen. Earthworm Jim, obviously, of course. Spidey and is this normal comic blank size? It's ballpark. It's 9 by 12, and I think blanks are 7 by 9, something like that. But it's the same price range for me as far as I'm concerned. Headed to Plastic City Comic Con this weekend in sunny Fitchburg, Mass. Who am I going to see there? Also, I have anything in August? I think August is free, so I'll be here on the Whatnot for August. I have to check my calendar. So this is good, actually. This is not as bad as I thought it was. So Sonia will be coming home soon. We're going to have dinner. But I will finish this up later tonight and into tomorrow. And we'll send this out either late tomorrow or early Saturday, it looks like. Early Saturday is probably most likely. But thanks to B. Roman, thanks to Trix, thanks to Ange and Johnny Pez and Acid and Miss Mayhem, all the regulars for stopping by. Thanks to everybody out there who wants to share this and spread the word that this item was stolen from me 2 Saturdays ago at Fan Expo Boston. And that I would very much like it back and appreciate it if it was returned to me. So if he's hanging from something, maybe here comes Sonia now. Hi, honey. I'm on the Whatnot, babe. So I'm probably going to sign off. Thanks again to everybody who came by today and picked up some stuff. Appreciate it. Okay. Acid. Adam says, what's up? How's it going, Acid? Oh, wow. I missed a lot of chat here. Acid said, how was Boston? Boston was very, very good. I sold a lot of comics. I didn't sell a lot of art. I think all the art buyers were at Terrificon the same weekend. But I sold a bunch of comics at Boston, which is cool. Um, if this hadn't happened, it would have been my favorite show of the year. Except that I went to Chicago last weekend, and that was even better. That was crazy. That was people buying everything. They were buying prints, they were buying original art, they were buying sketch covers, they were buying comics. It was pretty steady at Chicago. I think my numbers in Chicago were better than Boston this year. Usually Boston is my best show of the year. Let's see. Adam says you were at Fan Expo in Boston. I might have met you. Oh, it's very possible. What's up, Acid? Says Adam. How's it going? You guys are all tight with Acid. Acid knows everybody. Acid said, I'm good, man. How are you, Adam? Acid says, wow, scumbags, man. Sorry to hear that. You should put the CGC number out there, too. Here it is, the CGC number. You guys can screen grab it. This is it also. I contacted CGC, gave them the serial number. There's a guy named Lucas who said even if the an option is that this guy decides he wants to crack it and resubmit it to CGC, this signature is unique and will be easy to identify even if the serial number has changed. If he decides to crack it open, there's a chance it's not a 9.9 anymore if he resubmits it. I don't know if the guy is thinking that far along. He didn't strike me as the brightest bulb. I blame Chris Evans, says Adam. Yeah, totally. It's Chris Evans' fault. Rodney says, you got 9 commissions, so get to work, haha. Thanks, can't wait to see it, says Trix. Acid says, ha, Rodney. I bought a bunch of art, but I didn't see your booth. At Boston? I was in the Artist Alley section. I was next to a giant cement column. Acid said, man, that's awesome. Love to hear it was awesome. Except the theft. Yeah, I know. How did he get it? It's an old, I think he was, I suspect he's not working alone. I went through this earlier in the stream. I'll try it one more time. For any of you guys out there who do shows yourselves. So this is my table. This is a giant stone column right here. Stone column. I'm behind my table. This is me. Can you see this? There's 2 gentlemen right in the center of the table looking through portfolios and books and stuff. There's a guy over here standing near my rack, upon which the 9.9 was at the top shelf of this rack. Young lady comes over. She's got a sketchbook. She's like, hey, can you look at my sketches and give me some pointers? And she kind of led me to the left side of the table. So I'm over here now. And I'm talking to her about her sketches. And out of the corner of my eye, I see this guy reach up. Short guy, 5'5"-ish, 5'6"-ish, mousy brown hair, white guy. I see him reach up in this direction. My brain goes, he's taking down the CGC. My brain goes, I've had 30 years of no trouble at conventions. He'll probably just put it back. But what I should have done was turn to him and said, you know, I'll be right with you or whatever. I just assumed he would put it back. So later in the day, I'm packing up. It's the end of the day, and the 9.9 is missing. So I discovered later on that he had not put the comic back, and that these people could possibly all be working together, 4 of them. These 2 guys were taller than him, definitely taller than her. She was like a petite African American girl, probably early 20s, tops, not maybe even teens. So my my suspicion is that they were all working together, that these two guys blocked my center, forced me over to the left, and then this guy made his move. That's my best. Was there cameras? I just got an email from the security people at the facility convention center. Just got one while I'm live on the stream that said there is no footage. Were you next to Pablo Villalobos or Greg Land? Looks like it by your map. LOL. No, I was next to Chris Enut on this side and a stone column. And who was over here? I know his name. Jared. I think it's Jared. He did a book called Chef's Kiss. I know his name. I'm just going blank. I forget Jared's last name. But Chris Enut was here. So that's how I think it went down. But I got my edge back. I'm much more. I learned my lesson. Let's put it that way. But it would be cool if I could learn my lesson and get my 9-9 back. That would be nice. So if you guys want to share the 9-9, here's the serial number for it. It ends in 1003. Here's a larger numbers so you can read it better. If you want to share this with your friends, that would be great, with your local retailers, especially if you're in Mass. That'd be cool. I'd love to catch this guy. It would be nice. Sorry to hear about that. Thank you, Scarlett. Adam said, I got lost in Artist Alley. Sorry I missed you, and sorry that happened to you. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. My friend Ian, my excellent friend Ian, also had a sketch stolen, and my new friend Don Wynn also had a sketch stolen within the same time frame. So it looks like some team went on a spree. That's my best guess. Dang. Indeed. Dang indeed. Cool. So I will definitely jump on this. I'm going to greet my wife, Sonia, who has just walked in the door. I'm going to have a little dinner, and then I will finish this off. Tricks, I'll probably send you black and white before I go to color. So keep an eye out for that. And B. Roman, I will color your pieces right after this one is done. What I'll probably do is I'll do the black and white on this, and then I'll color all three of you at the same time, because Trix is getting color as well. How did Chicago go? You look busy the couple times I walked by. Yeah, Chicago was great. Very, very steady. A lot of signatures. I didn't realize how many people had my comics in Chicago that they wanted my autograph on. I don't think I've signed more comics at a show than any other show. I just did a lot of signing, which is cool. Also sold some artwork, sold a lot of sketch covers, sold some comics, sold a lot of prints. It was very well balanced. I could have used a second table. I had Dan Mora next to me. He had 3 tables. And I'm like, dude, just give me one of those tables. I really need 2 tables. Oh, it was rough. Acid said, sounds like it was the perfect moment. Sounds like a bunch of thieves in Boston. Hate hearing stories like that. Yeah, how many times have I done Boston? Probably a dozen. I never had any trouble. People were very gracious, friendly, polite, respectful. So I didn't, when I saw the guy out of the corner of my eye, I didn't think twice. I should have. I just figured out he'll put it back because everybody's so cool. I'll share the word on your slab. Thank you, Acid. You are the man. You are in touch. You are the networker. So yeah, let's find that slab. Okay, we'll do. Trick said he's gonna look out for my black and white finished email. Boston is a very crime-free city, so I think it's just a few bad apples spoiling the bunch. Yeah, like I said, 12 years, never had even a hint of trouble. Trick says, thanks again. No worries. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you. Adam says, I leave my apartment door unlocked. Where do you live, Adam? Are you in Boston? D-Man asks if I make it to West Coast cons. Very rarely, not often, but I am looking to stretch out. So this year I went to Charlotte for Heroes Con. I went to Fan Expo Philly, and I went to Chicago, and that's me spreading out. So next year I might go to West Coast shows. If you have any you'd like to recommend, let me know. D-Man says nice. Acid says crazy. Acid says 3 tables. Yeah, he had 3 tables. And his fans were using my table, my portfolio, as their drying station for signatures. I had to shush them away. And I'm like, dude, you can't leave your comics on my art. Sorry. And even Dan was very gracious. He could see that even though he had 3 tables, he could see that people were putting their comics on my table. Their Dan Mora signed comics were on my table. And he would very often grab the comics and put them back on his table. So he was a really gracious guy. I didn't get a chance to talk to him much because he wasn't at his table a lot. And when he was at his table, he was just nonstop signing. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him much, but very gracious guy. I like him a lot. And I like his work very much too. He's quite good. Ryan Otley had 2 tables as well. Yeah, no surprise. The big guys, they need a lot of space just to accommodate their lines. Acid says, good to hear I lived in Boston when I went. Eat More Delicious Brains says it's safe outside of downtown crossing at night. It's good to know. Acid says I would never leave my door unlocked. Yeah, me either. That's not my thing. When I was in Chicago, I actually threw a chain and lock on my high-end art portfolio, and haven't done that in maybe 30 years. But this nonsense just made me think twice, you know. D-Man says, gotcha, because I have some of those Spidey covers you did for sure. I live in the north end of Boston, says Adam, so right in the heart of the city. Wow, that's nice, dude. Very nice. Are you in a section of the city you can just kind of walk to anything you need, like a museum or groceries? Everything is real close by. D-Man says Ontario, California Comic-Con Revolution is a good one. And LA Comic-Con is also fun. Good to know. I'm screen grabbing those. I will look into those. Thank you, D-Man. Adam is high-fiving Acid. Acid says, yeah, can't use Joe's one table for a drying table. I know, it's ridiculous how dense some people can be. He had 3, LOL. Yeah, Mora's Absolute 22 years. Absolute 22 years, so a huge book. Acid loves Boston. Acid says, better safe than sorry. Yep. Eat More Delicious Brains says, more common problems are people pushing people onto tracks or the infrastructure failing. Yes, we're talking about Boston again. Yes, I agree with that. Or people driving their cars into storefronts or into people's residences, right? Or into second story buildings. This area is insane for driving. It's crazy. Every single time we turn on local news, somebody is driving into a car, into a storefront. Somebody's driving through hedges, up a hill, into somebody's house. Somebody actually drove into the second story of a house somehow. I was going to do a t-shirt illustration, and let me see if I can do it. Shit, where's my one? Here we go. I was going to do a t-shirt design. I was going to do a t-shirt design. It's called Welcome to Mass. Can you guys see that? And it's got a car. It's got a car wedged into the side of a building, because that's what they do here, man. You just turn on the news. So this is the t-shirt. Oh shit, I drew a bad t-shirt. That is a bad t-shirt, but that's what I'm going to put on the t-shirt. Let me check. A lot of chat going on today. Let's see. Love Boston, said Acid. I saw Dan's Absolute 22. Is that the one with all the villains on it? Spectacular. And there's a foil version. They were selling it for $70. And I'm like, that's way too much for a fresh comic. Sorry. But it was a great drawing. Acid says, love Boston. Acid says, better safe than sorry with the chain. Yes, thank you. Eat more says, more common problem. Oh, the infrastructure. Yeah. Adam said, I am. I have museums and concerts and such. I walk to Fan Expo. Ah, dude, I want to live next to you. Such a great location. Acid says, wow. Acid said, Connecticut drivers were pretty bad. LOL. I lived in Jersey for a while. I still contend Jersey is the worst, but I haven't lived in Jersey in 25 years. So I'm imagining if mass drivers are going into the second story of a building, that Jersey drivers are doing worse. Let's see. Boston roads are based on cow paths, and there's a bunch of same named roads. Oh yeah, don't get me started. And half the roads don't even have signs on them, so you don't even know what road you're on. It's ludicrous. They just want to be difficult here the whole time. Where do you live, Joe? Sounds like them Duke boys at it again. Yeah, I live in Danvers, Mass, which is right outside Salem, and that's not where it's happening. We turn the news on, and it's happening in Boston area. It's happening closer to Boston. Although I have to say, I have some funny. I've seen when we first moved here about a dozen years ago, we would see an accident every time we drove. So Danvers isn't isn't a driver expert haven by any means, but just turn on the Boston news every day and you'll find somebody driving into something. Yeah, the Duke boys are at it for sure, and they're Yankees. Eat more delicious says, especially when students are around, accidents rise. Oh, possibly. But I always said that's the Pulitzer Prize winning story of the year, because how fast, do the math. How fast do you have to go to how fast and how far do you have to go to crash through hedges, go up an incline hill, and smash into the second story of a house? Do that math, all you physics people. What's the distance you need? What's the speed you need to be going at? And then investigate every single one of these people, because the cars are going way too fast, or people are way too high, or I don't know what's going on, but that's the story of the century right there. Okay, onward. Yep, that's the 22. Yeah, it has all the villains on it. It's really a great drawing. Dan Moore is quite a great artist. He's a lot of fun to look at. He did I think it was called World's Finest, with Superman and Batman stories written by Mark Waid. And the Mark Waid decided to bring back composite Superman Batman. I don't know if you know who composite Superman is, but he's literally one figure divided in half, and half of one side is Batman and half of the other is Superman. It's a ludicrous idea, but I love it. It comes out of the Silver Age, and Mark Waid decides to bring back composite Superman, and Dan Mora designed it, and it was so fun, so cool. Buy those books. Yep, that's the 22. It goes for over 150 already. It's fresh. Holy cow! More like welcome to Boston. What's your dunks order? Yeah, that too. Jersey's bad, but Connecticut drivers were 10 times worse. LOL, Acid says. Yeah, Acid has Jersey experience. So, are they driving into buildings in Jersey nowadays? Massachusetts drivers have gotten worse. Yeah, I wonder what the cause is. I gotta know. Adam says we have people driving into the Storrow Bridge at the end of every summer. It's a low-rise bridge, and the college kids who move into town ignore the ignore the signs and drive the moving trucks into Storrow Bridge every year. Yeah. That makes sense. I can see that. Starrowing is an annual tradition. This is all new to me. I didn't know this was a regular thing. I gotta say, I haven't heard anything of that. I've never heard of trucks in the Storrow Bridge. We had a beautiful Starrowing yesterday. The kids are already starting to come to school, huh? Yo, Eat More says Dan Mora worked on the Flash. Did he really? I missed his Flash. Acid says, I would have had you pick me up a few moras. Haha, thanks. Eat More says, and so many comics. Acid said, no buildings that I'm aware of. Okay, so maybe maybe Jersey drivers have sobered up or something. I don't know. COVID. Looks that's just your peeps. LOL, Boston peeps. Okay. I'm prepared to say mass are the worst drivers. Eat More Delicious Brain says New Jersey driving isn't that bad unless you're heading into New York City or late at night when people are speeding. All I remember is driving through Jersey, and if you miss your exit, you got to drive like 25 miles to get back. That was such a pain in the ass. New Jersey driving isn't that bad. I read that one. Acid is Adam is laughing at Acid's statement. Ainge says agreed. South Jersey not so bad. Okay, I'm prepared to change my opinion because it has been over 20 years since I lived in Jersey. It sounds like the Garden State Parkway. Fewest fatalities for driving in Massachusetts. Really? I guess they're also high and relaxed that when they crash into the second story of a building that they don't realize it, so they don't tense up. I actually lived in Jersey for most of my life, said Adam. And when I moved to Boston, I got run over by a car the first year. Oh, shit. I'm so I'm so sorry to be laughing at that. That is not funny. Sorry to hear that, Adam. Jesus. Okay, I'm prepared based on you guys' testimony. I'm prepared to say mass drivers are the worst. Shit. Hate going on the George Washington Bridge heading back up. Done that a few times. Definitely don't need to do that now. Jersey has a ton of exits now and tolls. Yeah, Jersey was all tolls. We had the Audi TT, which we just retired. And when we had the Audi TT, we took it to a show in. Babe, what was the show we took the Audi to? Was it Baltimore? Sonia? Sonia? She can't hear me. Our house is so large, she can't hear me. So we took the Audi to a show. I think it was Baltimore. There was a toll on the Garden State, like every friggin' mile. It was a pain in the nuts. And by the way, on the way back, the roads were such shit all through Jersey and into Connecticut and into Mass. The road and through New York, all the roads were such shit that it basically ruined the car. When we pulled it into the garage, all kinds of lights went on the dashboard. We had to get all kinds of shit repaired. So we stopped taking the Audi out after that. I rented a car from that point on. Okay. Back to chat. Acid says, definitely don't need to do that now. Jersey has a ton of exits now and tolls. LOL. Acid says, just building fatalities. Yeah, exactly. More impacts, though. Adam says, I was on a scooter and a car ran into me on the Longfellow Bridge. And I wound up in the hospital with a broken clavicle and all kinds of injuries. Oh my God. Sorry to hear that. That's nasty. Yeah, I know. That's one thing I'll definitely attest to. The mass drivers do not like bicycles or motorcycles or scooters. Eat More Delicious says, if you haven't been tagged by a car when walking in Boston, you haven't lived here long enough. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've come close, but never been hit. Do love New Jersey's food scene. Is the Audi gone now? Yeah, the Audi has been retired. It has been. We donated it to Habitat for Humanity. Just too many repairs. Just this year alone, I probably had it in the shop more time. It's been in the shop more time than I had it in the garage. So it seemed like every time we had something repaired, I'd get less time with it. I'd have a repair done earlier in the year, and then 6 weeks later, I'd have to take it in, and then after that was repaired, I'd get 2 weeks out of it, and then the most recent time, I took it out of we had the spark plugs and the coil replaced. I drove it to Boston to get a computer repaired. I drove it back. I drove down to Boston to pick up the computer repair, and it conked out on me on the way home. So I had to have it towed. So we just retired it. We love the Audi. It was a beautiful car. It always gave us shit. Like whenever Sonia got in the car to drive, it would work fine. Whenever I sat in the car, the windows would go down this much automatically, as if it expected me to put the top down or something. It was a convertible. It was really odd. Like it could tell who was sitting in the car. And all kinds of lights would go on on the dash. like the windshield wiper fluid light would go on, but it was full. We had just filled it. So it was a very quirky car, but we loved it. We miss it. Adam says, "I just walk everywhere now." Yeah, I lived in New York City on 57th and Ninth, and everything I needed was within 3 to 5 blocks. I had the Central Park was about 3 blocks away. I had three different grocery stores within 3 blocks. If I decided to walk an extra 2 blocks, there was another like organic place, restaurants all over the place. I do miss that convenience, that walking convenience. It's so cool. Much better Indian food in Jersey. That may be possible. That's believable. Yes, good Italian food, says Adam. Agreed. We have an Indian restaurant here in Salem, which we like. Ainge says, Adam, did you fly up into the air like in Little Rascals episodes? Eatmore says, New Jersey pizza is better than Boston pizza. That could be so. In Danvers, I'm sorry to say, our favorite pizza is Market Basket. There's a couple places we go for pizza. It's okay, but Market Basket is A, it tastes good, B, it's bigger, and C, it's cheaper. So we need good pizza up here in Danvers. Eat More says not as good bookstores. I don't know any bookstores in my area anymore. Acid says I remember all the Audi issues. Yeah, they're gone now. Adam says, Ainge laughed my ass off. I hope so. I was unconscious, so I don't know, but I really hope I did cartwheels. Yeah, cartoon style, and you made this sound that sound that all the cartoons make, like when you're flying in the air. It was an Adam. I woke up with a crowd around me and they were pretty horrified, so maybe LOL. Holy shit. Dude, man, glad to hear you're okay. Plus, you live next to the original Halal Guys cart. Market Basket for the win. I don't know what to say. It shouldn't be so, but Market Basket. They don't have the best sushi in Danvers, but they got the best pizza. New Jersey pizza is by far superior to Boston pizza. It's been so long since I've had Jersey pizza, I can't speak to that. I'll take your word for it. Acid says Jersey pizza is the best, hands down, better than New York. Oh boy, there's the fighting words right there. Better than New York. I don't know about that. Raza is higher rated than places in New York City. What's Raza? Ainge knows we have the legit pizza places. Haha, Acid says. Ainge says the way we were playing in the background. I don't know. But this chat is turning into a thing. I'm not getting any work done. Acid. Yeah, it's a wild story. Glad you recovered, Adam. Acid said your pizza spot has sushi too. Exactly. Market Basket, dude. It's a grocery store here. It's a chain in Mass. They have the best pizza, sorry to say. Acid says they let me keep the metal plates. Pretty hardcore. Nice. Did you get a load of the guy who hit you, or did he take off? I do like Quattro in the Boston North End, soft crust, fresh tomatoes. Ah, that sounds good. Quattro. Screen grab. We will look up Quattro. New York City overrated. Haha. Scarlett says Chicago pizza in the best. One thing I noticed about New York people that claim New York is the best is they like it when they have that like cornmeal on the bottom underneath. That I'll do it. I'll eat it. It's pizza, but I don't need that stuff. That doesn't make it better than anything. Let's see. Chicago pizza is the best, says Scarlett. I like Chicago pizza. Adam says, at least you didn't say Regina. What did I miss? Is that Regina? Is that a pizza place? Acid says Scarlet soup pizza, but I want to try it. Yes, it's like deep dish, right? It's like this thick. And you eat it with a spoon. Jersey City pizza in Jersey City. Okay. Chats in fire. Ha. This is the fieriest chat I've ever had. And I'm getting nothing done. I'm just reading chat. Okay, back to Miles and Gwen. Exactly. We had grocery store pizza that used to be hella legit, so I'm not knocking it. The Market Basket pizza, guys. It's gigantic. Got to be 18 inches. Huge. Okay, back to Miles and Gwen. Yeah, I should get some work done. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I gotta sign off. do a group chat off of the stream. Chicago pizza is not pizza. Dude, here's the qualifications for pizza. Dough, tomatoes, and cheese. That's pizza in any form. It counts. Yeah, no cornmeal on my pizza. Thank you so much. Preach, brother Adam. Correct. Regina's Pizza is a chain. Papa Gino's fits the bill. I remember eating at Papa Gino's. It was like candy. This sauce was so sweet. Scarlett says, I'm talking about the tavern pizza, not tourist pizza. Epic chat. Pizza is a hot topic. All important discussion. Joe can be wrong and still be a talented artist. Pizza. Wait a second. Here's the requirements. Bread plus tomatoes plus mozzarella cheese equals pizza. The end. Is it good pizza? No, but it doesn't necessarily have to be good, but that makes it pizza. I'll eat it if it has those ingredients. Let's see where you left with Miles and Gwen. Yeah, right. An hour ago. This was Miles and Gwen. Bread, he says. Hello, Miss Mayhem, says Ange. Look, I gotta get going, but I could talk about this all day long and get no work done. So we should have. They should have something where you all can come on and talk. You know what I mean? Like when I co-host, I don't want to give up half my screen, but when I have a co-host, it would be cool if you guys all like could co-host at the same time and talk. That would be fun. It's almost 7. Time to relax. What's for dinner? What is for dinner? We're having Impossible Burgers. Create a Discord. How do I do that? Send me notes to my email address. Can we have a Discord and a live stream at the same time? Okay, I'm going to blow out. Thank you guys for everything. I had a blast. I have a lot of work to do. And I'll see you next Wednesday, okay? All right. We're going to raid. Let's raid. We got enough people to do a legit raid. Who's live? Trinity, they don't need anybody. Who needs a raid? Jaybird needs a raid. See you later.